I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
days that thought my heart to fear and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace.
a fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and love nae other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the corn, fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit, sin Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Jo, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for Auld Lang Syne. We twa hearing about the braes, and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hair old, sin Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Jo, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for Auld Lang Syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht, for Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Jo, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for Auld Lang Syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht, for Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Jo, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for Auld Lang Syne.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls shadows of London.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife.
A warm welcome everybody to DreamLeague Season 26 close qualifiers for the Eastern European region. My name's Purposely, and I'm joined by Mr. 343. We usually do the Southeast Asia versions, the Chinese sort of area of things, but we've been sent on a little bit of an excursion, and hopefully for way more exciting Dota to come up. We are into the first round. I think some of the other regions, specifically Southeast Asia and China, have already started, but we're kicking things off here in Eastern Europe, Western Europe, here with the stream. We'll be starting out this stream Na'Vi up against 4 Pirates in the first round.
Hello, everybody. We're on the world tour, Mike. What can you say?
We are.
You enjoying the world tour?
I don't mind it.
What region do
I mean, we
left?
just started. We don't know yet. It remains to be seen how exciting the quality of Eastern European Dota is. But if the currently qualified teams for Dream League tell us anything, I mean, hey, 3 out of the 4 invited teams were already Eastern European until Team Spirit, of course, unfortunately, I think they wanted to take a break, so they relinquished their spot over to Team Liquid instead. But yeah, Bet Boom, Paravision, already making it to the main tournament, and nobody's surprised because of the EPT points and the way that broke out. So yeah, we just only have 1 slot remaining for all of these 8 close qualifier teams to try and fight for. It's going to be a brutal battle, and we're already starting things off with some pretty interesting teams, right? Na'Vi, I think household name for Eastern Europe, but they've got a new recruit. They're bringing in Ari from OG.
Yeah, pretty much a captain figure for OG for the past 1 or 2 years, right? They decided to build around him. Had some, I'd say, pretty signature performances on the Magnus, on the Hoodwink. I'm very interested to see how he's going to do on his new Na'Vi roster. The roster looks really good to me, actually. Uragi, obviously XOG as well, finally reuniting with his boy. Sanctity, our household name from SCA.
Yeah,
exported to the region of Eastern Europe. Kaori, Boom, they have all been on really good teams, has really good stints, but now 5 of them together. I wonder if we'll see Na'Vi kind of make a comeback into this tough region. You know, it's been really competitive, like you said, Paravision, Spirit, all now direct invite teams. So I think they're one of the favorite contenders, right, for these qualifiers.
Yeah, I think just looking over the teams that we have available here, the 8 of them, I would dare say it's probably between Aurora, maybe 1 win, and Na'Vi is a bit of a dark horse for me, because this will be the first time they're playing with Ari. And, you know, not to sort of pull the UK Dota card, but can you imagine someone from England being in like Na'Vi? Like, that just feels like such a like what, that doesn't even make sense to me. I feel like Na'Vi has always been a Ukrainian or Russian team. It's always Eastern European players, but the E in EU now stands for England, it seems like, as Ari joins. And yeah, I guess Na'Vi needed a bit of a captain figure, because Sword Art, I believe, has been their coach for a little bit, at least in the past 1.5 years, where they qualified for some of the other events, like the different Wallachiyas. They were at ESL 1 Bangkok as well. But recently, they haven't been doing too hot, right? They missed out on Season 4. They unfortunately lost the grand finals of that close qualifiers to Na'Vi Junior, of all teams. So yeah, they missed out there, and they missed out on Raleigh as well. So it makes sense that they needed to sort of switch things up a little bit.
Na'Vi Junior has been one of my favorite teams to watch, man. They look so good. I think Artstyle's their coach too, right? They're on for so long. I feel like they're always the team that I want to watch upset other people, you know, not only because they're young, but because I feel like they have this very nice identity. It's such a nice thing to see, you know, when a team owns something. They own the way they play. They play Broodmother, they play Pudge. I love watching teams like this.
A little bit of revenge from Na'Vi as well, now that we're mentioning it, because, you know, OG, obviously, they went over to Na'Vi Junior, they're like, and then they just yoinked Daze, and then Na'Vi are like, okay, you know what, we can do that too. Bring us your POS4, loan him to us. Like, we do a little switcheroo, right? That's basically what happened. So, it's not Na'Vi Junior, obviously, but I think, at least for me personally, very high hopes for this team. Excited to see what they can do coming in. Of course, let's talk a bit about their opponents. A bit lesser known if you haven't really followed Eastern European, maybe tier 2, tier 3 Dota, right? For Pirates, we got Otika, Natty Nawal. I think those are sort of the more recognizable names. And then down the list in terms of position, we have Mr. Morrell on offlane, Ariel, and Padinik. So this is a team that hasn't really had many major accomplishments, but they're quite a mainstay in some of these smaller tournaments like EPL, CCT series. They haven't really made much grounds there as well. So very much an underdog coming into this. We're not too sure what to expect. We did see some of their open qualifier games, and one of the things we do know is that they're very, very stinky Venomancer players. So maybe we'll see that contested coming up in this draft.
My host, Mr. Morrow. Are you telling me you know how to read this?
Yeah, okay, so for context, Adam is only asking because his name is in, I believe, Cyrillic, but I went to a good friend of ours who obviously speaks the language, and she kind of translated it. So it's almost like, you know how you would say, of course you would know that you're little know-it-all. It's kind of like that type of sentiment, you know? You see someone pick Venno, you're like, oh, look at this guy, Mr. Morrow. Like, he's picking the most disgusting hero known to mankind. And speaking of picks, we're going to head straight into the draft here. Na'Vi versus 4 Pirates. Of course, these are best of 3s, so the teams will have time to adapt and try and change up what they're bringing to the table. It's interesting to see that Kaori is the one holding sort of the captain seat here. Maybe that is just kind of he's clicking the buttons. I wonder whether he's the one drafting, because my impression of Kaori throughout some of the events that we've seen him is he's a bit of a quiet fella. It doesn't really speak much.
I guess he is, but you know, he's also a small, I want to say small hero pool. You saw him got kind of well known for his SD and Phoenix, right? When they were doing really well together with TA2000 and the gang on, I believe, Quest.
Yeah.
Phoenix, SD, those are his top two heroes. AA as well. There you go. He was the Phoenix Hex first item pioneer. That was a huge fan of that.
Yeah. A solo won game so many times with that as well, just catching people by surprise. I think what really stood out is how well he farmed on that hero. Out of nowhere, he just gets net worth on 5. You're like, what the hell? Why am I hexed at like 25 minutes?
Why am I hexed?
I guess the big story for this close qualifiers is to see how much 7.38C has really impacted the picks. I think prior to that patch, it was all about these Dazzles, Tinkers, AAs, you know, Abaddons, a lot of heavy healing, a lot of anti-healing to boot. This is one of the heroes that hasn't really seemed to budge, though. That Darkseer still frequently eats bans from the phase 1. Now, Magna's still in the pool, Tiny's still in the pool, although I don't know if you want to pick that into Darkseer. Some pretty prime heroes still available for both sides.
Ursa ban's pretty interesting. I wonder why. I guess maybe a little protection for Darkseer too. The Venno ban is, well, like you said, they're a stinky Venno team. Makes sense. Again, I want to talk about his hero. I feel like if a team plays Venno, you ban it. But if the two teams we watch do not play Venno, the hero is just completely ignored in the draft. And I think that's so interesting. It's like, if you play it, we ban. If you don't play it, and it's not like some high skill cap hero, right? How hard is it actually to just jungle Venno?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you watch someone else who does it once, and you can kind of, I mean, there's no skill involved in just putting some plague wards on yourself, right? You load that up, you just walk around, kite some creeps, as long as you're not just face tanking all of it. I guess the mastery really comes from the play pattern after that. Like, clearing the creeps early on, getting an advantage, it is fine and dandy and all, but you want to make sure that you are itemizing correctly and, you know, moving to lanes that your team needs to help with. It's also kind of your team needs to try and survive, right? I think we watched one of the 4 Pirates replays just recently, and we had an entire situation where Mr. Morrell had to play some weird pseudo position 4 Centaur War Runner just because his Pulse 4 was jungling on Venno, Ariel in particular. So we'll see how this draft goes. Still early doors here. The Tiny picked up, likely to be in the either position 1 or position 2. Maybe this is a team that also could play it on carry. It's still quite flexible.
I like it as a carry against the Darkseer. Don't care about wall too much. He doesn't get the tree grab. Your lane is pretty free. It's hard to run you down as a Darkseer. But we've seen this hero lose a little bit of priority, right? Darkseer as well, just kind of drop in a little. But I think something commonly we see as in these when there's these patches during lands, it feels like when you go home, the meta is kind of different because players at home, they get to play more pubs. They get to play more scrims comparison to heroes that are just in their tournament. So I'm kind of curious to see how these qualifiers will go and like what heroes go up and down in priority compared to our previous event.
Yeah, worth noting as well, a quick look at the stats for Four Pirates says that throughout their entire time existing as a stack for the past 5 months, so in the earlier part of last year, or rather the later end of last year to now, Tiny is their most picked hero, period. They've played it across multiple different roles, and they are pretty successful with it. Overall, 36 matches with a 61% win rate. And this was even before all these crazy sort of Tiny carry situations started coming to fruition. So definitely a hero that they're extremely comfortable on. This is the big question that everybody was asking themselves last patch, right? Get a lot more complicated.
Yeah, but Darkseer is naturally good against Silencer though. So I talked about you can't kill Tiny in lane, but you can kill Silencer with a melee hero. Something like some Tuskar is probably the most common. I like Tuskar specifically against Tiny because one, it gives you the damage that Craggy Exterior kind of removes. You have a shell body play with Tiny's not good at getting shards. He's pretty low armor as well, and especially before level 6, right? No grow, no points in armor. And Silencer as well is very susceptible to this. I'm not sure if Ari is a big Tuskar player though. I think of Ari, I think more of like Hoodwink, Marcy even. It's one of his like more go-to heroes. And I feel like Ari on OG, the way he plays, like he just kind of locked his hero pool down, you know? Similar to Kaori in a way. Maybe all ARIs are the same.
Oh, true. Yeah, you can't spell both of those names without those letters. That's and there's a ARI in Uragi as well. Maybe we're sort of getting onto something here. There's the Warlock Terrorblade. Terrorblade, another hero that has been extremely favored across all these open qualifiers that led up to the closed qualifiers, of course. Just a very strong hero all throughout. A decent matchup into the Tiny, not a hero that Tiny can ever really burst down with the physical damage, and you can always have a nice Sunder target. I like this pick quite a lot. I think it deals well with the Sansa. Sansa doesn't really have good ways of clearing your illusions. You could build into a Manta if you want to sort of shrug off that global silence for the Sunder.
I personally have huge respect for teams that are willing to just pick their hero, right? It's good against Tiny carry, it's good against Tiny support, because both ways you are a high damage hero that deals with Tiny. You're nice against Silencer because you keep waves pushed out permanently. It's a pretty natural counter. I want to say this TB. They have the Warlock that, okay, our lane is strong. And Uragi is a huge TB player, right? Even from his debut in OG, he's always been like this TB Morphling kind of guy. Sometimes the little Mirana comes out too, but I feel like it's these players that give you this ability to pick your carry like this without seeing any matchups that are really, really strong. Ooh, new hero.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether it's a new hero. We've seen it rise in popularity just across the board. I think Whitemon from Tundra really was the one who showed everyone just how much it could do. And I'm sure even the Ringmaster spammers, even before Whitemon was putting on a clinic with it, they knew how to put on a show, right? It's a hero with a lot of handy tools. You got a nice save as well with the box, good team fight control with the wheel. Pair that up with a Primal Beast, now you got some good bit of magic damage to perhaps deal with the Terrorblade.
It's such a good clockwork game. Yeah, they go for a DK, so more minus armor, anti-tiny. Pretty tanky hero, and if you look at Four Pirates, they don't exactly have damage, right? Something to force the fights. Now they have so much transformation, so much team fight coming out from the Darkseer Warlock too, so I'm not sure if Global Silence is going to be enough for Four Pirates to take fights right now. I feel like during Global, they don't exactly have any insane amount of damage to pour through this TB or DK unless it's the later part of the game.
Yeah, I do also feel like maybe early on would be a bit of a weakness already, because you're looking at maybe the first 10 minutes. Maybe Trample plus some Ringmaster spells and a Global Silence on top will be enough to burst them down, but the second you get 1 or 2 items on the Na'Vi cores, you got a Greaves, you got a Dragonlance, something like that. These guys are going to be really hard to kill. Not to mention, if you start running in and there's a rock available, if your Global Silence isn't ready to sort of keep yourself safe, it could run into a nasty counter initiation from Na'Vi. Really like what Na'Vi have for themselves here. Feels like for Pirates, that last pick needs to bring so much. Now, they could also try and play super fast, right? Play super tempo. The one weakness of Na'Vi's draft right now is that the cooldowns are pretty long.
I guess so, but at the same time, like if you have Tiny carry, you kind of need time to come online, right? I think Tiny as a hero naturally is like 15 to 20, 25 minutes. You get this Shadow Blade and you start playing the map a bit more, but you're not really a man fight carry till later on.
Yeah. I guess you could say he needs time to grow.
I like that. I also feel like Na'Vi
I can't even tell whether that was a real laugh or not. That came out a bit too late from it.
You see, I want to link to that because you know how we said like it's a good show. It feels like Ringmaster is one of those heroes that if you use, if you naturally talk about Dota and like how things go, it just fits the team of Ringmaster. Does that make sense at all?
Okay.
It's like when you
no,
say
no,
something
you're gonna have to
flashy
explain
or
your.
like, oh my god. Okay, it's like how you said just now, like, he needs to put on a show, for example. It's like, oh, it's so Ringmaster themed, you know? Even if it's unintentional, you probably, if Ringmaster didn't exist, you would say that about any other hero too.
That's true. That's true.
But when it came
I
to
kind of,
Ringmaster,
I
just
kind of
like,
see the tree that you're barking up, but I don't see the full picture yet. At least we'll get to see the full Navi draft right now. They end things up with a Spirit Breaker, which is a pretty interesting pickup. Not a hero that we're seeing much of. Period. What the hell even is that?
it's another RE special, man. That's what it is. It's a nice lane with Darkseer.
Okay.
This Surge charge has been some nonsense for the longest time, even though Hero kind of died. But if you look at 4 Pirates heroes, like who actually deals with Spirit Breaker? Like there's nothing to stop charge. It's a second BKB cancel on top of the Golem. They also have more wave clear. And if you look at Navi's heroes, they are gonna end up being a ball, right? That's kind of hard to reckon with. You talk about these heroes being tanky. This Darkseer is gonna build a pipe, and when you want to split push and you have no ghost push, like these heroes, Tiny, Primal Beast, they all need to show the wave clear, and that's where Spirit Breaker becomes king.
Yeah, this is kind of tricky for Ringmaster Sansa as well, because yeah, you can throw an Arcane Curse on a wave, but it doesn't really wave clear as reliably as an easy nuke, something like a Kotl, something like maybe a Mirana Starstorm, just an easy, difficult way to take down a wave. Suddenly you're going to have a lot of ghost push coming out from the Terrorblade, like you said. It's going to open up moves for the Spirit Breaker. It's a bit unorthodox, Navi, but I do like it. I think they're going to get up to a point where they become so tanky. How do you kill them? It almost makes me feel like you need something like a Timbersaw last pick to cut through it. They'll go for the Storm instead. This is a Natty Narwhal special. Doesn't really feel too concerned about the Dragon Knight matchup. We've seen that go both ways, and feels like it should be Dragon Knight favored, but a skilled Storm Spirit can still make that work for himself. Maybe just kind of relying on the fact that there isn't really much lockdown. You got a Spirit Breaker charge, you got a Dragon Knight stun, that's about it.
Man, I'm pretty scared for his Storm. I think the lane against DK is kind of hard, or at least it gets harder. And then you have Ari coming in with a charge and shell. Storm's not one of those heroes that's too good at dealing with that. Neither are the supports on 4 Pirates. And
Yeah,
I
we'll
feel,
see how it
I
goes.
feel like the pace might just be a little too fast coming off the laning stage here. I think they have a lot of work to put in for Pirates.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about 4 Pirates then, because Na'Vi, they're going to have a nice pace with the Dragon Knight. They can make things happen with Spirit Breaker as well. But Na'Vi's heroes don't really rotate much, right? They're relying on the Spirit Breaker to add that extra pressure to the lanes. Is there a chance that 4 Pirates come out of the laning stage ahead here? Because I'm thinking Tiny Silencer, Ringmaster Primal Beast, that sounds pretty solid to me too. It doesn't sound like it's going to get rolled over or destroyed. The side lanes seem fine for 4 Pirates, unless I'm mistaken.
I feel like for Navi's side at least, the Darkseer, man, OG because of Uragi. And
Yeah, you got a little confused. Understandable.
This Darkseer Breaker can just cut the wave. Eventually, Darkseer is going to do it alone. Silencer doesn't really stop that. Tai is not one of the best heroes at rotating over and punishing. And that's when you explode up your mid lane and your bot lane, right? Meanwhile, you have this TB Warlock that will probably do fine. I will say that Primal Beast is playing against no stuns in his lane, but obviously with the introduction of Blood Grenade, this hero has been kind of weakened in lane because when he goes on you just throw a grenade at him. It's also reflection, right. So I don't think much will happen. You'll probably see a lane just pushed out constantly in both top and bottom, and mid lane will be pretty exposed. I'm still kind of worried for his Storm and kind of worried for how they're going to deal with this 5-minute pressure when it comes to the mid lane. So to just address your point of them not being able to rotate, I feel like they don't need to. They're going to be happy in all 3 lanes.
Okay, well, we'll see whether that ends up being the case. I do like what 4 Pirates have, not because of the way the draft is set up, but it's going back to something they're confident on, right? We know Natty Narwhal, level 30 Storm Spirit. We'll head into the game and you can see that juicy medal for yourself, but this is a hero that he's exceptional on. It's one of the ones he's sort of more well-known for. The Tiny that 4 Pirates have been playing basically as a main pick for them since the inception of their roster, and if I'm not mistaken, this Primal Beast is also one of the Mr. Morale specials. So, first series of the qualifiers, you want to start out strong, you want to build a bit of confidence. You're up against a Na'Vi that, as much as their draft looks pretty cool, they are trying to introduce a new component, right? Ari, a newer player. He's played with some of the players on Na'Vi before, but every team dynamic is different. And trying to integrate this, trying to bring in a hero that requires such great coordination, like the Spirit Breaker, that could be something that 4 Pirates try to exploit with their experience playing with one another.
Speaking of exploit, we have a little splitting ward mission with the smokes here. Yeah,
Okay.
trying to get set up to maybe drop a sentry behind the tower or just double wave and outright cut the wave. See what Ari and Boom are up to down here. Ari Pari.
Yeah, I think Pari, the sponsor, probably extremely happy with this signing. Just makes sense. I'll take it here. Level 1 tree grab, so not really going to be able to contest if they just walk up and steal, but yeah, just dropping a ward near this area, perhaps trying to set up for an eventuality where they just cut the creeps, pull it over to that hard camp over there. We've seen that quite a lot from the Darkseer. The toughest part is going to be these early levels, right? Level 1 Darkseer, probably at his weakest. You want to get to that level 3 ASAP and just start blitzing down the waves with the level 2 Ion Shell.
Yeah, the golden hour is level 3 on Darkseer and level 2 on the boss 4, right? That's usually how you want to play. So you get the pullback, you get level 2, Darkseer gets solo EXP all the way, but Sansa is one of the better heroes that just kind of solo zoning because of Glaives of Wisdom.
Yeah.
They do get the creep block into the tower though, so the wave's going to come back up, the range creep is going to go down, tree grab as well, just going to push it out.
Yeah. Just kind of got to tank this harass at the start. Ooh, the tree's going to nab that courier. That's a pretty juicy grab.
Ari wants revenge though. Career hunter.
Yeah. That's about all you can do
it?
at the moment. Oh, the little squirrel.
1 for 1,
That's
baby.
brutal. Okay. Evens the scoreboard.
Lane shenanigans from both sides.
Yeah, here we go. This is what we expect here. Is this happening in the top lane as well? Is Ariel doing much pulling? I guess they don't really care about the TB Warlock too much because you're not really interacting much in this lane anyway.
Yeah, it's level 1 Umbra and Primal too, so just taking damage because Yuragi pop meta level 1. They're just trying to push and pull on Navi here. He even has Fatal Bonds, so just try to shove the wave down and protect the small camp. So Ariel was off to the side, kind of fighting for a deward, but Curry did manage to deward it, but he got bloody blocked anyway.
Yeah. I guess the idea here is, as Navi's side, you want to try and unlock as many of the camps as possible so you can play that push and pull, right? Because you Fatal Bonds, you get the harass, you want to sort of manipulate the wave so that the Primal Beast has to come up and feel a bit more uncomfortable. I guess regardless of what happens, it doesn't really feel like this Warlock TB lane is going to threaten a kill. There's nothing that's stopping an onslaught at any moment just to get out, right?
Yeah, there isn't. It's just a bunch of slows. He definitely can get out, but I think something they're doing really well, or at least what they planned for in the lane, is just to push. Because Primal Beast is not good at clearing waves. He wants to stack up waves, get the trample levels, then he'll clear it that way. But if he uses trample on a wave, that means he's not pressuring you in any way.
Sure. Keeping up the 1-for-1 trend here, packet loss on both sides. Ari gets some, and then the silencer's like, yeah, I got packet loss too. Okay, we're still equal,
like
of course not. It's one of those things, people try and like out negative the other person. You're like, oh, you ever have that in school? Like, I remember sort of running into people who would try and compare how broke they were.
So I have a question for you. So I don't use this map, this pop-up map that our observers are using, but has Dire Couriers always looked like that? Like, look at these Dire Couriers versus Radiant. The Radiant donkeys and Dire, you get like, what's this?
Adam, how many years have you been playing this game, bro?
I don't use this map, dude.
No, I mean, not even just this map. Even the real map. Like, if you look at the bottom left corner.
That's normal. It looks. They look the same.
No,
on
they are different.
They look the same.
The Dire Courier is tinted blue, bro. Oh my god, guys, ladies and gentlemen, that's 343. Adam Sharp, former professional player, long-time coach of many prolific Southeast Asian teams, top 4 TI finish. By the way, now discovering that the couriers look different on the map.
How long has this been? I actually need to know. I actually never. They just look like they're in a different shade to me, But obviously, on the bigger map, you can tell they're graphically different.
I mean, even if you use the base couriers and you don't have any cosmetics on, like the couriers just look different on Radiant and Dire. Did you not know that? He did not know that. That's fine. Okay, well, his brain is so packed with useful Dota knowledge, right? He's held on to the stuff that actually matters. So tell me what actually matters in this early game. What are both teams looking to try and accomplish in the early stages?
I feel for Navi, they just want nothing to happen in the lane. Like bot lane, if Darkseer is getting farmed at levels, they're good. Top lane, Yuragi getting farmed at levels, they're good. Warlock TV, like you said, ain't gonna kill. But mid lane is where they want stuff to happen eventually. Sanctity and Natty Narwhal both kind of hanging out low down here. probably eventually see Ari head over with a charged shell. Might even TP in if he's able. Not sure if he can leave the Darkseer so early on though. For 4 Pirates though, I feel like top lane is just stacking, maybe giving the Primal Beast more levels. I think I'd appreciate that a lot. Just get like level 2 or 3 on Ringmaster and kind of leave Primal up here, because a level 5 Primal with like some phase boots winlays can be pretty scary for Yuragi, especially with the Storm being able to TP early on.
I still haven't really seen a move over from Ari. I'll start glancing over now, but a very nicely placed Observer Ward should spot him out here, giving Natty some time to react. And I think it tags him. Yeah, just the Ward looking at the Bull. The Bull doesn't know he's looking at the Ward. A bit more packet loss here as we're just getting the issues sorted out. Yeah, but this is kind of tough for the Storm, right? Because even if you know the Spirit Breaker's coming, just the fact that he's on his way or threatening that charge, you don't have a level in the Vortex, and even if you do, I don't know whether it comes out fast enough once he's in range to stop the charge, right? Like, it's way too quick. So it could be a very easy follow-up stun, as our observer is pointing out, and then it could just be a kill. The Ringmaster is glancing over, but it's still early level, so he doesn't have a box level or anything. You're going to rely on like a crazy Tame the Beast to try and scare both of them back at the same time. And I'll tell you, it seems a bit unlikely.
So one nice thing 4 Pirates have done to address this, at least, is obviously this ward that's catching Ari right now. So they're also aware of like what can happen. They pick this Storm, seeing the DK and Spirit Breaker. So just investing more resources to protect Natty on this Storm here. So I'm just pretty concerned for the catapult timing. I'm not sure if the Ringmaster and Silencer rotation can do enough. But that being said, I also don't know if we'll see Kauri move down here. Probably just see them pressure their lanes individually and leave Ari to set up where he wants. I think that's like the whole power of the hero.
Here comes the stun, Sanctity. He might not be tanky enough. The last auto attack, overestimating himself on the Dragon Knight there, going to fall. Good play coming out from 4 Pirates. They play towards the side that the Ringmaster was attending to. And maybe just a bit of lack of respect there from the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, I think that's quite a bad death from Sanctity. Gonna give away his advantage in the mid lane now, and it's also gonna push Storm closer to that level 6, probably even before the Dragon Knight, right? So I think this negates quite a lot of pressure.
I just feel like with this Spirit Breaker, one of the main avenues of play you're looking for is that mid gank before the level 6, but that window is gonna close a lot sooner than Na'Vi probably would have wanted, and it's gonna allow 4 Pirates to still remain pretty chill. Top of the CS, no surprise that it's the Tiny having a chill old time down here. He just has the wave constantly pushed into him because of those ion shells. And yeah, Natty, he's going to get real close to that level 6 and feel a lot more comfortable in the lane.
I think something else we need to look at is the left triangle, right? Like, Ariel's been stacking it up here for his Primal or for his Storm, compared to this Spirit Breaker on Ari, who's been focused a bit more on just kind of lurking in the mid lane. No real stacks for Boom to recover. I'm not sure if there's anything on the right, and top lane, well, goodbye, Kauri.
Get the connection onto him. Nice little onslaught in. It's an easy pickup there for the offlane duo. But in comes the TP, Ari looking to punish. If they trade for Mr. Morale, it's actually going to be pretty advantageous to Na'Vi, I must say. Yuragi is the one who gets that last hit.
Yeah, having the onslaught in there was not the play. Yuragi will happily take that trade. I'm going to probably push out top and pressure a little with this catapult as well, but I don't think he can go too far down. It's a little scary.
Probably just going to try and find a deep ward in here. Okay, so both Na'Vi supports have now fully rotated into the mid lane. It makes sense that they're playing for this catapult timing. Spot out that poor Ringmaster on a ward, and this should be a very dead aerial. Not much that the side of 4 Pirates can do to stop it, and they're continuing to put on pressure onto this tower. Just face tanking it with that Shadow Word. Yeah, I mean, low mana on the Silencer, not a lot to work with on the Storm. This might just be a tower, folks. They kind of need a TP in the Primal Beast, but he already made the move up the top. Now they're looking at Natty. Can they follow up with a stun? A bit too far away on the Dragon Knight, but mission accomplished. Tier 1 tower down at 6 minutes and a half.
Yeah, next objective, the Shrine. We'll see if any teams make a move. Also, Attacker is pretty low level down here. Boom already level 5. I guess it's thanks to Ari leaving the lane as well. So Darkseer, again, going to be pretty happy with this, able to recover, and Ari will start stacking too, I assume. Yep.
That's one downside about this position for Spirit Breaker is he can't do the two camps at the same time, right? I don't even think there's a way that you can line up the charge so that it stacks
Blood
both.
grenade.
I guess so. $50 per stack, that's tough, man. I mean, you'll make it back in the long run, but geez, that's a tough way to use a blood grenade.
How
Not
is
that going
not
for his
going
team.
back top? Oh, no stun attacker.
Okay.
Yeah, at least gonna force a TP down here, right?
It
Double
might be a
blood
bit too
grenade.
late. There's way too much damage over time. This Tiny's gonna get ticked out. Ah, that's just unfortunate timing from him, isn't it? I don't think he could have really seen that move coming.
Yeah, nice rotation. Navi realizing they didn't even know the stun was on cooldown. Meanwhile, Yuragi playing it safe up here. And something we didn't talk about is like because Sangli took this tower so early, it's only really Storm that has 6, and the supports don't have damage. It's really Primal Beast is like the connector, right, in this game, who kind of offers damage. He has no phase boost or anything. He went for Vanguard, more of a I'm gonna stand top build. So Sangli has just been standing here the whole time farming, pushing in the wave, denying Storm every rune too. I think that's a big deal.
That's kind of the problem. They can get action happening. Nice little whoopee cushion. Ariel stealing the haste rune. Should be able to escape.
So much damage.
Oh my god. Wait. This is the first time I'm seeing this Ringmaster running away at full speed. This is hilarious. Look at him go.
Did you know the Gwen Chana ding ding ding? That's why it looks like
Yeah, literally.
ding,
He's
ding,
saying
ding.
the wait. And this is also the wait. They don't love you like I love you. Meanwhile, team fight happening top. Mr. Morale, he's trying to
Comes the
stand in the
choo-choo
top
train.
lane. Nice little whip, keeping him away on Ari. But again, Na'Vi, this was exactly what they drafted for. 5 heroes up to the top lane. Use that meta, use that dragon form, all the transformations, the golem to boot. They get themselves another tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, 4 pirates not able to respond anywhere on the map.
So triangle still stacked. He has the golem Kauri if he wants to look for something.
Onslaught,
Wow.
ticking away to the damage over time. That reflection, the Primal Beast, gonna beat himself up. Last little bits of HP, he's actually gonna
The
take
Fatal
down.
Bonds.
Damn,
he got
okay.
the stacks
Fatal
too.
Bonds now. Big stack. This is really
golem.
quick gameplay coming out from Na'Vi. This is what they wanted. They'll
Oh
steal
my
just about
God.
everything under the sun. This is a 3k gold lead, Adam.
4k soon. The golem, the real ancient clearer. I was like, how do they steal stacks other than Darkseer Shell? But Kauri, man, he's level 8. It's 9 minutes. He's higher
What
level
the
than the
hell?
Dragon Knight.
That's the Dark Grimoire for you. One of those crazy, crazy facets
Asta
that just
would be
get you an
proud.
advantage.
Wait, do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know who's Asta, Mike?
Yeah, from Black Bulls.
Oh my god. Plus points.
Okay, look, I only know that because I've seen a couple of
Reels, it's
TikTok
okay, it's
compilation.
okay.
I
What
haven't
matters
actually.
is you know.
Okay. At least I passed this time. Adam's always quizzing me on these goddamn random
man.
pieces of media that I'm supposed to know. How? Look,
Keep
I'm
you
a
young.
Dota player. Okay, all I play is Dota. What do you want from me? Bit of a setup here in the mid lane. Attempted on the Natty Narwhal. That's ambitious to say the least, given that Global Silence was coming back up, but can understand why Na'Vi are feeling so confident. They've gathered themselves such a large lead in the early stage of the game.
It's a choo-choo train coming for attacker down here. No stun again.
Was he
This
stunning,
is
right? The creep wave just to
insane
clear it.
creeps.
He's gonna get run down. Global Silence just to protect him.
Sanctity is
Have to
coming
use
from
it
the flank, though.
defensively. He still doesn't have the Blink Dagger though, so can't really keep the initiation going. And Na'Vi, take a look at the map. They're just doing such a good job pushing the side of 4 pirates further and further into their own little nooks and crannies of their side, denying farm, denying space. The only person who seems to have any sort of freedom is the Primal Beast up here, and that's only because they were done killing him. They took his tower, they took a big stack. He's not really finding much else for himself here, Mr. Moral.
Yeah, but look at his net worth. He's been paying the price for freedom. 3.8k
Yeah.
lowest of the course. Meanwhile, Yuragi's Yasha flying out, having the freest
killed,
game of his life.
Arguably, that's the most impactful move that Mr. Morale has made this game, right? Just killing that courier with the Yasha on it. It's slowing down Uragi's farming speed by just a little bit.
That's true. Technically, they're even net worth right now.
Yeah. I look at them, you wouldn't know it though, but I think for pirates, what do they need to do here? Is it like, okay, everybody just try and farm? Because the space on your map to farm is starting to run pretty dry.
I want to see them touch the DK mid lane. They have double ults right now. I think they're pretty strong with the primal TP. Oh, now he did.
Oh, he finds both supports. Ariel in big trouble. Can't even box himself, and Padanik, he'll just TP out. Tried initially for Natty, there were 2 supports bodyguarding him, but they are the ones who sort of tank the gank instead. I guess that ends up being beneficial. You'd rather your Ringmaster die anyway.
Thanks the gank. Again, another move delayed. First, the defensive global. Secondly, this Ringmaster going down. Not able to use their ults. Na'Vi, it feels like every move is dictated by them.
It's kind of the place you want to play at if you were playing a Spirit Breaker draft. Opening up the map thanks to these transformations, like you said, and now they have free reign all over it. Another stack for them to steal. Yummy! Thank you very much, for Pirates. They'll plunder your gold. It's a bit of a smoke move coming out from the Storm Silencer as well as the Ringmaster. Again, they want to use their ultimates. They still have global available now after using it defensively earlier on. Maybe start by trying to reclaim their triangle. Spot out onto Kaori.
Can they finally find the fight they're looking for?
The charge comes through. Global silence. They're looking at eliminating the Warlock. He is going to end up going down. No Golem available to pop. That was very close though. And now onto Sanctity. Huge stun coming out from Otika. Sanctity's dropping low and that Dragon Knight will drop as well. Uragi wasn't able to join the fight, and you might see a Pulverize trying to charge away now on the Primal Beast. He's not fast enough, and Na'Vi will at least punish one, but this is the engagement that 4 Pirates need. They need to try and find a little bit more from this. Can you really run up into Boom though? There's a lot of Ion Shell damage and not a lot of mana on this Storm. Otika still full HP on that Tiny, looking for an angle, but we'll just give it up. Meta was used. They didn't get to drop the Golem that fight with the elimination of Kaori, and that's kind of what wins 4 Pirates that engagement.
Though I actually thought Uragi was gonna sunder him just to get the Golem off. I think he was thinking about it, but not willing to give his life for his pause 5. So I feel like if he did drop Golem and Boom came in with a mech there, they could have just turned full to 0.
Yeah, it's literally over, right? Like, that might just be... I don't want to say game, but that might be one of those situations where you're like, okay, this is the moment the game turned around. Still going to try and play it chill, though. They are going... I say play it chill, as Dragon Knight just pops his Dragon form and says, okay, no global silence, time for us to rumble. They found Boom over here, though. That's a pretty big kill. Natty Narwhal doing a really good job finding these angles. Pulverize out Kaori. Hold him in place.
Step bro, stop.
Yeah, now the Primal Beast, he's in some trouble as well. They drop the Golem on a box only. Mr. Morale is actually really tanky. He's holding on to his HP. Natty is coming back for another initiation. Ari now dropping low. Sanctity on the front lines. They're doing so much damage in spite of the 4-man Fatal Bonds. 4 Pirates, they're doing a good job at holding on to their territory, and they've just punished Na'Vi big time twice in a row now. Kaori's gonna drop. They lose Aerial as a result to the Golem, but you gotta keep in mind, that was a fight without global silence, and they still managed to win that.
The ults being down, no matter love their damage. Boom going down at the start of the fight, no mech, no wall. And Sanctity, he has the dagger. I mean, he's strong in these like isolated situations, but when the team is running at him, Storm, Tiny, Primal Beast, all these heroes are a lot of magic damage. Silencer does pure damage pretty much. Their heroes are really good at killing DK. I see Na'Vi take like a chill pill right now.
Maybe time to slow the roll a little bit. You're giving a bit too much space, and just like that, 4 Pirates more or less have evened out the scoreline. Natty, like we said, this is a signature Storm Spirit for him. He's done a great job stabilizing post-laning stage. Now he's finding his opportunities in these fights. I think the big thing I want to point out is how tanky is this Primal Beast, man? He's just fully kitted out to stand his ground and fight. And that paid off for him big time in that engagement. It took so long just to try and kill him. I don't think they even ended up taking him down.
Yeah, it's just the lack of meta, right? On top of that, the box was super clutch coming out from Aerial there. Bought so much time, probably just turns around, gets a Pulverize, and again, no Boom, no meta, just no damage. The double shells, we see the significance of it in that fight, not being there. 4 Pirates, they have a draft that is like kind of slow paced, but once they get to a point where they can kill heroes during global, I think this game gets a bit scary for Na'Vi. Otaker, he's been doing a really good job of joining these fights. I see the impact they have. The 2 cores, both Storm and Tiny, they're starting to get online, and I'm a bit worried for Sanctity. He had a good early game, but when you go for his items, this dagger into Mage Slayer, when you're not scaling up and you're not snowballing when you're dying in these fights, the game becomes kind of awkward.
Yeah, he's kind of the designated frontliner for the team right now, but they will be able to secure themselves a nice, nifty Tormentor. So that will give that Charge of Darkness a little bit more move speed. Perhaps the surprise factor will now catch the Storm off guard. As Storm is in such a good position compared to his counterpart. They'll take the tier 1 mid tower as well. Just even trades out, knows that they're not in a rush, right? They're playing for this tiny timing. Like you said, Otika, He's been farming up pretty nicely, keeping up in terms of net worth. Big win of all of these early game shenanigans still is Uragi, right? He's getting to that point where he's scaling up, has the Manta for the Global Silence, looking at a bit more stats with the Hurricane Pike as well as the Shard coming up now. Smoke up for Pirates. Feeling pretty comfortable with their current game position. They want to make use of the Global Silence off cooldown. If they can find Sanctity, that will be a huge grab. Does he blink out in time? Too quick for them, and guesses wrong on Natty.
That was pretty important that he didn't die there. That might have even opened up Roche potential. At least fixed 2 of their waves. Look at the wars from Na'Vi. It's so deep. They have so much information. Top side. It also kind of tells the story of the line they want to play, right? It's like, okay, cut the map in half. We're going to pressure like this. Maybe even wait for Roche, wait for Uragi to have a better timing so they can look for a better fight. Because I think it does feel like they lack damage right now, unless they are prepped up with the shells. With Uragi able to hit in meta. I think his Dragonlance is flying out for him as well. So hitting a timing soon on Na'Vi here.
I guess one of the things we didn't really talk about with Na'Vi is they don't have the best backline jump as well. You're kind of relying on the DK to start the fight, which means that his blink is more than likely going to be on cooldown. There isn't really anyone who can reach into the backline, find Pedanic, find Aerial. Kind of allows them to cast their spells with impunity, and we saw that come into play in that earlier engagement as well. The clutch boxes, the silencers coming out onto key Na'Vi targets, just a lot of damage coming out from these 2 supports. And Na'Vi, they need to try and solve their damage problem quick. For Pirates. Again, still just kind of playing for that tiny timing. Spotting out Ari on the ward here. We'll just get a charge out. Natty playing with him, but down comes the Golem. Global Silence comes out, but a beautiful wheel holding them in place. Ari trying to turn around. Heels managed to get him through it. They basically pop, if I believe that was a Guardian Greaves use. Now Na'Vi, they're on the hunt. They're looking for more here. They at least get the Ringmaster. That's a bit of an awkward attempt there from 4 Pirates. Maybe they thought the Spirit Breaker was alone, but Na'Vi were completely grouped up.
Hey, Golf is bulldozed. The Global Silence came out for, I'm not sure what reason exactly, the Wheel of Wonder, but just no damage right between the 3 of them. Needing the Tiny or the Primal Beast. And Ari walks away. That's 2 ults for 1. Na'Vi will take that happily. It feels like 4 Pirates can't really fight without these 2 ultimates. I don't think Golem is as important as the other 2. I guess Wall was used as well.
Yeah, to be fair, Ari was really, really close to dying. He's just going to get caught out here by a nice mid-ward, so they find the kill anyway. But yeah, I mean, I don't really blame 4 Pirates for going for that move. I don't think they expected the completed Guardian Greaves, didn't expect the Warlock to be in the area of the Glimmer Cape save as well. Just so many additional little tools helping the Spirit Breaker survive there. Of course, he's looking at that BKB first because he understands it. That's what he needs to do to play the game. Mid lane, Sanctity, Dragon Form ending, he's gonna get caught. Where's the rest of the team? Nowhere nearby to help. This is a bit of a mistake here from the Dragon Knight. I think that really characterizes this early game. Boom gonna try and come in with the grease, but that's about all he can do for his buddy there, as Natty is just outplaying him in the mid lane.
3-0 and 5, the Storm against DK. Lost his tower at 6 minutes, but just been really good so far. And now he's in a good place in his game, enabled by Global. He has frontline of his team. Attacker has the Shadow Blade too, so now we're gonna be careful about splitting up. It's really just the team fight prowess they have right now, right? Between these items on the Darkseer, between the Golem coming out, but 4 Pirates, they're looking like momentum is coming into their favor.
This is one of those tough parts about the Spirit Breaker. You reach a point in the early to mid game where just a charge and a couple of spells aren't enough to kill these heroes anymore, and now you kind of need to split the map, but you're splitting the map against a Shadow Blade Tiny, a Storm Spirit ready to try and catch you out at any interval. 4 Pirates definitely the ones feeling like in the lead right now. Oh, a little bit of an awkward charge cancel. That is unfortunate. They'll still run up to Pedanic though. Arcane Curse onto 2, but that's not going to save his life. So, gank tanked, I guess. Not too bad. They'd love to look for more here, but maybe if the Global Silence out of the equation, they're going to feel comfortable going to Roche. Mr. Morale though, that's a much bigger kill. There's no one here to help
Sanctity
him
mid
out.
lane as well. He blinks out, but will they chase? No. This is a hard kill.
They'll take it forever. They'll take it a while. He's got to onslaught away. They have a Golem. Uproar in place. This guy takes forever to die. The Sanj as well helping him out in the status resist department. I really like this itemization coming out from the Primal Beast, but it's not going to save him there.
Does open up Roche though. I feel like losing the Silencer was like not enough, but killing the Primal Beast there is pretty significant. good news for 4 Pirates is that meta is halfway down, and so is Dragon Form, so they might be able to mount a fight here, even though they might lose the Aegis to Na'Vi. See what they choose to do.
Do you think it matters so much? Do you think 4 Pirates really care about this, Aegis?
I think having the Aegis on Storm or Tiny would be very significant for them, whereas for Na'Vi, it's not that huge a deal. It's more of like removing it from this Storm, right? We know the power of Storm Aegis. This gives you so much freedom, and there's also a lack of stuns, right, on Na'Vi. This Warlock, this Breaker, they're all going to be in trouble.
I guess with this Aegis, at least Na'Vi won't feel so scared about showing Yuragi on some of these side lanes with the main hero. Maybe they'll look for some tier 2s as well. Circles being drawn here by Ariel on the Ringmaster, just kind of mapping out where Na'Vi probably want to be playing or situated.
Yeah, it's also just their strongest hero right now. I don't think there's going to be any 4-man play without the Terrorblade. He's most of their damage. I was saying this is a bit poor. Boom obviously contributing a lot to teamfight, but damage-wise, it's really just Yuragi. Maybe even enabling him to go for a more aggressive item build, just to pound heroes down through the stuns.
He's not really deviating much from what we saw previously. Just that Hurricane Pike, maybe the kite potential from him, he feels like it's quite important into the Tiny. And somewhere down the line, he's looking at that Revenant's Brooch as well, so the mixed damage coming out. And true enough, apart from Fatal Bonds, the magic department is a bit lacking from Na'Vi. So that's something that obviously Mr. Morale has taken advantage of with his full Crimson Guard Sanj build. But yeah, they'll try and help themselves up in that regard. Game is honestly a lot more even than I expected. I kind of thought that Na'Vi were going to start running a train through 4 Pirates and just plundering them non-stop. But some of these early game fights, 4 Pirates, they just kind of did all the right things. Maybe it was just Na'Vi mispositioning and overestimating themselves. Now 4 Pirates back to a bit of an even game state. Despite this Aegis, I'm not sure... Sorry, what did you say?
Tiny was being charged. I thought they were going to make a move for him, but they did turn around. Yeah.
I mean, 4
back
Pirates...
to your point, Mike.
It kind of feels like Na'Vi are struggling to force initiations, right? 4 Pirates are just kind of dodging them, even though you have like a homing missile in this Bara. Comes. Okay, easy charge away.
Nice dodge. Another nice dodge from Bigushin. I don't know if you can run too far.
Oh, nice vacuum though, cancelling the TP from Ariel. Again, all they'll find is this pesky little Ringmaster who just laughs at them. Huh, my Storm is alive, I don't care.
This is the power of the Aegis, right? Enables Yuragi to kind of play alone. Let a team sweep the map, what Spirit Breaker and DK want to do at this point. Sure. Hopefully turn it into more objectives. But if you look at Primal, like as soon as they went out top, he's solo defending bottom. And Yuragi can't really kick him out, right? We talked about the item build, how tanky he is. It's the SNY now, pretty much going for X next. I like this, another form of illusion clear, more damage. Break against DK is super nice.
I'm
gonna hit a Shivas too.
I'm not gonna lie, this Mr. Morale guy is really impressing me. As Natty and him, kind of the standouts for me in this game so far. Doing a really good job playing, min-maxing their heroes.
Speaking of standout, I feel like I've not seen this Tiny really do anything yet. I don't know if it's just Na'Vi doing a good job of being together, or it's just he's not his timing yet. I mean, he has Shadow Blade. You know, usually we see like 1 or 2 free kills here and there. But Attacker is
Na'Vi doing a lot of grouping up, right? They basically have not broken up from the ball at all. So it's not surprising that Otika hasn't been able to find much. In fact, I think that if he does try to make these solo plays, he might be hampering his team a bit more than he's helping them.
Yeah, I agree.
You can kind of rely on the Storm Spirit to find these pickoffs. You know, he has a non-committal zip away. He can escape from these situations.
He also probably feels like his game gets easier as his damage scales, you know? At some point in the game, he's gonna go in with some Harpoon Global Science and someone's just gonna die.
Yep.
There's no point doing that now. Also, that was a big play, hitting that bot tower twice. He forced like 5 TPs from Na'Vi down there.
What was that? Na'Vi were like, oh, we're gonna get this guy, and he just Shadow Blades away. I think Na'Vi definitely feeling a certain degree of pressure this game. You think when we go to late game, Na'Vi still have an advantage? Do you think it's still even, or are 4 Pirates a bit happier about going to a late game situation?
It really just depends on the net worth distribution, right? So based on Na'Vi's distribution right now, I think whether they're happy late game or not is whether Ari gets to bash people. Because he's going for his BKB and he's eating up a lot of the net worth. In comparison to Sanctity, who I would say isn't the strongest late game hero, especially with this Corrosive Dragon. He has the Pike, Mage Slayer, just a bit more mid game. I'm gonna catch you and kite fights kind of items. I say Mage Slayer, but sorry, he goes for a BKB, so a bit more tanky, a bit more survivable. Also, tiny builds naturally into Silver Edge at some point, and the break on Primal Beast. All these spells are gonna be super annoying. So I think the DK late game is pretty non-existent. I think Boom might be okay, but like I said, it's not a great wall game. His job is to enable his team.
Ping out Ariel again, but a nice 4-staff up to the high ground. Not sure whether there was a whoopee cushion helping him out as well.
It was.
He gets all the way down there.
And the 4-staff.
And the Tumbler's toy, actually.
It's just a
3 little
triple
hop
bounce.
Yeah.
Little skipper.
Bouncing on it like a ringmaster would.
Alright, game's kind of chill. Navi, they missed their smoke. Bit of an awkward thing to break on that tree line, and Sanctity just wasn't in position. But for Pirates, they're... Who are they gonna find?
I mean, they're coming back out because they know the Aegis has expired. Otika leading the charge here. There is a sentry, so he has to watch where he steps. Actually, a bunch of sentries in this area.
There's a Shrine of Wisdom, Mike. I swear teams are gonna meet.
Okay, are you serious? 28 minutes. And the dire Shrine of Wisdom, out of all places, is where we're going to see a fight.
Oh no, Boom.
It's a little bit hard to believe.
Do
Boom,
they see
he
him?
might run into the attacking party. They don't see him just yet.
Ping
Have an
comes
idea.
out.
Altica going to
They're
look
gonna
for a
see him
setup.
now.
Yeah, they come. Up with the Storm Spirit. Trying to save the Darkseer with some of his own auras, but that's not going to happen. Otika pops out, gets himself a kill. Meanwhile, though, Navi able to claim the Tormentor, so they get the nice shot there for Kaori, but the position is awkward now, right? For Pirates, they have the advantage in the bot lane. They don't have creeps going in there, though.
I think they're happy with this. You take the triangle, you put a ward up, you just cut left, right, and then you get to choose, right? You either smoke down to kind of sweep. If there's no one there, you get top. So you have 3-lane control from this. I also think Roshan is out really soon, and what you want right now is map control. Try to bleed out Navi, get another kill maybe somewhere. Try not to use your spells before Rosh fight. I think that's really important, because right now this Global Silence has super high value. I'd say it's probably the biggest spell for them, because they are strong enough to just kill heroes during Global. Oop, there was a wonk.
He's just one hit, Gunpowder Gauntlet, tree. God damn. Smash
550
those
damage.
kids.
Literally one creep per hit.
Dude, he kills Akari in 2 hits and the tree throw, I think. If he gets a proc on the Revenant's Brute, he actually just insta kills Kaori in 2 hits.
Is the
That's crazy.
Gunfire Gauntlet as well. One of my favorite neutral items.
It's so
cool
nice.
interaction. Yeah, it's the ASMR from the item, you know. It's like the Tidebringer hit, you know. That's such a
What was that?
bad
What was that?
impression.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear that. Does it hear that one again?
I'm not doing that again. It was so bad. I was like, no, please.
I don't even recognize it. If you did that and you asked me to guess what neutral item it was, I would
Alright, hold
never
on,
be
it's
able
like
to tell you.
It's like a. Oh my god, that was bad too. Okay, no
Can't
more.
even,
no
I
more.
couldn't even hear anything. I think your mic noise cancelled it out.
Yeah, God bless. Try to save my career.
Okay. It's fine here though. Ari does spot out the... I think it was Tiny in the bot lane, but... Either Tiny or the Storm. I'm pretty sure it was the Storm. He manages to zip away and get back to safety.
They see Uragi.
They see Otaka forced to pop the BKB global in now. They're looking at Uragi, trying to dispel off the silence glimmer to help him out. Both teams just not really sure about whether they want to initiate. The nice whip to stop Ari from charging. They will try and focus down the silencer. Wheel of Wonder in a beautiful position. Mr. Morale in an even better position. Tanking up a lot of damage. 4 heroes with the Fatal Bonds. Nice rock onto 3. This could be the fight that Na'Vi were looking for. Onto Mr. Morale. He's still absurdly tanky. And the Boxers save him momentarily.
Nice
charge in. Gets both supports. Looks like they will be the ones who get picked off. But meanwhile, 4 Pirates reinitiating on the right side of the fight. They find Kaori with all his spells already being used, though. I don't think he really cares. Now vacuum in, Natty still trying to focus down Boom. A lot of heals coming out from the Darkseer, but now he's out of mana. He's overcooking. It's way too hot up here and not the way the Storm Spirit likes. Sanctity managing to narrowly survive on a sliver of HP. Mr. Morale and, I mean, the 4 Pirates, they're doing their best here to try and find angles, but the Na'Vi ball, it's just a bit too strong.
That was a fight with an Arcane Rune Storm too. Just the initiation power from Na'Vi. They get the donk onto the Tiny attacker, forced to pop BKB, maybe a little bit preemptive. The global defensively, I really didn't like that. I feel like Na'Vi doesn't have like chain stun to kind of lock you down, right?
Sure.
Maybe wait for the storm to come in, use the global, because the first zip was way forced. feeling pressure
Yeah,
from
he
each
saw the
other.
global and he just kind of felt like, okay, I need to go now because this is our only window of making a move. I think, you know, you can start to see a bit of the pressure setting in for 4 Pirates. They're desperately trying to open up avenues for their heroes to find opportunities in the fights. But Na'Vi, kind of keeping information here, doing a very good job kiting out the fights. And the way that fight started was pretty awkward as well, right? Otaka just kind of showing on the lane. They're just like, okay, free tiny initiation, let's go.
Yeah, they need the damage from the Tiny. He is the biggest damage source. He needs to be hitting during global. He needs Storm to pull whoever's in front of him, but he can't do that if he's dead.
He needs to not die randomly in his
Okay,
own
get the
jungle.
box.
BKB global again defensively. Double 4-staff. He's out of there. Somehow surviving. Ari popping the BKB to stop the Storm from stopping him, I guess. They have to settle for a silencer. So they managed to preserve Otaka somehow, some way. But again, for Pirates, they're kind of... You know, we were hoping that this Tiny would come out at a certain point and start dominating the game. He's the one kind of getting dominated on right now.
Yeah, I want to see 4 Pirates try and make a move to take initiative, you know? I feel like if they start a fight with global, get Kaori or get Ari, I think the fight's pretty easy for them. Like you said, the Tiny kind of 2-3 shots people. I think even this Spirit Breaker, if he pops BKB in one pull, maybe 2 seconds, he's just going to go down. Throw Pulverize if you have to, you know? Because Navi's counter initiation, obviously that's vacuum wall, but you have BKBs. I don't think you care too much.
Feels like these Na'Vi heroes are getting away with everything here.
I don't know about this Roche.
Now onto the Roche.
They might get it, but... Oh, Proud Beast is
Global
so
silence
far.
available
Natty!
to cover. They don't manage to snatch it. Natty
gets the
has to
banner.
escape now. And it's just to snatch the banner, like you said. I guess they'll deny that aspect of the push coming up, but that hasn't stopped Na'Vi so far. Now this is going to have to be some sort of a high ground defense.
Dude, for a
Navi
random
does
jump, that
nothing.
was way too close for Navi's comfort.
Yeah.
Literally
that's
no
true.
vision. It's like, global. Went in, pomp. Oh, what the
Yeah,
hell
they
was
had
that?
no idea that that was happening as well, right? Like, they had no idea what HP level Roche was at. They just kind of gambled it and worked out for them. At least in the way of snatching away the Roche banner, but that's still not going to
Oh,
stop the
Attacker
push, like
finds
we
the
said.
DK.
Otaka finds the DK, but again, Golem, it doesn't really connect, but now they found Otaka. The box to save him for now. Natty being bashed away by Ari as
There's
well.
still a
And
wheel,
now
they need to be
Uragi's
careful.
starting to go to town. You can't stand and fight. Silence up on the Storm. He can't zip out. He does have a buyback. The Pulverize out onto...
God, the
is that a
damage.
Golem? Mr. Morale, that I don't know whether that's the target that you want. Charging onto Ari thinks better of it. The gem does get reclaimed, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure whether Ari was able to pick that one up before the courier came out. But your towers, they're gonna drop. I mean, no Roche banner, no problem, right? If you kill the Storm, now Otaka has to try and
Storm
find an
has a
angle, but
buyback.
there's a sentry right there.
They still have the Wheel of Wonder too, Mike. This might be bad for Navi. If they can find
Need
the
to watch how they
initiation
choose
they
to
want.
stick around. Break out onto Sanctity. Looking at the buyback for the Storm. Anytime now. He's still trying to hold on to it. Maybe not
There's
even
the
needing
wheel.
it. There he comes. Wheel
Oh my
of
God,
Wonder
the cliffs.
onto 3. They get a huge catch. And now they're controlling Uragi. Has the BKB once he comes back up, but he has no more teammates. Oh, they didn't respect the buyback. Uragi, he's going to be able to TP out, but that is not the way Navi wanted to have that push go.
It's the biggest wheel of Ariel's life into the tiny cleave. Chomp chomp, look at the damage done. That's
My
insane.
goodness.
9,500. He hit what, 4 times with stun maybe?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah. That was crazy fight. It does cost them the Storm Spirit buyback, but man, is it worth it if you get that type of a result. That basically nullifies the entire Aegis push. You bought yourself maybe 10, 15 more minutes in this game, if not just stabilized it.
And they didn't even lose the melee racks. Who cares? That was a
Yeah,
big kill. Obviously, Storm not wanting to die there, but pushing this tiny closer to his Butterfly. His Primal Beast as well. He's level 20 now. He does have super good scaling in this game. Going for the Hard Necks as the trample attack multiplier.
Yeah.
And these heroes, they are scary. We see how fast this DK dies without BKB. It's the break from Aghanim's Primal Beast. There's a break from Silver Edge.
It's so easy to focus him down, and Navi, that Golem at the start of the fight, hitting absolutely no one. It does help them with the push, but you gotta imagine, if they had it for that sort of second round there, things would have looked very different. A few sort of mini little slip-ups left and right, really costing Navi in this game. I say that as if they've lost, but I really feel like the only reason why 4 Pirates have have a chance right now is because Na'Vi are kind of giving them opportunities, right? It started as early on as those early game fights where they overextended and kept trying to push things when they shouldn't have. Just feels like they're not really respecting what the 4 Pirates lineup can do.
Yeah, it's very scary to play these like tempo lineups if you're not disciplined enough to know when to turn around. Like sometimes you feel way too strong when you're ahead, and it's just that one fight that kind of turns everything around. The game, like you said, more than even right now. I'd say even arguably in favor of 4 Pirates other than the Storm not having buyback. Might be a win condition for them, but Taker has 25 and a butterfly flying out. That's a huge
I want to just
timing
pull
for
up
him.
the win probability
Avalanche
coming
cooldown,
up now.
baby.
It has just pulled over to the side of 4 Pirates, just as you said that. It's just off of that fight. The Tiny able to get a couple of hits off. All he needs is the setup for his team. And like you said, it's just going to get scarier. Butterfly complete. He has a new handy neutral item if he wants to sort of pick something up other than the Gunpowder Gauntlet.
Nah, he's taking
I'd say
another
probably
one.
not.
Take
I
the
don't know
other
whether
one.
you want Crippling Crossbow.
Do you even go? Do you just go lifesteal here? I feel like you do.
Yeah, why not? Why
Or
not? It's
magic
not like you need the
resistance?
HP much. Oh, that could be pretty nice. Yeah, but it's
18%
not like
is a
Na'Vi have a lot
lot.
of magic damage.
There's shells, there's tick damage, there's fail bonds. I guess it's kind of complicated, which is why probably it's taking so long. He's counting right now. as
He's doing the
calculator out.
calculations. He's doing the calculations. Pirates not known for being good at math. Pirates known for being good at sailing on oceans and stealing.
Yeah, that's why they have 5
That's
players,
nothing
but
to
they're
do
called
with,
4 pirates, man.
Yeah, literally. That's something I wanted to ask. Who do you
One
think
stowaway.
is not the pirate in this team?
I don't know, but I think Natty Narwhal sounds the most pirate of all of them. It's
Yeah,
probably
right? He's
Ariel,
gotta be
right?
the-
The Little Mermaid.
I guess so, but maybe Ariel joined the crew, you know? They fished her up. They're like, okay, you can join the crew or walk the plank. She's like, all right, guess I have no choice.
Mr. Morel sound kind of piratey.
Yeah, that could be like a ship
Perdanic.
cook or something.
I can see
I
the
think
Perdanic
Otaka
too.
probably not the pirate, I'd say.
Ariel's,
kinda playing
Ariel
a
don't
very
sound like
humble
no
game.
pirate. Ariel's a mermaid. He is
Yeah,
playing a
but yeah,
humble
who
game,
says-
that's true.
Hey, you ever watch One Piece, Adam? Who says a mermaid can't be on your team?
Yeah, but technically a pirate is someone who takes, right? And he's taker. He's Otaker.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I see the vision. I see what you're saying.
Speaking of vision, the vision for both teams is probably
Wonderful.
Roshan. Wonderful. It's not that wonderful.
Beautiful transition there, Adam. That was spectacular. Great
Oh my
stuff.
God, look at the
But yeah,
5
I
dragons in
guess
this.
Roche is the next item on the menu for Na'Vi. I can't imagine they'll feel very comfortable going to high ground again without that second life.
It's hard, almost complete. 4.5k HP Primal Beast, 4,000 HP and evasion Tiny. What the hell? Primal Beast feeding his career to a 59 HP melee creep.
Very nice. Very cool.
Very morale.
It's called charity, okay? You gotta give.
It's true. Then if you want to give it charity to the opponents that are trying to invade your territory, take over your ship. Now we hold in the high ground here. Establishing Roche control. It's also pretty hard to walk into high ground. I think it's this Darkseer Warlock. We haven't really seen this Vacuum's charge combo come out as well. Something to give 4 Pirates credit for.
Yeah, they just done a really good job playing in and out of the fights, I feel like. Not really getting caught off guard, but
they
this could be a
won.
start. Setting up onto Mr. Morrow. This is a very tanky
Nullifier.
target. The box, the Nullifier, gonna deny it. But meanwhile, Otaka starting to slap away. They've lost the Primal Beast here, have to buy back. Otaka now, the one under threat, but now Natty's gonna come in. Global Silence to cover. They still have some bashes out onto the
damage.
Tiny. They're trying to focus him down. The fight is split in an awkward way now. They
It's
bought back
really
on the
weird.
Primal Beast, like I said, but they couldn't really find an avenue. And Na'Vi, that was a pretty good situation, all things considered. One hero down, not losing much. A couple of cooldowns expended. Roche still
There's
not
a-
available.
Really nice Nullifier reveal from Ari there. The counter to the escape tag.
Yeah. Almost
Combo
threatened up
used as
Otaka as well. They
Oh.
gotta be careful about this Primal Beast. He might just die back here if he's not careful. He's gonna go down.
That's a nice
one hero
wheel.
out, but a beautiful wheel again. Boom. Burst healing himself with the Greaves though.
Taker is
Staying alive.
hitting.
Still trying to survive there. Natty looking to finish the job. Sanctity on the front lines dropping low as well.
He's so
They
low.
will take down the Darkseer, and Natty, is he gonna TP out? Wow. This Storm Spirit, he is really getting away with everything. What a fight there. For Pirates, I thought it was gonna be rough when they lost their Primal Beast with a dieback, but this Storm Spirit doing so much work.
Man, I'm trying to understand why sometimes I see his Tiny hit and it feels like he's cutting through paper. And sometimes I see him hit and it feels like he's just running into a wall. Is it just
I mean,
the
it's gotta be
Revenant
the-
Bruce proc? I feel like he's doing more damage when the Wheel of Wonder is proc. I really don't understand what's happening. Could just be a clave interaction.
I have a feeling it has something to do with the fact that Crimson Guard. I mean, no, I guess not. They don't have any Crimson Guards. They don't have any armor.
Just
or
a lot of
anything
procs
like that.
from the brooch, from the Gunfire Gauntlet.
Yeah, could it be, who he's hitting?
That's very possible.
Who was he hitting in that
I
fight?
don't know,
didn't
but
even
it looks
get to
like he
see.
tears through Darkseer more than anyone else on Navi's team.
Yeah, even Rashiva's a
Maddie.
bit tough there.
They hear the roar. This is
know it's
kind of
here.
scary. Oh, Kaori.
Very, very smart play there from the
Lincoln
Storm
popped.
Spirit. He knew that there would be a Warlock channeling upheaval behind there. Global Silence used, though a bit preemptive. Spot out Otika in his Shadow Blade. This is not a Roche they want to give up, but they still don't have their Primal Beast available to them for another 10 seconds.
They don't have a way
Yuragi
to
trying
spell
to finish
Roche.
it up.
Storm has to check this.
They have to.
Can they even stay around though? I feel like Maddie
Empty
wants
the
to
inventory.
steal.
Impalement Arts getting the vision. He is a bit too late this time round. Yuragi will immediately pop that refresher shot. Start running forward, looking for a target. Sanctity. He doesn't have a blink out. He's being hunted down. Oh no, I'm high, sorry. What the hell am I talking about?
It gets TB though.
I thought for I thought for a moment that it was Sanctity who was on the other team for some reason.
It happens. I still call them OG in my head.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I mean, look
We've
at
avoided it for the
Yuragi,
most part. That's pretty
Ari,
good.
you know.
Yeah, no, like we get it, right? Like this is basically OG but Eastern European now.
They all four have I in the back of their name. Mike.
I think it's understandable. I think it's valid.
Is it though? It's the
I'll probably
morals.
call them OG if there wasn't a giant Navi logo in the top right that
That's true.
you
Then I
can
look
see
at
with your
the-
eyes. But
I look at
that's
the
just
four
me.
pirates logo, and it doesn't make me want to call them four pirates. You know? Where's my skull? Where's my flag?
Isn't it right there? Like, isn't that a skull?
Is
Easy
that a
Kaori
skull?
pick off there. Nice little catch from Natty. I think so.
I thought it was an
I think
umbrella,
so.
man.
Okay. That's just a
You
matter
can't
of
unsee it
perspective, right?
anymore.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean.
It's one of those. What image do you see first? Test.
I mean, this is a pretty good situation, right? Even though Navi got the Aegis, they lost Kaori, and that's a big part of their counter initiation. Natty Narwhal's been doing a great job just zipping around and causing havoc on the map. I still don't really feel like Navi have a good position to try and end this game, even with their Aegis.
Four pirates still in a pretty okay place. Obviously, now you can choose to farm, which they will, as they probably feel the same way as you. It's like, it's so hard to go high ground, guys. Lotus coming out for a silencer. I think that's going to be pretty significant. I'm not sure if he's going to get to cast it, but I think removing the Bloodthorn tick is pretty big, because a lot of the reason Primal Beast died was because the Bloodthorn damage came out. Be able to push that would be pretty nice. Obviously, he has the heart now. Might want some armor, but no, he's going for a BKB instead. Has the Pyrrhic cloak. How do you pronounce that? Help me
I think
out.
you did a good job. That sounds correct to me.
But it looks too cool to be pronounced normally.
Maybe you add a little bit of a groove to it, like a Pyrrhic cloak. You know what I mean? Curl the R a little bit more.
Apparently, it's just pronounced Pyrrhic. That
I don't
is
know.
so
I feel
lame
like
for
I feel
how
like the Dota developers just like adding words that don't make sense just to make everyone suffer.
it makes sense. Dude, their vocabulary, I'll give credit to the neutral item namers. Their vocabulary is insane.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? You got amazing items like the Pyrrhic cloak, and then you got shit like Ogre Seal Totem. Okay, thank you.
Maybe I'm just uncultured. Speak English for 30 years of my life and still have to Google English words.
No, okay.
I'm
is that
offended.
the real question? Is that a real word?
Yeah, it is. I just
Apparently it
Googled
is. It of a victory won at too great a cost to be worthwhile for the victor. That's kind of what this game might end up feeling like for Navi. It's dragging out a lot longer than they would have wanted. They were supposed to ball up, end the game fast, play tempo, Ari with the charge out. They found Otika. Okay, this could be a very easy setup. So much damage coming out from the Bloodthorn, and the Tiny's just dead. A deep ward placed by Navi that wasn't cleared out by 4 pirates. That's gonna open this Rex wide open for them.
Yuragi says,
that looks
knock,
pretty
knock.
easy.
Bloodthorn on his own, off his own too. Tiny has buyback. Probably gonna wait for the meta to go down a little. It's really hard to initiate here. Look at Navi, they're just not showing. Banner in the mid lane too.
And trying to make this too. Sanctity already bashing on the mid lane
Starts
tower.
pressuring top. They have to find a way to initiate here. They can't just give up both lanes. Storm.
The Crimson Guard is buying some time. They still have a glyph available, but surely at this point you don't really pop it up. That upheaval attack speed, my goodness, they're mowing through the towers. Hello, for Pirates. Your base is kind of dropping. They can look towards the third. They still have meta going on. Okay. I mean, this is one lane of Rex away from being Megas. Big Aghanims reveal there from the Storm Spirit, pulling them in, and maybe that's enough to scare Na'Vi away. Still have the Golem, still have the wall. Only thing is the Dragon Knight form has ended.
Na'Vi will just say like, alright, thanks for Pirates for your 4 barracks. Show mercy for now.
Looking at 6. Still trying to pressure out Boom with a nice vacuum wall. Aerial, 4 staff away. In charges Mr. Morale. It's really a fight that you want though. Still 15 seconds. Your Primal Beast is just gonna die! For Pirates, they're losing the plot a little bit here. Na'Vi, we were worried that this game would be a bit Pyrrhic for them, but it's looking easy instead.
They talked about the Crimson Guard counter. It's Ari with the Nullifier.
Yeah, I guess so. The break as well as the Nullifier, it's such a value pickup. And Otaka, whether that was a team decision or whether his own decision, it's really cost them here. His holding on to his buyback. I mean, at this point, you're up against Megas.
You're up against the Uragi Terrorblade with the Aegis 6 slotted. Na'Vi, we'll take a break, go shopping maybe, spend some gold. No real reason to force here. Still a lot of room to grow. Pretty annoying to try to go into this tiny end storm with eggs. It is still pretty scary. The Wheel of Wonder has been their bane in every fight. That's what it feels like. But for Pirates, I don't know how they really come back in this game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I kind of think that you could probably play around Otaka not having buyback, but I don't know how you play around mega creeps, especially with this lineup. Like, I get that the cores can clear the creeps easily, but this just feels like you're setting yourself up for eventual failure. This is only going to get easier for Na'Vi as time goes on now. Because anytime you step out of the map, it's an easy charge through. So they're basically in prison at this point for Pirates. They've finally been caught and sentenced. Yeah, I don't really know, Adam. This... Honestly, for Pirates, they showed quite a bit of promise in that mid-game. It looked like they were sort of on the verge of turning this game around and getting themselves a good point to play from. But then 1 or 2 mistakes from this Tiny as well. I think, you know, he's done a good job contributing in some of these engagements, but I feel like he's kind of getting caught out in places that he really shouldn't be. And that has cost 4 Pirates their position in this game.
Yeah, they should make him walk the plank.
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you die?
Kind of messed up.
Alright, Na'Vi. Bing chilling time. Waiting for Rosh, no reason to rush. Eggs being queued up for the Terrorblade. On this for Kaori. Everyone's just kind of shopping, enjoying life right now. Some very Falcons influenced gameplay.
Yeah.
Actually, it's close to Hex too. That's going to be pretty nice for them. Makes the initiation much more clean rather than relying on Ari to get this charge in. Let's see, any nice talents coming out? With the... Hold on.
Spot Kaori. This is a pretty nice pick off thanks to Otaka. Huge wall though. Golem drops it before he goes down. The Death Golem as well. Got the catch onto Boom. Okay, 2 nice pickoffs there. Couple of ults used, but... Yeah, Uragi and Sanctity,
Na'Vi,
they still want to play on this
Na'Vi,
Fatal Bonds, but is this really an angle? I don't know. Kind of need to back up.
Better run. They can hang around though. Heroes need to go back to deal with these waves.
Yeah. Traveler Illusion starting to go to work as well.
Storm overstay. They need to break the Lincolns though. Yes, Pike and Blood Torrent. Oh my god,
the gem though. He's fine.
Was he not in range? I feel like he could have definitely piked and Blood Torrent there. Maybe asking for a charge to break. Didn't come up in time. Alright, small wins for 4 Pirates. We still have a game.
Do we though? Is this
do.
one of those games that just kind of...
We do, but it's going to be Pyrrhic.
Yeah.
It'll be very Pyrrhic if they win. The Tiny hitting your base is no memes. You can definitely lose.
Yeah. He has a long road to go through to get to that base, though. That's kind of the problem that we have right now. And Tiny, you know, with the amount of map control that Na'Vi has, not one of those heroes that can just kind of walk up and create that situation for himself, right? He's relying on a Miracle Storm Aghanim's Vortex, something like that. Ari, in control dark. This will be the fight that Na'Vi choose to take. Beautiful Wheel of Wonder again! Oh my goodness, the damage is insane. Uragi has the TP out. Oh!
7k net worth lead gone.
He literally,
like that. It was 10K,
he was one hit away from. He was one hit away from dying. He was one hit. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can play around Mega Creeps if your Tiny's just got a 3-shot heroes like that.
Dude, the Storm too. So much damage. What's this? It looks bugged.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I know the shot was bugged for a little bit, but now he has 2 times overload attack bounce.
Dude, even in the top lane before he had the shot, it did so much. I guess he's just bouncing between 2 heroes. Also,
yeah.
The Silencer, he was chilling at base, but Egg has a refresher. Once this X comes out for him too, it's gonna be so annoying. Man, what is this? Na'Vi Mega Creeps, but why does this game feel like it is up, down, up, down? It feels so
Dude, I literally have no idea what this game is. I felt, at least at the start, I was so sure that Na'Vi had assembled their ball in a very convincing manner, right? They were supposed to play tempo, they got these towers, they had great moves, and then they just kind of walked up, gave 4 Pirates a huge chunk of change, and suddenly, I mean, Otika, he's a couple of times where he's been picked off that has cost the team even megas to put them in this current awkward position, but
bot lane.
Yeah, 4 Pirates again
Uragi,
with the
chop
setup
chop.
onto Uragi, has the Sunder Kaori, BKB and Pike away, still being chased down by the Storm Spirit, dropping very low but will survive this time round. Ari looking for the punish onto Natty Narwhal, who is so low on the Storm Spirit, but he has the Aegis, so he's fine. Uragi is dead. Now they will turn onto Otaka and be able to kill the Tiny. That's pretty huge. Too. He does have a buyback, but can he come back into the fight in this awkward position? It's Natty Narwhal, the real carry of this fight now. Looking to finish off Boom, they'll buy back on Uragi. They need to bring the Terrorblade back in, but he's still survivor on Boom. Ogre still up to the high ground. Wheel of Wonder going wide, not catching anybody, and they lose Natty. Mr. Morale looks to be going down very soon as well once he pops out of the box. And Na'Vi, this time, they'll be the ones to punish 4 Pirates for going a bit too deep.
This damage this Storm does is freaking unreal.
Yeah,
Perhaps more the bounces?
Don't know. It has to be the bouncers, right? I mean, at this point, it's a 4v5 at best. Na'Vi, it's been a Pyrrhic game for them, to say the least. But if they can close this one out, a lot of discussions to be had between the now to the next game of how they can make things a bit tighter, because it was messy, it was nasty for Pirates.
Alright, hold on, Mike. The fight's
don't know
coming.
if they can...
Storm has buyback. If Uragi shows, I think he actually can just die.
Yeah, Uragi needs to be so
harpoon,
careful.
no BKB.
9 more seconds until that comes up. Just low commitment push. For now, pull in the silencer. He's in big trouble. Does have a buyback though. Buys back immediately. Tower starting to get punched away at the Sanctity, the one showing.
I like this from Na'Vi. Just
Pop that
watching
Storm
Sanctity
buyback.
hit. No pressure from Uragi. He knows he can die.
Buyback on the Storm. They need to try and find something here. Can't just use this for no reason. Start out onto the Dragon Knight, but he's able to just Hurricane Pike away. Yeah, Na'Vi, they can just reset. 30 more seconds until your Primal Beast is up. This is the best opportunity that you have. Dragon Form up again. Sanctity gonna start punching into that Ancient.
Oh, they're on the Tiny.
They see Otaka. They're on the Tiny. The boss to save. They couldn't get the Nullifier out in time. He's gonna come back out, do some damage. Smacking onto Uragi. Pop the BKB though. The 1v1 duel between both the carries. Uragi's gonna survive. And with the Sunder, he's fine. Natty just can't do enough damage. But with a huge Lotus and the cheese, he's trying to turn things around. The Golem clips the Storm, and that's gonna be curtains for Pirates. They try their damn best, but it's just not enough. Na'Vi overwhelmed them. My goodness, what a game number 1.
Up, down, but 4 Pirates will walk halfway down the plank. Now, find out what's coming up next in this. I don't know what is this. It's a blockbuster, it's a thriller, it's a heart racer.
Dude, you know what's the worst part about that? Like, honestly, like no flame to anybody. For real, no flame to anybody.
That's what you say before you flame, Mike. Let's
Yeah,
hear it.
but was that even a good game of that? Like, that was entertaining. It was hilarious to watch. But I just felt like both teams had so many moments where they're just like over diving, over committing, giving such big opportunities to their opponents. Like, that Mega Creeps, don't know whether it should have happened. That fight in the bot lane, don't know whether it should have happened. Just so many things where we look at it, we scratch our heads, and there's so much messiness going on. And that's going to have to be something that they fix going into facing some of these other teams, because I think teams like Aurora, teams like One Win, you're not going to get away with that.
If you look at the damage, they probably didn't even expect the damage. I'm watching this Storm hit people, and he's just doing like 70% of their health. They're all 6 slotted, by the way. It's tiny too. It's like, how do you play against this? It's so much nonsense that these heroes can like just kind of go on you, and you go like, wah, that's your HP bar, you know? You have a wheel on top, you have double goal science. Sure, it could have been a bit cleaner for sure, but I think Navi will just be happy with the victory they had there. That was a game that felt like it was much closer than it needed to be, especially with the start Navi had.
Yeah, absolutely. But first game, first win for Ari joining Navi. I don't think they'll be too sad about that. For Pirates, they'll have to try and come up with something else, or maybe fine-tune some of the decision-making in the game. We'll see what they choose to change up in game number 2 for the Dream League Season 26 close qualifiers for Eastern Europe after a short break.
nights with songs and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene man mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene man mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, resta in danza tanta donna mia, venite qua, un garzon bello giocondo, ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
A warm welcome back, everybody, to DreamLeague Season 26's Eastern European Close Qualifiers. My name is Permsneeze, and I'm joined by Mr. 343. And we saw, I think, a lot more of an exciting Game 1 between 4 Pirates and Na'Vi than we probably expected, right? Coming into this entire Close Qualifiers, 4 Pirates probably one of the lower-rated teams just based off results, player profiles, their previous achievements, but they kind of brought it really close. A part of that was because Na'Vi, even though they drafted a ball lineup, they kind of rolled a bit too deep sometimes.
Yeah, I just felt like they overstayed a little here and there. I think just underestimating the damage from Storm and Tiny, the power of the Ringmaster Auld, which I think every time he cast it, at least in teamfights, I feel like he caught 2 or 3. I just felt super impactful.
Yeah.
That being said, I feel like even though the game was close, I feel like it was not very clean from 4 Pirates. Like the execution, we saw a lot of mess ups with the global silence, the initiation, I think some pickoffs here and there, and ultimately that's what led to Na'Vi kind of taking over the game, right?
Yeah, it did feel that way. Na'Vi, regardless of the small little points where 4 Pirates showed glimmers of hope, it just wasn't convincing enough at the end of the day. Now, of course, you can see on your screen here that Na'Vi 1 game up, and also Na'Vi with a new addition. I think this is the big talking point for me. Ari coming into the team. It's clear that he's already started influencing the way they craft their game plans. I feel like not every position 4 player so readily busts out the Spirit Breaker, something that he looked pretty solid on. A bit rougher around the edges in that early game, but later down the line with that BKB, high value charges, disrupting the team fight, doing quite a lot of work maintaining map control. For Pirates, some of the key decision-making moments for them that felt like they fell short as well. I think you were mentioning the way they used some of the global silencers, the zips, it felt very forced. Although I do have to say that coming into this game number 2, I think I wouldn't be surprised to see Na'Vi ban out that Storm. Like Natty Nawal, he is ridiculous on that hero.
Yeah, it's just one of his signatures, right? You see why they pick it on 24, enabled again by this global silence. Played really well, but just ultimately not enough to take down Na'Vi. Changing their bans up a little bit though. This Darkseer ban, Monkey King. I feel like Darkseer might just enable Ari. He's really good at his melee heroes. And the Marcy, the Spirit Breaker is just heroes he likes to play. Obviously, he has his Rubik, his Hoodwing, just other things that he plays well as well. 4 Pirates, they leave the Magnus, so I'm not too sure what these 2 teams prioritize right now. I feel like it's kind of go with the flow, right? Like we see a Darkseer and Tiny removed. I think Na'Vi feeling how are we winning 10k and this hero is 2-shotting us?
Yeah, ridiculous stuff. To be honest, understandable, right? Maybe it just doesn't pair up very nicely into a ball because you try and ball up, all the rocks that this Tiny and the trees that he's slapping you with just hit even harder. 4 Pirates, this time around, they'll deny the Terrorblade. This is something that Otaka himself plays as well. Not really clear to me at this moment whether Mr. Morale plays it in the off lane. This guy seems to be more like a carry hero response. I mean, if you don't catch the Terrorblade in the RP, there's a very real chance you could just get the Sunder off. It becomes a bit of a game where, okay, I RP and we need to burst this guy down immediately. If not, he's just going to get a full fight reset and we lose.
Yeah, possibly. It's also an Ari special, right? This is again one of his more favored heroes, our melee boy. We see him play with the RRP talent, or at least he used to.
Yeah, ridiculous stuff.
Interesting that they picked TB into Magnus, because I think that Magnus is one of the better heroes against Terrorblade. Obviously, you empower any carry. You are tanky. You have BKB control, so you kind of have to hold on to. It's hard to hold on to the Sunder. Maybe just a bit inspired by the Uragi performance. Feel like the wave was an issue. I know Otaker does like his Terrorblade quite a bit. Is it Otaker or Otaker, Mike?
It sounds fine. I'm sure there's a correct way to say it.
What sounds more piratey?
But
Otaker.
Yeah. It sounded a little piratey there. There was a snarl in your voice.
I'm not sure if Mr. Morales plays this because I feel like he probably does, but based on the heroes I've been watching him play, it feels like he plays the more, I want to say more Chinese offlanes, when I think of the Mars, the Centaur, the Primals, the buy blink or tank up kind of go fight you heroes.
Sure, yeah. Quick look at his recent history. There isn't a Terrorblade here. Let me just double confirm that information. Unpicked for him, so not really something that he brings out. Or at least, maybe it's just a hidden strategy that hasn't come out yet. But yeah, not a hero that he plays.
Well, we're gonna take some time on the ban. He's gonna need this is probably a TV carry since they're banning the Enigma. Or maybe we'll see something like a Lifestealer Ursa come out a bit later on in the draft. Although I think on 16, 17, it is a little bit harder to pick those heroes, especially when you don't see the lane coming up from Navi. Boom definitely can bust out some like Viper Razor nonsense. I know he plays like a lot of different heroes.
So what are you looking for on the side of Navi here to try and beat back this Terrorblade? Because for Pirates, in true piratey fashion, have stolen away Navi's safe lane, right? They took the Terrorblade, they took the Warlock. This is something that looked comfortable for Navi between Uragi and Kaori. What are you looking for to deal with that?
Wave clear, illusion kill. Give me the Lion. Give me some mana drain on those illusions. What else? Pugna is a hero that comes to mind. I know Kaori does like the hero. Try to think of what Navi likes to play. Gyro. Not without Warlock though. There's a Tide in the pool. No, Boom is a Tide Hunter player.
Tide Hunter
what
hasn't
else is
really been
good?
doing super well this event so far. It has a 40%-ish win rate, 42 if I'm not mistaken.
There's
I wonder
PA in
why.
the pool, Mike. Hey, I got
there you
it.
go.
PA
Nice,
Magnus, baby.
nice.
There's a wait, I need to say this again. There's an oh no, there's no A. There's no AA Silencer Jakiro. What's the tier C post 5? What will Kaori
That's a
play?
good question.
Shadow Demon.
That's a good-
There's a Shadow Demon in the pool, Mike, and a Phoenix.
You could do Phoenix. You could do Phoenix for the team fight. Why not? Oh, we're on fire. Come on. Okay,
Who's
call
on
the
fire?
next pick, Adam. Call the next pick, quick.
No, I don't know 4 Pirates that well.
Okay, fine.
See, there's a
No, but that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I'll give it to you.
There's a Centaur in the pool, Mike. Centaur or
For
Tide?
Mr.
Okay. Give me two per 4 pirate picks. Okay, I go Centaur, Tide,
Okay.
or
Sure.
if they pick a mid, it's probably just gonna be the Storm, because it's
Is
gonna
the
get
Tide
banned if
a-
they don't pick it.
Is the title of Centaur good here against the PA? Because I understand that it can probably stand up in lane, but later down the line, of course, with the Fan of Knives break, isn't it a bit tricky of a matchup?
I don't know what off lane can you really pick and say like, guys, I counter PA Magnus. Ace Tide gives you like the team
Fair.
fight, the initiation. You have some damage reduction. Lets you play the map. Oh baby, we're heating
Come
up
on.
here.
Yo!
Pirate who lives in a pineapple
Yo,
under
who
the
are we?
sea, Mike.
Oh my goodness. Yo,
They
we're
need
kind
to, they need to
of
pick the
owning
Konka for the
right
team right now.
now. Do a literal draft predictors right now. That's crazy.
I'm putting a lot of effort into this right now.
No, I believe you.
I think
hear it in your
okay, I
voice.
think they'll pick up Pulse 4, but I think they should pick the Storm.
Yeah, because it's gonna get banned out for sure,
Yeah,
right?
just
After
pick the
that type of a
Storm.
performance,
Man
you're not
up,
gonna
baby.
give Navi.
Maddie Narwhal, he's asking for it. I can hear him.
Yeah, he's like,
please.
please.
God blimey, mate. Just give me that Storm again.
Pick me the Storm Spirit.
Pick me the no.
Oh, that's
a
not
pirate,
a Storm
though.
Spirit.
It's an icy pirate.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, if you really try to go on theme so much, yeah, sure.
Yeah, they have
A lot of
pretty
physical
nice
damage
draft.
coming out from this lane. Pretty scary, right? I mean, if you... Actually, is it scary?
No, Phoenix
I-
owns you because Fire Spirit just
Yeah.
stops your right click.
Yeah, so what's the idea here? Because I'm trying to put it together. In any other position 5 situation, you'd be like, ah, shit. Tusk tight. Guess I'm feeding in this lane. But Phoenix is the one hero. It's like he's slowing your attack speed. He's diving away. You can't stop that.
Wait.
a bit-
Let me zone in. What's the Sanctity hero? It's probably Puck.
Okay.
Puck or Pango. Wait.
I can
Let me-
see it.
Let me figure out the pick first.
You're
There's also
trying
an
to lock in.
Ember.
So okay, we can, discarding all forms of analysis, but just purely draft predictors here.
Yeah, I'm just drafting right now.
Yeah, you're just drafting right
Messaging.
now. Okay, what
messaging
are they
them.
missing, right? They got a bit of team fight now with Magnus Phoenix. They got late game carry potential of the PA. Feels like they might need someone to make action happen early and keep that tempo up. Someone who could
Jesus.
probably... You want them to be able to use Empower, but it's not 100% necessary. I guess you would pick your offlaner here because you...
Wait for Navi.
I don't know.
I
Yeah,
will pick
you
their
don't
mid
have
here for
overall last
sure.
pick.
Because if you pick your mid here, you get to ban 2 for it. Because if you don't pick your mid, what's gonna happen is you're gonna end up banning mids, and then you're gonna be in this weird situation where the heroes you want are banned.
Sure. Well, they grabbed the Dragon Knight, so I wonder
That's
whether
a-
we'll
that's a
still
bad
see
pick.
the Storm
That's why I
Spirit
couldn't
ban,
guess it.
surely. You don't like it?
No, I don't like it. There's some
Why
like
don't you like it?
dope
What's
ass Storm gamer because they're all gonna get fail bonded and die. Like TB hits you. TB sucks against heroes he can't stick on. And if you look at 4 pirates, other than Shard and Punch, they don't really have catch. That's why I think like this Storm Puck and all is like super good. Obviously, it's still very playable. Navi, they like their instant stun, right? You also have RP, you also have Phoenix. So his DK fits the concept of a hero to just kind of go in and start the fight. But like last game, I expect this DK to go in, start fight, and probably die.
We'll see. And all you have now on the side of 4 pirates is a lot of physical damage. It's just Warlock Fatal Bonds that's kind of balancing you into the magic department. So
Not too
you can
surprising.
build up a bunch of armor.
Probably see a
Probably
Coddle
survive
Huskar ban again. Just to protect the DK lane. Their last picking Boom though. And okay, I'm calling Boom's pick here. He's picking Brewmaster.
Ooh,
So
I can
pretty
see
good
that.
against
Nice
TB Warlock.
evasion.
It's like an old school counter. What else can they pick?
Yeah, so in the
Harry could wink.
7.38 patch, they removed a lot of functionality for dealing with illusions. Maybe that's why we see Terrorblade so strong now. Like the Lion Mana Drain that you mentioned just now, it doesn't actually insta-kill illusions. Same thing for the Hexes. All these things, they just don't deal with illusions anymore, right? And now Navi, they don't really have the best wave clear still.
God damn it,
So-
man. That was an April Fool's joke. Obviously,
Oh, right,
I knew
right,
that
okay,
Margaret
right,
doesn't
oh,
work,
yeah,
but you
obviously,
ignored my point,
right,
so I just let it slide.
right. Okay, right, the April, you got me, that was a good one. You missed out on the last pick call though, so joke's on you.
That's true. It's a good sinking game. You can see it. Pretty similar.
Gives them the
to-
magic damage that they need to cut through the Terrorblade.
Yeah, I'm not
I just
doing too
wonder
well,
whether
right?
this will be an off-lane Sand King. It has to be, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's definitely an offlane tank. You just pull the wave against Warlock. It's pretty simple. You clear stacks later. For Pirates, what are they picking and why is it Storm Spirit once again?
Is this any
Timber
worse
saw
of a
it
Storm
up.
Spirit game? It still looks fine to me.
They need
for
Storm
the
with their
Storm
draft.
Spirit.
They need that kind of hero. Storm's the like. I mean, he's just a beast on Storm. Maybe he's a beast on every other hero too. I don't know. Maybe Narwhal.
Sure.
King of the Pirates. Luffy would be proud.
Yeah, he's the captain for sure of this ship. Not sure whether he's the captain of this team.
Attacker. Attacker is the captain. Based on the names, who would you give the pirate hat to?
It has to be Natty now, but we already talked
Right?
about this.
It's true. He's the mid
Yeah.
player too. After
It's such
Plank,
a-
mighty.
Yeah. He's got the captain. He's got a bottle. Everything fits. He mostly has played Invoker, Puck, Ember Spirit, Lina, and Pango. So very
This is a strong
traditional
game.
setup. Go for an OD instead.
OD.
Yeah,
Interesting.
this is something that we saw picked up a lot more, especially in the tail end of Fissure Universe. I think it counters a lot of these tanky heroes a lot because you're picking these strength cores, you're picking these guys who are mostly strength heroes, and one thing they lack is int. And you kind of drop a hammer on them, they just explode. So I really like this last pick. It does scare me a bit because I feel like if 4 pirates somehow lose the lanes, I don't really see how this OD recovers. It's very realistic that the Dragon Knight does the same thing where he runs you over in the early stage of the game with the pushers and everyone else on Navi can farm really well. You, not so much, right? OD not really known for being able to clear camps and recover well.
I will say if they lose the lane, it's probably a skill issue. Other than the bot lane, I think his PHP is pretty scary, but you probably see them do okay,
Yeah.
pull a wave. I don't expect them to like get run over, Meanwhile, this OD versus DK eventually gets pretty OD favored. Top lane, we saw TB Warlock push, nothing really happened. So I think the lanes should be okay for them. I want to say that their draft is pretty cool. They have 3 saves, Sunder, Snowball, they have the Warlock Golden Protection, they have the Astral from OD too. So they have a good way of covering
Sure.
each other, but Navi has a lot of team fight. Oh my god, I lost the logo in my
It's fine.
defense.
No,
The
it's fine.
logo- the
It's
Navi
another
logo is not on the
April
top
Fool's joke, right? Everything you say that's wrong is just an April Fool's joke. Great
That's
one,
true.
Adam.
Today
Another
is the
crazy
day,
line.
baby.
Yeah, today's the day you can abuse it. But Navi, they got a pretty serious mean lineup. I think that if they can hit that tempo, get the PA up to speed, I guess the only thing you'd be concerned about is that OD hammer. That Sanity's Eclipse is really going to pop you open if you don't have your BKBs. Maybe boom something like a pipe would be necessary from him down the line because that is magic damage that you can reduce. We'll have to wait and see. Which draft are you liking more? Because I feel like 4 pirates with that OD last pick, I think it's been salvaged a little bit for me. I'm kind of favoring 4 Pirates just because I love OD.
I will go with Navi, just because I wanted to say their team name correctly.
Yeah, there we go. A bit of a redemption for yourself here, and a bit of redemption needed for 4 Pirates as we get into this game number 2. They need to put themselves on the board to force a game number 3 and stay alive in the upper bracket. Although, all things considered, no flame, no shade, but I don't think people would really blame them, right? Navi, the players on their side, a lot more, I guess, experienced in the scene, a lot more prolific in terms of tournaments they participated in, experience as well. But this is the time where you can kind of catch people off guard. It's these close qualifiers where you're not too sure about your opponents. Maybe you haven't played with them as much other than a few times you've run into them in pubs. And it's a new patch, 7.38C.
Talk about experience, Mike, but in the first game, I feel like they were experiencing a lot of things that they shouldn't have done.
That's true. That's fair. I did see the facet choice from the support Magnus. More often than not, we see that diminishing return just because you don't really get much mileage from that eternal empowerment on the Magnus, especially since they reduced that self bonus.
Hey, return shockwave is super cool.
Yeah, I like that. I think it's so obnoxious.
It helps you set up when you have dagger too. You can actually just shockwave and then people get stuck in place, right? Pretty much on the comeback. It's just a free skewer.
Oh,
speaking of free.
Nope. Looking for an astral. Can just dive away if he wants to sort of use that, but just uses the fog. Very, very nicely done from Kaori. Because of that, Yuragi able to make use of the tail end of that smoke, grab away a bounty. 3-1. Just because 4 Pirates, they were trying for that late smoke aggressive move. They don't find a thing.
Surprised he didn't throw out the shards there to block him. I think forcing the dive would have been pretty significant because like we talked about, the Fire Spirits is really nice in this lane, right? So I think just keeping a Phoenix at level 1 for like the first 2 levels will probably give Tai and Tusker a pretty good time up here. A bit of a mistake, I want to say.
We'll see whether that's the case. I mean, Kaori now, he's going to be able to level up that Fire Spirits, and this is something we didn't really talk about in the draft because we were so obsessed with predicting it. But this is basically his signature hero. He is the one Phoenix player, I think, other than Whitemon, who's so prolifically known for this pick.
Whitemon?
And pioneered a lot of the sort of advantages and little power spikes and little plays that you can make around it back in his time in Quest.
The goats of Phoenix on post 5 are Kaori, and the goat of post 4 is GH, who is now a post 5, so he's transitioned goat.
Yeah.
Whitemon is a goat at probably every other hero.
Yeah, that's fair. Indo Pride. You know how it goes.
I'll give his Phoenix a 9.5 out of 10. But like, his Ringmaster, his Chen, his Tinker, those are good like 11 out of 10s,
11 out of damn, straight off the scoreboard. That's crazy. And just to clarify again, you are being serious, right? This is not an April Fool's joke.
I am being serious.
Okay,
Whitemon in the game. I don't make jokes anymore unless I'm wrong.
Okay. jokes
unless I call them OG.
Sorry,
I'll save that.
Sorry, humor lovers. Okay, we'll see. Navi, though, like you said, should be pretty okay in these lanes. I think the only one that's a bit concerning is this mid lane. And Natty Nawal gonna tank an unlucky tower shot. Uh-oh. Not really where you want to be. I think this gets easier for the OD once you get Essence Flux levels up, right? Early on, you're just trying to secure last hits with the Arcane Orb, trying to deny last hits with the Imprison.
OD doesn't really pressure you in lane at all. It's really just level 5 to 6 that he gives you like kill potential. You're good in the game, DK doesn't really care about you in the lane. They are a high armor hero, so DK can't really bully you out as well. It's kind of a farm, but I would say the OD is nice because he sets up for a Tusker. Like just if Sanctity is kind of low, you just Astral into Tusker TP with tag teams. That's probably a dead Dragon Knight.
I will say though, until the Tidehunter gets himself a bit of an advantage, I kind of feel like the 4 Pirates' way of starting the fight is a bit awkward, right? You're relying on Aerial to maybe blink in, shard someone or punch someone, and then hope that they have no response and you just slowly chip at them. Like, what is meant to be the follow-up? Because your only control is like, I'm just imagining a team fight. You kind of need Blink Ravage from Mr. Morale. That's really about it, but who's going to give you that info on the front lines? Other than maybe Terrorblade Illusions.
Yeah, if he presses Ravage and they press Sanity's Eclipse, Navi might actually just die.
That's fair.
With Fatal Bonds? With Fatal Bonds?
Oh, that's true. Okay. I see the vision.
You see the vision? Stevie is just a wave pusher, man. He doesn't need to do anything in this game.
That's true. He's not
As
the real
long
carry.
as
The real carry is Natty
OD
Nowell.
It's true, but I think to be the real carry, you kind of need more than 9 CS at 3.5 minutes. Mid lane
Yeah,
looking interesting.
Again, OD is not really the type of hero that recovers well. In fact, a lot of the times we see mid ODs go for the Midas as one of the still sort of heroes that have to pick up that item just because EXP and gold, that scaling
Like the
potential is so
Tusker
important.
TP here.
Sanctity is doing a really good job just being as annoying as possible. He has 12 denies on the OD of all heroes.
Just the donk spam. Badonka donk. Donkey donk donk. You know
I don't
what's the
presume
saddest
we're
thing about
expecting.
playing OD?
Are we expecting any action on the lanes early on here? I don't suppose the Tide Tusk can really do much, and you know, with the way bot lane is shaping up, Ari's just kind of being annoying, pushing waves, and probably preparing stacks
Top
eventually.
lane, some actions happening for you, Mike.
Okay, Kaori finds that first blood onto Mr. Morale, probably dropping a bit too low. The level 2 Fire Spirits is a great timing for the Phoenix. Might just be able to find more. Nice shots,
nice
trapping
shots.
them in the tower though. Yuragi, okay, well he still has a salve, he'll be fine. The blood
Blood
grenade to
grenade.
cancel. Ariel
He
might
gonna
pay
die
the
for this.
price for that one, but Yuragi's not going to commit, just giving it up with the tight TPing back in. Nice little combination play from Yuragi and Kaori to get that first blood.
You just man up with Fire Spirits and there's literally no counterplay. Especially with Anchor Smash down. I think that's like the most important thing. Boom. Doing real good down here. Stacking coming up. Ari just a melee hero expert pulling waves. Like all top tier post 4 players know how to do.
Yeah.
So far so good.
A TP in the top lane. They're going to try and punish Kaori, but he already dives away back to safety. Not sure whether he caught a glimpse of that, but either way, not going to get punished.
Not sure I like
Up
this
here-
Warlock TP.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's not doing much in the bot lane, huh? So might as well.
Guess so. More levels for TB, never a bad thing. More points in illusions, farm faster. They will walk mid together though. I think he has to be aware of this. I think he understands that double 3 heroes hitting him with tag team means he's probably dead. 2 points in the orb as well.
Can set up with a nice astral. Ariel getting into position. The pings come out, but he's trapped by the shards, and attack team damage starting to ramp up. Still no level 6 for Natty, but it's not needed. Beautiful rotation there from the 4 pirates to help their mid laner out, and Sanctity gets punished.
Lucky for him, they can't really turn this into anything, but he is gonna come back into a level 6 already. So need to be aware of the double death here, which is probably why we see Navi's heroes coming in, at least on the supports, to kind of help him deal with this. So I want to see his Tusk and Warlock come back here.
Yeah, why not? Just keep the pressure going. I mean, it's not like you're really going to get much done against the PA, or maybe you can if you find a nice setup. Yuragi is half HP,
if he
and they're
goes in
going
on
to
you,
Mr.
though.
Morale instead. This might be a little bit of a bait play. Yuragi has a big wand, but he's going to be able to blink strike away, looking for
onto the
some
car?
sort of follow-up damage, but it might be Kaori able to finish the job. Cracker Shell
turning
gets popped,
around.
and Mr. Morale is going to survive. Very, very nicely done. Some clean moves early on from 4 pirates. They just realize they can't do much in the lane, so they bring the 2 supports on a little excursion.
I like that they're playing together. It's so nice when you have Tuskar. It's just the tag team double down, you know. Meanwhile, Terrablade's farm not really affected by this. Sanking and Magnus can't really push you out. Boom also choosing to maximize. Look at the stacks on the right. He'll probably have a super early dagger. He has it queued up right now.
Set up here. Pulling
There's
him
a
in.
Lotus.
Still no level 6.
Level 6
Great
soon hit the
little
range
setup there, but he can't get it.
Oh my god,
I mean,
the skewer actually killed him.
Yeah.
He was trying to hit the range creep to get 6. Nice.
Do you think he could have gotten it in time? It kind of looked like he was done anyway, because it's not like Ari had any reason to hold on to that skewer.
That's true. Just giving him credit was
Yeah,
the
yeah, a little
intention.
bit.
The intention matters.
Yeah, we see you, Ortica. That was a good attempt. Unfortunately, doesn't end up resulting in anything other than his death. So nice little setup there from Navi. Just taking advantage of the Sand King level 6 timing prior to the Terrablade's level 6.
I'm unhappy right now.
Yeah,
How is
let me
this
hear,
DK
yeah.
here in mid lane? He should not be able to lane, guys. You picked OD into DKF. Tuskar Warlock. Grief his ass.
Yeah, get in there. Beat him up. Like, I mean, you were saying that you didn't really like the Sand King pick that much. No, sorry, the DK pick, right? Like what? Why do you think it's not so good this game?
Because I think against Warlock and TB, the logic of at least when I used to play, oh my god, that sounds so old. But I think
well.
when the interaction is, if I press Golem and Meta, and you press Dragon, you probably lose. So I guess they have egg this game. So it becomes when you press. Let's just talk about the normal spells, okay? When you press
Sure.
Meta, Ravish, and Golem, can your DK stand there? Like if the DK and TB are looking at each other, who wins? And
Sure, I
feel
guess
like
you're
DK
looking at
loses.
the heroes conceptually, right? Like what they want to do
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the game, and well,
But
I guess
DK
the
is
one
played a little
caveat to that
differently
is,
now.
I mean, Dragon Form is a lot lower cooldown. I guess technically speaking, if you look at the numbers, it's like 1 minute, 1 minute earlier than the Warlock Golem. So maybe you can find your little windows there.
Yeah, it's just
I
more
guess,
of like
I
I
don't
guess DK's played differently now. Before when it used to be more of a direct counter when DK was a man up kind of hero, you know. Like you go in blink, eventually goes into like this BKB Mjolnir, and the DK cannot fight.
Sure.
But I think right now the DK, the way they itemize, they buy dagger, they buy pike. Easy for them to play around.
Found OD, dodge out the stun, but that's still going to be a free epi channel for them. Think about dropping the Golem, but I mean, realistically speaking, Natty Narwhal did not have enough time to turn around and put a hammer down. They're still looking for the setup there. Blink in, boom. Making good use out of this blink reveal. And yeah, I mean, they get 2 pretty big kills. That's going to unlock the mid tower for them.
Alright, this game's over. 3.2k net worth OD. How play against double blink dagger. Supports no come kill DK. Not fun.
Yeah, but I'm a little surprised here. I thought that the OD would do a little bit better in the mid lane, especially early on. We still saw Sanctity able to get quite a fair few bit of denies. Now Boom has his blink dagger. He's going to scale up as well. I mean, PA's had pretty free time up here. Maybe they need to try and punish him.
Apparently our observers to try and tell them that, oh, hold on, I'll let you get to the fight first.
Well, I don't know whether the side of 4 Pirates can really capitalize on this. Uragi dropping very low. They will egg right in the middle. This is not really a great
you're not hitting
situation.
the egg,
But they
guys.
can't protect the egg. They're not going to turn around and commit for it. And that is going to cost them. They use 2 ultimates for absolutely nothing. Now, Natty Narwhal's going to come in, imprison up the DK. But all of these are just defensive moves. He can't really get much mileage. And Sanctity, with that Shield Moon, he's just going to beat down your tier 1 tower. Everything is going Navi's way in this early game right now. 5k gold lead already. This is somehow even more stompy than game number 1.
So OD's level 7. He's Midas time, man. Like you mentioned. The OD Midas this time. You need it.
Can he even afford to do it? I don't know who else on his team is making space for him right now.
Right,
That was not a great first use of the Golem. That was not a great first use of the Ravage either. Would have been nice if they could find at least Uragi, but even he slips out of their grasp, and things are not looking too hot for Pirates at this early stage in the game. A nice sentry to block out these camps in the triangle though, so not sure who found the time to go and plant those. Maybe the Tusk, but again, similar situation. Na'Vi starting to close out on the map, starting to get an advantage.
They ain't gonna stop though. No Golem, no real team fight is OD. They know how useless he is right now. Picks for more of a mid-late game impact. They'll move on to the 3rd tower. See a little shoveling
move up.
going on.
Blink Dagger reveal from Sanctity. The double blinks are now online, which means Na'Vi, they're going to be scouring the map. Your one silver lining in that situation is the fact that Warlock tanked the gank and not the Terrorblade. So he's able to TP back base to safety. And, I mean, still, your tower's dead. All 3 tier 1 towers are going to drop at this point.
Not being able to fight into the Poison Dragon. This is life right now. Saying you're not going for the Pike or the Mage Slayer. Has a Mjolnir queued up into 4 stuff. I want to consider BKB with the Mjolnir. See what he goes for, but Na'Vi in a very, very dominant position. It doesn't really feel like... It's like you said, right? For Pirates, they just don't really have damage or team fight, which is so weird to say when you have Tide, OD, and Warlock. I guess it's more that the requirement for them to hit how they win a team fight is harder. They need to get like this tight blink to hit a nice Ravage onto a core, maybe blow him up. Make sure no spells get cast by Na'Vi. Meanwhile, for Navi, it's just I blink stun and it's kind of done.
Yeah, egg right on top of Oteka. He has a nice thunder. That's going to punish Ari. Wasn't able to get the FP off in time. Okay, no, in it comes. Boom. Still finding the connection, but Oteka starting to walk away. Navi, have they made another mistake where they're overcommitting now? Boom. Starting to drop a little bit low. Sanctity jumps back in for the blink, but Natty now are able to just arcane orb away. And this is another fight in the early game where Navi get themselves an advantage, and this time they dive a bit too deep. 4 Pirates completely ready for that go.
Sweet baby, there's the team fight. Odie still has.
I'm so surprised that the Sand King didn't just go in with the rest of the team. It felt like he was a bit delayed on that front. Because I'm sure that if he followed up immediately with a blink, they would have just killed the Terrorblade straight up.
You are probably right. He drops the epi. There was a kind of a lag or pulled up.
Oh, RP onto 2, but you don't have the egg anymore. Just a Sunray. Nice 3-man barrel strike though. One of those fellas was a golem, but that's not the one they care about. They get a double kill for themselves. Kari tipping Ari because that was a very, very nice setup with that Invis rune.
Oh, sometimes you're in the right place in the right time. Gaben gives you the luxury of having Invis in the middle of 3 heroes with no sentries on the ground. Meanwhile, Yuragi feels a shrine in the meantime, farming the left side, farming their ancients. The 4 pirates, they're looking good right now.
Chasing Oteka, looking for the TPR, but Ari, he's in range for the skewer. Boom, waiting the right moment for it. Now Oteka's gonna try and turn around and fight, but really this is just delaying his death. Nice little lingering damage from the Sandstorm. We're going to finish him off. Navi doing a great job clearing up the map. Despite that little fumble in the tier 2 area, this is going to unlock the Tormentor for themselves. So again, following the same checklist here, you can see the Navi game plan in motion. You can almost tell what the steps are as well. They want to play at a certain tempo, hit this early advantage. And so far, apart from that little flub of a team fight in the tier 2 bot, they're doing everything just fine. 6k gold lead now, Tormentor advantage, up to an 8k gold lead, Battle Fury complete for Yuragi, everything stacking up Navi style.
They get the shard on the perfect hero too. Phoenix, the Sunray is going to be a huge amount of damage, especially against his Tide, his TB, the mischance too, against OD, double right clickers. Meanwhile, 4 Pirates, feels like they don't have any damage right now. Solar Crest done for Kaori too. They're looking up here though.
And Kari, he's just kind of on wave defense duty, right? This is his sort of version of wave clear. Playing from a safe distance. This tier 1 tower should be forfeit though, unless Navi really choose to try and defend it. Akari is 2 levels ahead of Ariel right now. That is nasty stuff. And just start Sunraying. Set up for Ari and the gang to start coming in. Diminishing returns, looking for the skewer a bit off the mark because of a nice snowball save. Ariel probably saw that one coming. Yeah, it's literally both
pretty
supports.
much your whole team. It's just awkward to play this kind of like big ultimate lineups, right? Because right now, if you see Phoenix, like, how do you kill Phoenix realistically? You either have to Ravage or Golem or ODL, right? I'm pretty sure one of the ults have to be dropped.
You might even need 2. You kind of want to force him into the egg, so even that's a bit easier to kill. Tidehunter in the top lane, Mr. Morel getting found out. It's Navi's turn to rotate up here. Double blinks forward onto the Tide. That watermelon is going to get sliced open. Navi have themselves some fruit.
Navi continuing to sweep Yuragi. He wants no participation in this game whatsoever. Farm ancient to ancient to ancient away from his team. He knows, right? This game is like 2-3 items, go rush. The game just kind of ends.
Once he gets that BKB, he will be untouchable by the Ravage, untouchable by the Sanities, and this Terrorblade in the meanwhile, a lot for him to worry about. The Blink Daggers, as our observer pointed out, on 3 heroes on Navi. They're just playing with such pace. So easy for them to just pick off 4 Pirates heroes across the map. The safest thing you can do is probably show at your tier 2s, but even then, if Navi choose to sort of make an effort there, it's going to be rough. This has been an amazing game for the Sand King of Boom. He just kind of got a casual voodoo mask and is almost finishing up his Aghanim's already at this point.
They're just so farmed. I'm doing a super good job of keeping up. And Narwhal with a little miss. Oops.
Are just
going playing around.
I think
Syne has been doing a real good job of just not dying too, right? Like, you watch previous game, they kind of overextend a lot more. Like you said, only this one extension in the bottom. it looks right now like they're just gonna pull their lead ahead. In this OD, he's not one of those heroes that flash farms. You know, he needs a lane. He kind of needs to snowball from his own laning phase.
Might see a fight being wound up here. Epicenter. Heard that being channeled. They're gonna look for the OD, focus down the Tusk first, skewer him out of there, and a nice golem onto 3 though, but they've already lost Natty Nowell. Now a nice egg in the middle. They just can't afford to focus it down. Even with the Fatal Bonds going, it's just not gonna be enough damage. Otika, he's trying his best to hit away on any target he can get his hands on, but it's just not gonna be enough. 4 heroes on the side of 4 pirates just drop, and the RP used as well. The stun follow-up, they just don't have a chance to even sunder. It's a team wipe at the 19-minute mark. And one thing is clear, Adam. The mistakes that they made in that game number 1, they for sure talked about it, because this game number 2 is looking so much cleaner.
Yeah, that's a very smart way they are picking fights, and they're also just too far ahead right now, I think. The egg is so hard to fight into. Boom with a very nice epicenter. They go on 2 different targets, and Ari just abusing the... Oh my god, Mike, you talked about the mistake. There it is.
Okay, well, you know, you get some of those, okay? It's not too bad. You're 13k gold lead ahead. He's gonna ping the ward. He's gonna be like, okay. You know, they had vision. Sorry, guys. Didn't expect that, lol. It still doesn't really change much, it feels like. The fact that Na'Vi are this far ahead, but it does give a much-needed injection of gold to Natty Nowell, who is suffering on this OD.
They really like damage. It's like you said, right? They just are very reliant on Ault's OD and maybe on Fatal Bond dropping. So when the fight gets initiated separately, or like this Na'Vi lineup just doesn't group up, or when BKBs come out, it's going to be really hard to kind of put in the damage. We see Tide going for a pipe instead of the something like a blink shard. So really just all in on this TB and OD having net worth and being able to do damage eventually.
Ariel did manage to find that blink amidst all the chaos, so just going to try and commit onto Kaori, who just turns around and sunrays him. And someone who knows the limits of his hero, it's going to be this guy. Oh, the damage. Last little Fire Spirit might have finished him off if it landed, but
he's so
instead...
low. He's dead.
Oh, Kaori manages to get the burn damage off. And now, Perdanic in some trouble as well. Boom, meanwhile, just kills Otika in the bot lane. Okay. Na'Vi finding freebies all across the map. That must have just been the Terrorblade showing on the ward and just getting Epicenter down with the Aghanims complete as well. Yeah, all of that is just magic damage from the Sand King.
And Na'Vi will get Rosh. Now, against for Yuragi. I don't think they are high ground ready though. It's a bit too early into the game. Even though they're 12k ahead, they definitely want 1 or 2 more items on this PA. Especially with the burst coming out from 4 pirates. Unless they get a fight outside. I think that can be something that prompts them to go high ground. No real reason to try to throw.
I mean, realistically speaking, the comeback avenue, as we might have to hold that thought, Ari skewering the Tusk away. This is the problem with blinking in for a catch. You're the one who's going to get caught out instead. Snowball buying him some time. Meanwhile, Sanctity finds Perdanic. No Warlock Golem and no OD. The point I was going to make is I feel like the only way 4 Pirates win a fight is if they Fatal Bond Sanity's Eclipse. We just haven't seen that combo. 4 Pirates not really respecting how fast Na'Vi could respond there. And now they can definitely high ground.
Yeah, apparently when your opponents leave your base when you're 15k ahead, that's how you go high ground.
5 to
Na'Vi
22
though.
Right now. Yeah.
It's so easy for them. It feels like Ari is just
it's so
free
easy.
to do this. No counterplay.
Time Hunter is a bit of a tougher customer. They will turn around for the Ravage,
There's
maybe
the
gearing
Fatal
up. It's a
Bonds.
lot of damage coming out onto Sanctity. These are the Fatal Bonds that you needed, but just imagine how differently it would look if you had a Sanity's Eclipse. Now, Yuragi's just going to be able to dodge out of trouble. OD tries to TP in, but that move felt like 5 seconds too early. They're looking for Ari cancelling the TP. Just have to give up the Magnus.
cancel?
Na'Vi, still with the skewer. They're still sticking around. I guess Ari didn't really have a choice, but now Boom going in with the Epicenter. Starting to get auto-attack now by the OD, but without Sanities, they're not scared of a thing. And Yuragi, he's looking for more. Break up onto OD. But then Prison. I mean, not much more to come from it.
Is this are you an OD player, Mike?
Yeah, I play some OD. I play some
Is this
OD.
a normal OD build? The
What's
441?
wrong with it?
No, is this normal?
Yeah, I would say so because, you know, you're not too concerned about the mana coming back in. It always feels like one of those things that's gonna happen anyway. And your ultimate damage isn't based off of your current mana, it's both based off your max mana. So
Yeah, fair. But it does increase your mana too.
yeah,
First spell. I don't know. I feel like the level 3 in the level 3 in Astro is. This is what people used to do. Right. Anyway, back to our great, interesting game we have here.
yeah, very,
Are we
very
gonna-
exciting. April Fool's joke, by the way.
We're gonna find the pirate.
Nah, sneaks away. You kind of smelled that something was up there, right? Like a fresh Terrorblade illusion cutting the wave. You got to be around here somewhere, but just decides against it.
2-man smoke. There's a Revenant's Brooch on Boom.
Yikes.
Just damage for days with his eggs. I think this build is super cool. It's nice against the TD and OD too, right?
This is really nice Sand King last pick game, I must say. Just the heroes, they don't have a really easy way of committing onto you. It's one of those things where even if you wind up the ulti and you jump in... Yikes. Found another. Bye-bye, Pedanic. He didn't have a golem for the defense anyway. A nice Fatal Bonds. Meanwhile, high ground, Mr. Morale just drops. Easy break, easy kill. All he has is a pipe and a flares and nothing else. So now they're onto the Rex. You take a look at where 4 pirates are on the map. They know they can't contest, but again, this is another situation where Na'Vi, they're just gonna hammer in on your base and they have no reason to stop.
No Sanity's Eclipse too. Just comes up. No golem yet. I feel like even if they can take a team fight, even if they can team white Na'Vi, this game is very, very deep right now. Yeah. Deep underwater for the 4 pirates.
They'll sink in alright, I'll tell you that much. And they'll just kind of drown in the upper bracket, drop to the lower bracket if this is how it all ends up playing out. They have that golem combo with the Fatal Bonds and Sanity's Eclipse. They could look for an opening, but it's only Uragi showing on the front lines and they'll play it safe. No need to force the issue. Learning from their past mistakes in that game number 1, Ariel looking for an avenue, but all he finds is Ahri, and he's seen that movie before. He's not going to make the same mistake.
It feels so hard, even to defend your base. There's this like RP skewer back, there's this epi that we've seen so many times. I feel like every Sanking game that they're winning, there's just some epi into your base.
It's so easy, and now they're looking at the tide as well. Forced to pop the Ravage out. They could find a nice opening, but the rest of the team not in range, and they don't get the Fatal Bonds off before the Sanities. It's still a good amount of damage. Mr. Morale somehow surviving, but the Egg in a great position. Uragi chops down that Tide Hunter, and the rest of 4 pirates just have to run. Otika now, the BKB, nice the RP finding 2. In comes the Epicenter. No Sunder for you, and everyone's going down. The last member remaining is Natty Nowell, but without a Sanity, without a Hurricane Pike, where is he gonna go? Look at Sanctity. 4-star forward, look for the chase. Buyback on Ariel, buyback on Otika as well. But no more meta. Maybe you're trying to punish the Dragon Knight. Sanctity will go down. That's a nice kill. But it comes at the cost of your dieback.
Yuragi's still so strong here.
Yeah, you can look for more. There isn't a meta on the TB, which means his illusions are the only thing you need to worry about. He's just going to get skewered away from any sort of help at all. Ahri might drop for that transgression. The last tower hit will finish him off, but as a result, Na'Vi able to take the 2 lanes of Rex. It's a 3v3 situation. They can decide to just back up here. Not give any more for 4 pirates to chew on. That's what they'll do. Just play it chill. Maybe wait for the next Roche reset. Wait for the rest of your team to come back. Still, 26k gold lead and basically a team wipe +1 in that situation.
Na'Vi. Game, I want to say pretty much in the bag. I don't really see how 4 pirates take a fight, but that fight looked pretty good, right? With the 3-man Ravage. I think you want to be careful skewering back the Tide Hunter. Like you said, I think the fight, he didn't cast Fatal Bonds before Sanity's Eclipse, or at least he didn't wait to let his Warlock cast Fatal Bonds. I feel like that might have been the decider in that fight, right? They're all half from just Sanity's itself.
I don't blame him for casting the Sanities, right? It's like, they're only going to be stunned for half a second more. The BKBs might come out after that, so you're a bit worried. You want to get the damage in while you can. It did end up helping them get some kills, but again, it's another situation where it felt like Na'Vi, they could have just backed up in that moment. They decided to stick around and play. Smoke's going to break immediately. They don't see anyone, but Boom's in. Boom popping the BKB now, winding it up. Gonna get interrupted by the punch for now, but look at Uragi. Just finishes off Mr. Morale. The buyback is there. They're focusing down the egg, but they just can't get the hit off. Uragi, he's just gonna finish them off. And that's got to be it. That has got to be it. Natty Narwhal can't even kill Sanctity.
Oh no, the
And
Ravage.
Mr. Morale got to come back in for a Ravage that hits nothing. GG is called. Boom with a triple kill. Blinks into everyone and doesn't even miss a beat. That was a very, very easy game for Na'Vi. And if this is how they can play moving forward, the other teams, they're going to have to keep an eye out.
Yeah, pretty clean game from them this time. Maybe game 1 was a warm-up. They looked so much better. Played with pace, made very smart decisions when it came to fighting. I think also Arya on this Magnus is able to constantly look for pickoffs. Pretty free lanes, I think, too. And this OD pick, even though it looked okay that one time that they killed the DK, it just felt like they weren't abusing it enough after that.
Yeah, I must say, I'm a bit disappointed with how that OD panned out. I think throughout the most recent tournament with Fissure Universe, it felt like, you know, there were many moments where that hero was allowed to shine. It looked great. GPK was playing it. We had some BZM as well. But yeah, I think it's clear that maybe he hasn't really played this particular matchup, or maybe it's just Sanctity's too good at the Dragon Knight. Maybe it doesn't matter that it's a bad pick into the Warlock TB if you can roll over the game like that.
I don't know if it's still a bad pick. I just don't think it's like the first hero that comes to my head. But like I said, just the way they play, they're fast enough that it doesn't really matter. I think he also had like a lot of his team play around him well, right? Like it's like this time the DK stun comes out, then you have the RP backing you, you have the Phoenix Egg and Sunray backing you, so it's not that easy to die. But I think it's a bit hard to say because they were like 20k ahead for most of the game.
It's a little bit tough because you look back at that game number 1, there were so many back and forths, a lot of mistakes coming out from both sides, sure, but you can't help but leave this series feeling like, okay, maybe if 4 Pirates were able to make some sharper decisions, play a bit tighter in that game number 1, they might have tipped the scales in their favor. That might have just brought the momentum through their sails and they could have been cruising through the upper bracket, maybe just outdoing Na'Vi in this first series. But you can tell Na'Vi, after that first game, with the way that they won, built a bit of confidence there, and you know, in this game number 2, just looked perfect. That Kaori Phoenix, classic stuff coming out from him. Ari Magnus, you're going back to some comfort, going back to what you know and love here. And Na'Vi, they make it look easy. They're going to continue on in this upper bracket, which means that we have a very fast series. You know, that's how it happens. And with these close qualifiers, it's fixed schedules because we don't want the teams to just be waiting around, rushing and all that. So that means we have just about 1 hour and 45 minutes until our next match. Now, the qualifiers are still raging on. There's a bunch of other ESL Dota 2 streams happening. In particular, I'm sure the one you want to watch is on ESL_Dota 2. That's Tundra Esports versus Team Secret right now. Crystalis versus Puppy. That should be a fun one to watch. So hop over there, tune in. But you want to come back here because for Eastern Europe, we'll be having Aurora versus Asakura in just about 1 hour and 45 minutes. So we'll see you then after a bit of a longer break.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath and flow, healed your music when his breeze to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, festa in danza, donna mia, venite qua, un garzon bello giocondo, ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey of flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His ram he had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that sure toils and sneered, we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa heeren aboot the braes, and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us, braid hair old, syne Auld lang syne. For Auld lang syne, my Jo, for Auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for Auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for Auld lang syne, for Auld lang syne, my Jo, for Auld lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet, for Auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for Auld lang syne, for Auld lang syne, my Jo, for Auld lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet, for Auld lang syne.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was, oh, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir, do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no, we long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those in Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery-eyed and day. Agus foy marish and krushki in the speak shelan.
With melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath and flow, healed your music when he's pleased to blow. The sad ones, the charming minstrel, delights with songs and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia va di nuovo, un garzon bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey of flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. God's grace that full my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious thee that thy grace appear, the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come.
The wait is over, folks. Welcome back to the Eastern European Qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 26. My name is Perm Sneeze, and I'm joined by 343. And we have another pretty exciting series coming up. Just in that first one, we had 4 Pirates versus Na'Vi. I think Na'Vi, especially with the addition of Ari, very promising roster that most people have their eyes on, I'd like to say. And there were some shining moments for 4 Pirates, despite them still going 2-0 at the end. So kind of expected result, but still, it just goes to show that Eastern Europe is a region with so much talent. And hopefully we kind of see something like that in this upcoming matchup as well. Asakura up against Aurora Gaming. Now, Aurora Gaming, pseudo super team, I want to say. They're probably next in line, the most obvious option for a favorite this qualifier, even though they didn't really have the best time at the recent Fissure Universe tournament. But Asakura, again, another kind of put together stack, a bit more familiar to you if you've been following Tier 2, Tier 3. 343, you got any impressions of either team?
I mean, Aurora definitely failed to meet expectations with this, what feels like a bad boom of the bad boom, you know? It was Spirit,
Yeah.
and then bad boom appeared, and this feels like the bad boom of the bad boom. Does that make sense at all? The third,
You're gonna
the
have to
third
explain yourself,
extension-
homie. That's
the third extension of the superstar roster. All
Right,
big
okay,
names.
okay.
Nightfall, Kiyotaka, Toronto, Tokyo, Mira, and I guess Pento is probably not the most known compared to the other 4, but all players who have been on the main stage in grand finals many, many times, but it feels like they have not found their footing yet.
Yeah, I
Judging
think
by
a
their
lot of the
past innings.
criticism coming towards Aurora Gaming mostly lies within the mid lane and the off lane, right? Toronto, Tokyo, he did that switch up. I think you were talking about 3 different versions of Bat Boom. Each one of these versions, even when he was on Spirit, saw him basically switch position. He went from a TI winning mid laner to a position 5 that I think a lot of people had criticism about, because even though he was great at the role and they did win some tournaments, he always played in a bit more of a selfish style compared to a lot of other position 5s. And then now he's back on offlane, and it hasn't really looked super tight, right? Kiyotaka, also a very feast of famine type player, I like to say, because there are moments where he can absolutely dominate a game, make solo plays that are unthinkable, and then there are moments where he just gets caught out on the map in a place he has no business being. There's a bit of an erraticness to them, and the problem I think that they faced at Fissure Universe, it's hard to really tell when you're casting an online tournament, but it did seem like at moments they did get tilted and kind of it did affect their gameplay and their overall result. Of course, they finished not in a position that they wanted to. I believe they dropped out at 7th, 8th. So barely making it to the playoffs, but immediately getting squashed there.
It just feels like they are kind of adapting, especially Toronto, Tokyo. He doesn't. I think it's not a fair comparison because obviously the names on the roster are kind of crazy, but Toronto, Tokyo as an offlaner
Sure.
is kind of new, right? And I think like your point about like his post 5 being region and stuff, I think most of his practice comes from pubs and his own game knowledge. So like you play post 5 in pubs, you want to win more, you kind of need that worth, you kind of need items to have more impact that way. I think it's very natural,
Sure.
especially as a core transitioning to a support to kind of play away. But now in the offlane role, I feel like it's not that he's bad, it's just hard to compare to like his other counterparts in the region. Like Miro and Collapse have been kind of top tier for the longest time, Collapse especially, right? And he seems like he's the 3rd on that list, and I feel like that is not the place they want to be, with this roster. It looks like Nightfall is probably on par with carry wise. Kiyotaka has not been having a great time, I want to say. He's obviously one of the more greedier mid players or more carry style, more lean towards the one. You have twos that lean towards the tree, like Laurel. I want to say he leans towards the boss tree a bit more, or even Maureen.
Sure.
But then Kiyotaka, he leans more towards the one. And I think that balance is hard when you're trying to figure out like too many things at once.
Yeah, I think the main scary aspect of me for Aurora when I look at their lineup is I look at Nightfall, Kiyotaka, Toronto, Tokyo. 3 historically extremely greedy core players, right? They want to get their net worth. They're all playing for themselves. Who's going to sort of be that person to make action happen? Who's going to make the sacrifice? Hopefully, they've worked out a little bit of something here. Between their showing at Fissure Universe as well as now, they did sign G, as in G Kill Them All, the legendary VP coach, as their coach. So hopefully he's able to bring a little bit of something. I think G, he's been in and out of some of these stacks. I think he managed to make his way towards TI, coaching some of these rosters, I think, over the past 2-3 years. So he definitely still has some sort of perspective on the game that might be able to help them there. Nothing like a fresh pair of eyes to bring into that dynamic to see what can change. And speaking of fresh, let's talk a bit about Asakura, because I know you don't really know much about them. In fact, in case, like I said, you didn't follow any tier 2, tier 3 scene tournaments, these guys are pretty around, right? They've been around. We've seen Serenata a little bit. We've seen Seven Jesu a lot, especially if you're watching kind of pro streams. Sometimes you'll see him pop up in their pubs. A very sort of long time carry player. Some of these other players have also participated in tier 2, tier 3 tournaments, but Asakura, I think the most recent, I guess, little expedition for them was that they almost made it through Fissure Universe close qualifiers, right? They narrowly lost in the grand finals for the second slot, 3-2. They lost to one move. And I think me and you, we had the pleasure of casting Fissure Universe. We did see how one move did. It wasn't necessarily a very inspiring performance. So I think Asakura, struggling a little bit in that grand finals against them doesn't necessarily bode well for the expectations. But again, all of these different close qualifiers, at least from our vantage point, we're hoping for the teams it's valuable learning experiences and they're able to pick up something that they can bring into this new patch, into this close qualifiers.
Yeah, curious to see if Aurora will make any changes as well, draft-wise. I think the style they play is pretty similar to Auld Black Boom as well, just a bit more greedy, especially with Kiyotaka, right? I think the way the team wants to play around, I talked about this in Fissure as well. I feel like they need to decide who they want to play around, especially with the supports, because I feel like there's no player that makes space being enabled. I feel like even if you're playing like a carry or a greedy mid, like you still can kind of make space with lane advantage, right? And I think that's what Aurora is trying to figure out here.
Yeah. I also want to say that this might be a bit of bias on my part, but I've always loved Mira. Always been a fan of him since the Spirit days. And I was very happy to see that despite the break that he took, even in the games where Aurora didn't look too hot, Mira was playing some spectacular position 4. He was making space on his Tusk, making space on his Weaver. I think when you have such a talented position 4, you want to move towards, like you mentioned, a particular core that you can tag team up with quite literally and make plays happen around the map. So let's see whether they make that adjustment into this game number 1, Asakura versus Aurora. Of course, many people probably expect this to go the way of Aurora, but I think that's the beauty of the Bet Boom spirit. You never really know. You never really know if they're going to get tilted in game number 1 or if they're going to sort of lose a grasp on the plot. After all, this is a tournament that's happening a couple of days after their exit at Fissure Universe. They had some time to rest, reset. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, we'll have to wait to find out. First pick PA, though, comes out for Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, I'm curious to why they banned Ember instead of PA. I feel like Aurora is very clearly a first pick PA team. Look at the tide there. They go for the A. Not the most common answer to Phantom Assassin. Although I don't know what a common answer is. The hero just feels like he always is unanswerable. What A gives you against PA is obviously late game. There's this satanic world where you blink in, you can't really turn the fight. I think PA has like this SNY satanic build where he can kind of turn around. Sometimes we see it towards the later part of the game, but A definitely just stops that. So more bursts. Probably see something like a Sand King come out later. I think that's been the most popular combo with A so far, and Tiny.
Yeah, good magic burst amplified by the Ice Vortex just to cut her down. Sand King hits a really quick timing as well, as we saw from our previous series, so able to perhaps catch the Phantom Assassin by surprise. And I think the way that this Sand King AA might work, if they do pick it, is you can't really go satanic you still might have to just because it's part of the build, but then that opens up a window where you basically need to win a fight within BKB. Because if you're not killing people within BKB, it's going to be tough. Speaking of BKB, here's some BKB Pierce. The Magnus going to come through. Could be off lane, could be mid, could be position 4 as well. But Aurora Gaming take that opportunity to snap up the Warlock for themselves. So the PA Warlock lane, something of a fad, especially in the recent patch, for sure.
Yeah, I feel like it's been happening since even before this small minor patch. I also think something nice about a PA is that you are a natural SNY buyer. So you talk about A being a satanic counter, but SNY is good against A, right? So I think PAs don't mind the satanic as much, whereas something like a Gyro who doesn't want SNY with the satanic, like they care about the A much more. You also have this timing with SNY where A is not 20, right? Where he gets the frostbite duration. So that's also one of the interactions that's kind of nice. And play against Magnus, you don't really necessarily want BKB.
That's true. It's a bit uncomfortable to build. Like, what are you blocking? Some, what? Shockwave damage? Like,
Magic
who cares?
damage.
Right.
It's some damage, I guess. That's what you're blocking.
It is. Yeah, that is what you're blocking. Kotl gonna come out with the Storm Spirit. Asakura want to move fast across the map, and they'll have plenty of tools to do so. But Aurora Gaming, they seem to know exactly what they want in this draft. We're blitzing through, and not even a scratch of reserve time really has been touched. The instant 18-pick puck to counter up the Storm gives them some nice control, gives them some good tempo. And Kiyotaka, he could be the one that Mira plays with on this task.
I mean, it's a really good puck pick, right? You have A, Coddle, who are at some point just going to feed to you non-stop. Magnus is not the best at catching you, and there's a natural Storm counter. One coil, Storm is always scared to come in. Needs to go for either an Orchid to go on you, and Tuskar is a save for that, obviously, or goes for something like a Kaya BKB, and you kind of force the Storm to move into his BKB. Eventually, you have the 25 that pierces immunity. So I think the pick was very straightforward, and it also fits their draft. More of Wingman.
I mean, I'm liking both drafts at the moment. I feel like they both have very clear, distinct game plans. My only sort of consideration now is whether this could be a Magnus pos 1, although I don't think that's real anymore now that they've reduced the Empower self-buff percentage. Went down from 50% to 30%, so it's pretty nasty stuff. Probably an offlaner. And what makes you pick this Magnus offlane with the Kotl into the PA Warlock? Is it just you got some good D push, so you just keep spamming them out? I mean, there's no way in the world you outspam the Warlock heal, right?
Okay, so you definitely don't win the lane, but Blinding Light against PA is pretty nice. Although I think PA is one of the better carries against Kotl simply because you can reach him, right? That's kind of Kotl's weakness as a hero. I think they're just targeting this Storm Kotl combo. Maybe it's one of their 16, 17, 1-2 punches. And as Magnus Kotl lane is just simple, right? You push out, you pull. PA jumps on you, Blinding Light. Okay. So Warlock wants to push the wave. Kotl Magnus is okay with that, or they can counter push in their own way as well. Also good at stacking. So I think pretty neutral, pretty straightforward draft. One of those games where you are kind of dependent on your cores to do things, because A and Kotl don't really play together as a unit very much. So not much early rotations unless they go for something. I like to see them get a stun. Like, I wouldn't hate something like a Swen for Asakura, for example.
Yeah, I can see what you mean. Like, right now, to me, it feels like they need this big boss stand in front type position 1, right? Someone who can farm up quick, but can also run with the team and give Storm Spirit and Magnus the information they need. Because right now, they got a lot of nice follow-up, right? They got nice vision with the Ice Vortex, lets the Storm and Magnus take whatever fights they want. But how are you going to, stand your ground and start sieging these towers? You don't really have a lot of objective taking potential. That's kind of what's missing for me right now for Asakura. Aurora Gaming, they'll take out the Morphling and the Slark, and they go for the Terrorblade for themselves. So that is likely going to be an offlane Terrorblade, I want to say.
Yeah.
Because offlane PA is just not real.
Is it not, though? Nah, it's definitely an offlane TV, right? Because we've seen this before, I think, in Fisher. I think it was the last game we cast. The Sunder against AA Blast is one of their go-to counters. Also a pretty good pipe game. Just by auras, you have Warlock, this upheaval talent that gives you attack speed. You're a nice lane with Tuskar. I think this TB Tusk is something we see quite often as well. So I think it's
I also like the fact that it gives them a little bit of early tower push without needing the PA or needing necessarily the Warlock Golem, right? So that's going to help them pressure some of these tier 1 towers that, as much as Asakura have good wave clear, perhaps dealing with the illusions or the waves, Terrorblade, I think the concept we always talk about with this hero is the ghost push, right? It just creates pressure on the map. The lanes push in, kind of allows Puck and Tusk. I guess their ship name would be Pusk or Tuck to run around the map and get some kills.
Let's go Tuck.
Let's go.
Alright,
Pusk is pretty funny though.
Yeah,
Pusk sounds
true.
like a disease. Like, oh, I got some pusks on my leg. Doesn't that sound disgusting?
It does kind of sound disgusting. Not trying to picture it right now.
Okay, sorry about
Asakura, what's the pick here? Faceless Void. Let's go, baby. The new and
that. The
improved.
Sven, I don't know whether it got improved.
All right, the new and something Faceless Void.
The new and downgraded Faceless Void. The freshly thrown into the shitter
How's
Faceless
Troll
Void.
Warlord
Unfortunately.
here? Yeah, Toro pick Troll.
I
here.
mean,
no cap.
yeah, I can see what you mean. Although I feel like Troll is one of those heroes that has been a bit of a bait. In case you haven't really seen for yourself, Adam, I was checking the stats of which heroes have felt the best across the open qualifiers. Troll has been picked up quite a bit, 40-something games, a 20% win rate, man.
Are you actually serious? I've only seen one Troll.
I'm not kidding.
Are you
Okay,
trolling
this is
me?
over. I'm not. It is April Fool's, but we ain't joking around here. 7 Jesu. Gonna go for that Ursa last pick. I like that a lot. It's one of the heroes that can put on the pressure, get that early rush. Not so much the towers, but it seems like it does fit into the pace that they want to play.
Yeah, I guess so. It's also a nice empower carry. You at some point become an assassin yourself. Just a bit worried about the lane. Ursa AA not really a lane that kills heroes, and I don't think you really enable the Ursa to free farm too. So I'm curious to see how top lane goes. Maybe picking Ursa because he can Earthshock out of the ice shards, so you're not really super pressured by Mira and Toronto Tokyo up here. But other than that, other than Roche for the Storm, I don't really see the whole purpose of this Ursa pick.
I guess it just plays fast, right? You benefit from the empower. You play fast compared to the PA. It takes a while for the PA to kill. It's not like she can get an item that suddenly makes you go through and rage, right? That's just not a thing. So maybe they did need that front line. They did need that big boss, and it's going to come in the form of the raid boss Ursa trying to get an Aegis early on. I don't hate it, but I think coming out of the draft, at least for me, I can see the Aurora game plan a lot clearer, right? I know what they want to do. It's a classic at this point. We expect the PA. We know what it's about. I'm favoring their draft going more into game number 1.
Yeah, same for me. I feel like the draft is very their style, right? They're gonna drag the game. Puck's gonna make small moves here and there, and then eventually you have the Pusk walking around. Toronto is gonna hit his pipe timing. Maybe even buy an Orchid. I also am not a fan of this AA Coddle support duo. I feel like unless you have like a very certain kind of lineup, like love cheap stance, like some Sand King, DK, Tiny kind of heroes, like at least two of those, I don't really like it.
I mean, the one thing that we didn't talk about for the Asakura lineup is they do have that Kotal Storm, right? So that might enable him to be strong enough to perhaps deal with the Pusk and heal himself a bit. We'll see whether that ends up being the case. There's a lot of tools to help Serenada get off to a good start. You got that Chakra Magic. You got that AA with the Ice Vortex as well. I think there's a chance that ends up being a good game. How's the Storm Puck matchup?
Storm farms, Puck farms, no cares. Storm might win ever so slightly, I think. Ever so slightly.
I mean, that's a good thing, right? Storm can clear stacks very early on. You got Magnus, AA, Kotal. There should be a whole bunch of stacks. I'm interested to see whether Aurora anticipate this and try and challenge or put some early deep wards. Because if they spot that out, then the Pusk is going to be on its way and just punish them.
Is this just what we're calling them? The Pusk.
I'm rolling with it. I'm rolling with it.
All right. And meanwhile, in the top lane, we have the model lane. Oh my god, it sounds so bad. What else is there?
What do you mean by model lane? Like as in ideal lane?
The MOTL. It's the Magnus plus Coddle, Mike. Come on, get on the same page.
Sorry. Model. I heard model as in like model example, as in Adam is a model example of a Dota 2 professional from Southeast Asia.
Model example of someone who doesn't look at the careers.
Happy April Fools, by the way.
Happy April
Vladik
Fools.
going to get initiated on. Might have to level the skewer to get out of it, or maybe just walk. Seems completely fine. Don't really have any ways of chasing him down. I thought for sure they'd commit a little bit more there, but I guess without the tag team, they just lack the damage.
He's farming stick charges. Super value. Also, just not
Easy
sure who's
collection.
behind the trees, right? Don't want to run into a Coddle Blast or Remnant, anything to ruin your lane. It's a general Dota 2 rule. If you have good lanes, do not create chaos. Go lane.
So who has the better lane here? Or who has the better laning setup, you think, between Aurora and Asakura? Because my gut makes me feel like Aurora are probably a bit happy about this early laning stage.
I like Aurora's heroes much more. I think especially his top lanes. PA is so free. PA against two heroes that don't throw spells at him is very free. And this Rock Heal, you know, I think at level 2, Nightfall is just going to be able to keep going. There's a heal on him if they want it. This Coddle does not trade well. He's not one of those heroes that like some Dark Willow that can kind of just turn or hooving. Magnus as well, not the best of man fighters. You just kind of want to spam out this lane, but Fento already... Both Fento and Nightfall already kind of abusing it up here. 5 for 5 to the 0-1 CS of Magnus. Level 1, that's not fair.
It absolutely is not, and I don't think it helps that the Blinding Light cooldown at level 1 is a full 24 seconds, so you only get one of those per wave. Speaking of wave, the wave pulled into a convenient location for Toronto, Tokyo to farm safely. Meanwhile, Mira doing a good job just trying to get whatever he can with some of those shots. What's the deal here? You were saying that the Ursa AA lane doesn't really threaten, but it seems like Aurora want no interaction whatsoever.
It does seem that way. They're just trying to pull away, not get run down by the Ursa. Probably play for level 2 or 3, because once you have mana and reflection and tag team, that's when your lane gets really strong, right? You don't really want any shenanigans before that. So I think a general thing people do, or at least used to do when I was playing, is let's say it's lane, okay, we're playing for level, let's say Darkseer is the most common, right? Like I want Darkseer level 3, Clockwork level 2, for example. That's what we're playing for. So what's the best way we get there without anything happening? Because anything happening before that is like not what you want.
Like it could ruin the sort of that setup, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean that kind of seems like a pretty... It makes sense that you would approach the game that way. I mean, that's the whole point of how people approach timings, I'm assuming, as well. Like in this game, I would assume that Asakura want to try and get towards a pretty free Ursa safe lane. He wants to get towards that early Roche. You reckon he'll still go for something like a Battle Fury this game? Is that just mandatory for the Ursa?
Yeah, I feel like you just want the item. I think unless you are dominating or you're some Diracho is going to buy Diffusal, I feel like it's always just nice to go Battle Fury. I feel like Battle Fury doesn't stop you from being aggressive because you have Facebook's Corrosion, it's pretty much the equivalent. Of course, it's a little less strong than Diffusal, but it also doesn't put you on this timer where you feel the need to constantly go and slay heroes, you know?
Now, what do you think is the plan here for Asakura? Are they on a slay train? Are they about to try and ramp up the tempo to play fast into the PA? What do you think their draft is intended to do?
Alright, just looking at the draft, I feel like one is they want to enable this Storm, right? This Coddle, his whole plan is to play behind this Storm, give you mana, drag him around. So I think having a ginormous Storm is the first step of Sakura's draft. Then you get the Ursa to go Roche, you give him Aegis, Magnus eventually gets Dagger. You just kind of enable his Storm, pick off after pick off and scale after scale. Eventually his Magnus and Ursa are going to play together as well, and they want to close the map that way. As for Aurora, I think the draft's a little more straightforward, right? Like they want to play lanes and just use their coil every time it's up. Coil of Golem looks like any kill. Maybe Ursa can get out. I think Ursa's like the only hard kill for them.
Yeah, get the Pusk moving early on, you know what I'm saying?
I know I'm saying.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. We might see it happen very, very soon, perhaps as early as level 6. I think the task moving to the mid lane is very real for pre-6 Storm, right? It just makes it such an easy kill. Maybe you TP in on Slime Yao on the Kotal, just a Blinding Light to save him, but other than that, the response will be quite muted.
I want to
see whether
say
Asakura are prepared for that.
Aurora will most likely move to the top lane, simply because this Magnus is getting master classed right now. What is happening here?
Vladik.
32 to 11 is crazy.
Dude, he's just getting bonked past his tier 1 tower. He should be in a pretty decent position to farm now, but nothing's stopping Nightfall from just chucking out dagger after dagger after dagger. The only thing that's kind of restricting him is the mana department.
It's the only thing saving the Magnus from death right now. They got a nice ward in the triangle too, so they will see the stacks.
Yeah, this was
Kyotaka.
pre-planted by Aurora, so they are aware about the type of game that Asakura want to play, even though it hasn't really panned out that way yet. Slime Yao has not had time at all yet to babysit the Magnus. Mira, though, pretty deep by his own, venturing into the jungle, looking for the Storm Spirit. Both supports from Asakura have to TP in to try and restrain this pressure. This is a catapult wave. I don't think it's nearly as strong as the Dragon Knight we saw from the previous series, but they're definitely doing a good job just pushing away the Storm. I'm not sure. I think that Observer is right within sentry range, unfortunately. Let me just double check that. Yeah, I should be able to see it, unfortunately. So
Yeah, it's nighttime though, so
Free
you
Dior.
catch a glimpse of it. But this mid pressure, his catapult is still here, and they have to respond to this somehow. Mira also kind of leached some EXP off the storm, so he's not even close to level 6. He is.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
He's fine.
Oh, he's looking for an angle.
Yeah,
Stun
find no
up. The
more.
coil is there. Where are the supports? You need the blinding light. Might come a little bit too late. Serenada drops for
broke the
first blood.
coil.
Yeah, great move there from Kiyotaka and the gang. I mean, he was playing for Mira with the setup the whole time. And like you said, even though the sentry covers that vision, the nighttime meant that the Storm didn't actually see the ward.
It's also behind
So
the
it ends
tree,
up
right?
eluding him.
Man, I'm gonna get regen on Kiyotaka too. They don't ruins bottom. One nice thing for this about this is I guess there's not gonna be any moves on the shrine. Because I think if they decide not to pressure mid and go pressure top instead, the Storm couldn't really react to it either.
A little bit awkward there from Panto, sticking around a bit too long, gives over a free kill to Serenada, and that's going to get him towards level 6. Even after that wave, he didn't have it, but now he should be a lot safer. You can immediately see Aurora starting to move away from the mid lane now. That timing is over. They'll go back to focusing on their existing lanes that are all doing pretty well. In fact, it's doing so well that it's already a 2k gold lead at this early stage of the game, Adam.
It's the PA, man. Nightfall and Pento just did way too well in the top lane. So kill on Storm was nice, so small little things. See the gap in net worth. It's Magnus and PA 1.5k apart. Puck and Storm as well, 1.2k. Well, that's your net worth lead.
I guess the one upside is that he did go for Eternal Empowerment, so there is a recovery avenue there. 7 Jesu being run down here. Slime Yao gonna TP in, look to punish Toronto, but they don't really have a lot of damage to dump into here. Call onto 2 supports, they're looking for these kills. Very easy targets, but they just need a bit more damage at the moment. Big stick charge, kill the courier, that's all you'll find for now. Kiyotaka still angling, Nightfall has come down here as well. And an easy jump forward, Kiyotaka will clean up 1 kill. Looks like the AA was able to escape up to the north. A full retreat out from Asakura as they understand this bot lane. They can't continue to take this territory. Call already used means that they can't go on the Ursa for now, but he still doesn't have level 6. Earthshock sliced down. Nightfall gets it done. A great rotation from the PA early on. Aurora continue to extend their advantage on the map.
Okay, so PA versus Ursa is a very interesting matchup because Ursa is, like you said, a bit more tempo, but PA daggers kind of own you because you can't really press out if PA is just throwing daggers.
Yeah.
So it's like one of those situations where who sees who first, and PA is one of those heroes that if you don't really come into the fight, you are still able to kind of poke and do damage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Ursa needs to commit. That's his whole hero, right? And I think one thing that is probably obvious as well, Ursa can get all the attacks off that he wants, but if he misses, it's not really going to do much damage. Not really a hero that likes building MKB either.
Yeah, you kind of have to include it in your build against PA at some point. There's also the... What do you call it? Oh my god.
Bloodthorn?
There's also double save, right? There's double BKB pierce.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
not
Yeah, that's
necessarily
what
that
you
even if they see the PA, there's just... It's not 100%.
Yeah, basically what you're
that
saying is that
they're
it's
killing.
difficult to kill the PA because Aurora have many tools, right, to try and help her out
You're
there.
correct.
I mean, this was the
Can
first pick
recharge
PA after all,
sometimes.
so I think both teams knew exactly what they were in for, but just not really... I don't want to say respecting, but maybe not expecting the sheer dominance that Nightfall could display there. He completely gapped the Magnus. He's twice his net worth, man.
Respecting is just expecting without the R, Mike. What can I
That's
say?
true. That's true. He knows how to spell words. That's crazy. Pressure down here in bot lane,
Sure, I
Aurora.
was wrong somehow.
They don't even need to use the meta for this. They're just complete domination down here. This early lane win from the Warlock and the PA has just completely extended to an overall map advantage for Aurora. This is exactly where they want to be.
Just very, very far behind. I know it's a bit captain obvious, but how do you make move? Your Storm can't go in by himself. He has no Ursa to play with. They need Ice Blast at least, I think, before anything happens. But I think this is the Aurora style. Mira's gonna body for Toronto Tokyo. Gonna live down here forever.
Sure.
At some point, they might make a move together to the mid lane, but other than that, Mira is just mode bodyguard. Look at him.
There is that spirit form and a ward that spots out Mira. Not sure whether it caught a glimpse of Toronto Tokyo, but they are moving down here to try and eliminate the Terrorblade. Can recall in Vladik as well from the top lane, but they choose to go towards the triangle instead. Maybe able to just cut him off. They will see the illusions now. This could be a nice kill. Storm zip in.
Pretty tanky.
The response is a little bit too late. Sunder manages to get it onto Vanderly, but still way too much magic burst at this early stage. They bring in the Magnus as well, but it's into a rock. Panto might be the next target, but he's getting quite a bit of damage out onto the Magnus. Maybe just brought into his death over here. Still has an RP available, but a beautiful silence. Keeping him away. They'll just chase him down, not able to use a single spell. But they're getting some return kills. Triple kill for Serenata. That's a fight that he needed. And now with Nightfall joining, this could be troublesome. Still a bit of mana left on the Storm, able to zip back out to safety, and the Ursa escapes as well. Ends up being a trade 3 for 3. I say that, but Serenata just used the last bit of his mana. Nightfall chases all the way down and gets himself a killing spree. Very, very nice participation there from Nightfall. He just understands how strong he is at the moment. Ends up being a 4 for 3 exchange. Asakura, they tried to make everything happen with their ultimates, but just couldn't really bring the Magnus in a meaningful way.
Dota rule number 3. When your team is ahead, you bring numbers. Never let them outnumber you. Nightfall says, okay, thank you for the kill. I feel like Serenata could have gotten out if he just gave it like a nice long zip instead of the one or two of the shorter ones.
Yeah.
Also, I think that fight went really well for Asakura considering how awkward the recall and the Magnus was.
Yeah, he basically recall arrived and a golem shat on his face. Like, that's literally what happened. A bit tough
That's how
to...
the dinosaurs might... That's how they got extinct.
Yeah, unlucky stuff. Just a full-ass rock on your head. What can you do? Not even playing against a tiny and you still get that shit dropped on you. It's tough. 7 Jesu spotted out by a beautiful ward. Just rotate in. Very easy pickup. And again, Adam, we talked about this. I mean, I'm sure everyone watching here may or may not have watched us at Fissure Universe just a couple days back, but it feels like this area is such a prime location for carries to die.
Yes, you're always on the low ground too, right? So even if people break smoke, like you can't really react. There's nowhere to run.
Yeah,
I wonder what's the fix to that though.
Yeah, right. Like, how do you just not farm that?
You
I
have
mean,
to
to be
farm
fair,
there.
with the tier 1 being down, it is quite a dangerous location to be perched up all alone. Maybe you're just not expecting people to make the move all the way down, but the Ursa, maybe just a little bit of a recipe away from the Battle Fury, so he'll be able to catch up. But again, take a look at the net worth, Adam. Not looking good at all for the side of Asakura.
Not looking good indeed. Storm is going for an Orchid now, so I think they feel like they need to do something. Toronto Tokyo is going for one of his own as well. But my problem with this Orchid on Storm is that Tuskar can save and there is a Sunder. So I think when it actually comes down to fights where everyone's together, it's not gonna be too easy for Serenata to get any picks.
Yeah, I kind of get his struggle though, right? He's thinking, okay, I don't need an early Kaya because I got a Kotal. I can't afford to go Witchblade because that's a bit too damage focused and they're just going to get out. So maybe I need a silence, makes the support pickoffs a lot easier. There is a Blink Dagger on the Magnus now as well, and maybe they're looking to kind of use those two in tandem to try and get a bit of a higher value pickoff. But like you mentioned, Toronto Tokyo also has its own silence, so can completely catch the Storm off guard. It's going to be a long time before he gets something to respond to that. Looking at the pipe next on this Terrorblade, this just feels like such a straightforward and obvious build-up for him this game.
Yeah, we might see them make a move though. Tormentor is spawning soon. Good old 50 minutes. Although I feel like Aurora at this point should be aware of this, right? Especially playing against A on the Ice Blast. And now it's 7 Jesu showing down here. I think this smoke is super obvious.
Yeah, you gotta know this is coming. 15 minutes on the clock. That's where every single team wants to fight. There still are wards left over from that previous pick-off. Smoke is going to break Vladik on the front lines. He's going to get spotted out first. Kiyotaka might just jump in and look for an angle, but the Watcher, it's still claimed. So they're going to get a good vantage point of where exactly the Asakura heroes are coming from. And with the Magnus's smoke broken, the surprise factor is kind of off, right? You can't continue to jump in here. They will try. 7 Jesu. Kiyotaka, bodyguard on the front lines. He knows they don't have an instant stun because he'll see the Magnus coming, and the Tormentor already falls to Aurora.
Yeah, they just have no way of dealing with it, right? Way too easy. Unless they drop an RP in him from the trees or they get a Vortex somehow. There's just really no catch for his puck.
Yeah, this is just awkward. Take a look at Toronto Tokyo sending his little illusion bodyguards, and they'll just decide, yeah, I mean, there's no point in us sticking around. Let's just continue min-maxing the map. Let's keep farming. 8k gold lead. Let's keep it bigger. You can waste a lot of time here on Asakura. For the contest on the rune. Silence up on the puck, but the immediate blink away. Nice reactions there from Kiyotaka, not getting caught by the rest of the brigade. Asakura, you can kind of sense that they really want to make something happen, but just can't find the opportunities right now.
Yeah, Panto already TPing to the top lane, picking out top, so it looks like Aurora, they're just gonna move away from the boss side now that Tormentor's dead. Try to take over the ancient area.
I know Panto, I know what he's saying in the team chat. He's just saying, anybody show up here, I drop Golem, I don't give a shit. Like, they die instantly.
He didn't drop Golem, Mike.
He didn't see Slime. He
Slime
didn't see
says,
it.
I blast myself.
Okay. Or maybe I'm just doing a little bit of lying. Maybe it's an April Fool's joke, huh? How do you like that?
Damn, you
got your
me.
ass. Yeah.
Got me good. You know what else got me, Mike? When I opened Twitter today and I saw this post that said Dota is discontinuing or something.
Oh, you fell for the no context Dota 2 trap. He does it every single year.
Yeah, exactly. Man. That's what makes it bad.
They're literally
That's
never
what makes it bad that I felt for.
I refuse to. Okay, to be fair, you're also the same person who did not know that the Dire and Radiant couriers look different.
Yeah,
so,
look at it on the left, bottom left of the screen. They look the same right now.
I love how Observer just shows it up to shame you. That's right, Adam. They're not even the same. They're not even the same color, man. That's like saying Radiant and Dire are the same. Because they kind of look the same on the map. They're both squares. They're not even the same shade, brother.
Alright. You know what's the same? The same is if Storm buys Orchid and Puck has Yules, suddenly you equals no Orchid.
Does Puck have a Yules now? Almost, I guess. 500 gold. Yeah, I don't really know what this Orchid is meant to achieve, mostly because some of those smoke moves didn't work out. Large part of the reason why is just that Aurora doing a very good job controlling the map, right? The wards have been in extremely opportune places. They've managed to be ahead of any of the Asakura attempts lately. And I think because of how far behind they are, they've been forced to ball up in uncomfortable setups. Like, look at the way that they're playing the map right now. The Kotal, understandably, is following the Storm around, but they're in the same quadrant of the map as the Ursa. You see, the Magnus, he just got his blink and he's just farming, so not really sure. I guess Asakura just feel a bit too weak to fight right now, so they're just trying to farm up as much as possible.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like as this game goes on this way specifically, Aurora's just getting more of the map, right?
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Farming, super low net worth for a Kotal. I think that's a red flag. This Magnus has dagger. You want to use RP, but Aurora, they're just constantly ready. You see the way they're set up. Nightfall's in the outer banks as far away as he can be. I said, but he TV's mid.
I guess it's that SNY pickup that's making him feel a little bit strong. I thought he TP'd in here just because he had a BKB he wanted to reveal. A bit of a setup there. RP onto 2. It's nice. Ice Blast. A bit of miscommunication, but it's not going to matter. Kiyotaka, he kind of strikes ahead of the rest of the Aurora lineup, and he pays the price for it. I mean, you managed to dodge them for so long. Here comes Serenada. Up onto the high ground. Glimmer caped away. Back to safety. The snowball's going to put Mira in an awkward spot. They don't really have good follow-up right now. 7 Jesu coming in. They silence up on the Ursa, trying to focus him down, but they don't have the damage. Nightfall trying to slice in, but in comes the Enrage. He's going to run out of it, though. That Fatal Bonds as well, onto 2 additional heroes. They almost killed the Kotal while they were at it, but despite that disastrous start to the fight, Asakura, they just don't have the firepower standing up into Aurora right now. We don't see how much the death of the Ursa has impacted that gold change, but I'd wager to say it's still Asakura favored.
Yeah, ever so slightly, but I just feel like they're not really in the game right now, especially with the Ursa going down, right? I think that's the one hero that you want to continue to snowball versus Storm. Obviously, losing cores are bad when the opponent counterpart core does not die. Nightfall gonna go for a BKB of his own now. And you talked about this, no MKB, no physical damage. Every time the Ursa dies, he is further and further away from the MKB. So once Nightfall has this Black King bar, he's pretty unkillable.
Yeah, I guess so. Asakura, it feels like their only option is to try and avoid or kite the PA, maybe keep her controlled somewhere. It's gonna be a lot harder once she's in your face with that Roche though. Clean attempt there. They know there's no RP. So it should be pretty safe for them. Don't think Asakura have much business contesting. But this already shows you how much Asakura have been forced to deviate from their game plan, right? You pick this Ursa, one of the goals is you want to get that Roche as soon as possible. Deny that Aegis, deny that objective from the side of Aurora. Ice Blast just slightly off the mark. If it came maybe half a second, earlier, might have actually gotten the snipe, but...
It was pretty close. Aurora, I imagine they're just gonna apply pressure on 2 lanes, wait for his BKB, because Toronto Tokyo has his pipe done now. Mira has a blink too, Yule's on puck complete. I don't think there's any reason to wait for any items anymore.
Yeah,
Feels
yeah,
like this
I
is
think the option for Asakura is that they hope Kiyotaka does the thing that he did just now and walks into them for free. That would be really nice of him.
That would be really nice, but this time Mira has a blink dagger to prevent that from happening.
Yeah.
And there's a pipe on Toronto Tokyo, so big pressure on the Magnus to get the reposition. Otherwise, the saves are going to come in, and it might. I think just one save traded for RP or even a pull from Storm can just turn the whole fight.
Oh, I'm not sure if that ward in the mid lane actually spotted out the fact that the Ursa just got smoked out of nowhere, because Panto, he's probably going to drop here at the tier 1 tower. They're looking to TP in on the puck to perhaps try and get a catch off. 7 Jesu popping that Enrage very early, just a bit of a safety measure, I guess, and that's enough for Asakura. They're happy just taking down the Warlock.
Are they though? Still smoked up. They want to get puck on the rune, but it's gone, man.
It's playing a bit safe.
I guess they're continuing to farm, and maybe right now when the Warlock spawns, we will see a smoke.
Oh, Nightfall getting caught out. He has the BKB and the second life though. This Ice Blast probably gonna take his first. Silenced up and skewered away. They will take down the Aegis. The rest of Aurora all streaming in, and that means Asakura can't stick around no more. But either way, that was a really nice catch. Amira, he's looking to punish, but he will kind of get disjointed by that beautiful shockwave. Don't think it would have clipped out onto Vanilley even regardless of that, so...
Aurora, there's 2 mistakes now. Free as Aegis, AK ahead. Maybe getting a little lazy.
Yeah, not too sure what those moves were about, but kind of maybe expecting Asakura to just yield, right? Not really expecting the moves to come out. And you gotta imagine that Asakura, they've got to be very pleased with that. They didn't need to use the RP. They didn't even really use any major ultimate other than Ice Blast. That's gonna come off cooldown very quickly. They'll be ready for the next fight. Just playing off the fact that they're hoping Aurora show up individually on the lanes, and that's because if Aurora stick together like they are doing right now, there's not much that Asakura can really do to contest them.
Yeah, I feel like we keep saying like Aurora is strong and they're like fights are easy, but they're not looking for any fights, just down to farm. I said, but Kiyotaka, I'm gonna break smoke here.
It's a bit strange, Kiyotaka coming out here, silence up on the Tusk. They're looking for an opportunity with the Magnus, but he gets silence up. Kiyotaka jumps back in with a beautiful call onto 2. They will take down the Aurora supports for now, but do they have the damage for the rest of the cores? Vladik dropping low, Ice Blast, it's a beautiful connection. Nightfall forced to pop the BKB and Sunder can't come out. Ends up being a great fight for Asakura. They don't lose anything while taking down the Aurora backline, even with the Golem coming through. Now the puck might just be caught. Silenced up, but don't have any follow-up, and they don't really want to threaten into Nightfall and the Golem. They'll just TP out. Aurora, it feels like they're giving up so much ground. And maybe Asakura is just executing these fights very nicely.
I don't know, man. Aurora feels like they're a great team when they don't try to play with each other. Does that make sense at all?
No, I get
Every time
what
they try
you're
to do
saying.
something together, it looks so horrible.
Yeah.
But individual skill level, they are by far goddamn.
Like in the lanes, oh my goodness, Nightfall was just taking a doo-doo all over this Ursa. Rather, everyone in the game, actually. He outfarmed them by such a significant margin, got to such a great lead when he was playing 2v1 up there, 2v2. And now in these team fights, he's having a little bit of trouble finding an opportunity.
Yeah, watching your execution, Mira blinks in on the left, Kiyotaka goes right. Well, obviously doesn't want to golem the one single Magnus, and Pia and TB aren't even there. One's just farming, and I don't know. It just looks real weird.
Yeah, it kind of costs them as well, because I feel like the way that they win the fights is if they take down the Magnus, the RP is no longer an equation and you're not too worried. But they kind of split focus, right? Like the Magnus, he was silenced up, he was controlled. But with the Essence Ring and Aurora's focus being a little bit split, he still manages to get the RP off on Toronto and Nightfall. That just feels like it shouldn't be allowed.
I agree, and now we'll see a little bit of deja vu. Going topside this time instead of bottom. It's all gonna come down to how the initiation goes, because they have no RP right now. I really don't like this smoke.
They are committing for the Tormentor though. That could leave them low. 7
Whoa.
Jesu just blinking in. Ursa very daring because he has that BKB available. Starting to swipe away on Toronto. Looking for an option to sunder.
There's a
nice little snowball save. Good timing on the BKB.
Yep,
He prioritized saving Toronto a little bit. I thought he was going to punch for sure, but getting out there. Maybe a little bit of a mistake from Mira, but either way. I'm hearing from our observer now, the ever-vigilant Mr. Scriff, that punch was actually on cooldown.
Yeah,
So
Mira would
it's
never
not
make a
Mira's fault.
mistake like
No
that.
mistake. It's not in him to make a mistake.
It's true.
It's Dota's fault.
That's true.
What
That's why
did
his
he
name's
punch? Did he
Mira.
punch the Tormentor? Why did he punch the Tormentor? Yeah, no, that's fair.
You know what we're doing, guys? Game should have been over 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, at the 7-minute mark, we should have taken their Wisdom Rune and then their throne would have exploded.
It's true. Maybe. You never know, man. You don't know till you try.
That's
Sometimes
true.
all it takes is one smoke to run down mid for someone to say go and. Don't
true.
quote me on that, but it has
This
definitely
isn't
happened
okay.
many
No,
times
this
to me
isn't
before.
in a pro game though.
You never know.
No,
man.
surely not.
We are in the Eastern European region, my friend.
That's true. I feel like I haven't seen that type of bad manner in a pro game in what feels like forever. I don't even remember the last time that happened. Mira, a little bit deep there. Will get committed upon by Serenata, who doesn't have a lot of mana left, but with the recall and the Kothel coming in,
big
that changes very
Lotus.
quickly. Sunder available, but Toronto, Tokyo not going to use it on a measly support. Not worth his time.
falls
Nightfall
in.
now, getting skewered away, but that's a coil going to break out. They're trying to control up Vladik on the Magnus, looking for him through the tree lines. They will be able to burst down him. Now Vandally as well. Easy pickings. Ghost Scepter just going to delay it. Ice Blast around, but I don't think it even clips Nightfall there. He's able to dodge out to the south. Very nicely done.
Jukin and Javin. He's going to go for a Satanic anyway. I mean, I think he's too far ahead to care about this AA Blast right now.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Also, again, with this SNY, you actually might not care too much. You also have a Titanic neutral item at some point, if you're lucky. Yes, Sunder. He definitely can survive through the Ice Blast. Maybe that's the idea behind them. They're like, okay, we have PA, they pick AA.
Mira in the mid
Watch
lane.
Mira
Showing
not
on
make
the
a
wave.
mistake.
Mass TPs coming in though. Aurora, they want to punish, but they're just a bit too late to the party. Okay, that one might have been a little bit of a mistake, right?
Just a bit.
Just
I
a
think it was
smidge.
as big as mistake as the bottom one where he didn't press his big Lotus because he would have lived. His greater healing Lotus.
Okay.
Okay, back to my point, okay? Think about it. They pick PA, opponent picks AA. So you buy SNY, and now Ice Blast is like, what, 6 seconds? Hear me out,
Sure,
okay?
yeah.
And
I'm
then
listening.
you pick Tuskar, and Snowball is 5 seconds. So now Ice Blast, technically, on paper, is only 1 second. Bam, countered.
It does. It gives you 20% status resistance, right? You got Satanic, so you got that. Satanic doesn't give you status resistance anymore, so it's like
Yeah.
whatever. I guess you're counting the BKB duration.
No, April Fools.
Okay, well, BKB 7 seconds. You get maybe like, let's say max duration on the Ice Blast is like 11, right? Frostbitten duration.
I'm maxing this, yeah. So
I'm
like
maxing
8
this.
seconds,
We're
7
both Asian,
seconds.
but not the type that will make you good at math, unfortunately.
I need to buy a calculator for this.
Yeah. Just put it next to you. Put it next to you.
Alright, the point is Ice Blast time less cost in
No, I
Snowball,
get it.
okay?
It's a great strategy. I think Aurora, you know, They're true to their name, very familiar with the cold, harsh conditions of something like an Ice Blast. Vladik blinking away, but they see him with a ward and gonna try and bail him out now. Golem on top of his head. Nice glimmer though.
Really
No additional
want
chase. They
this
will RP2 Ice
Magnus.
Blast. They will commit for the Magnus, like you said. He ends up popping, but it comes maybe at a cost. Serenada trying to finish up Mira. But this task is way too tanky, and they will lose the Storm as well. Vanilley tried to come in to help his buddy out, but ends up paying the price. Despite that looking like a pretty good setup, Aurora, maybe, just maybe, I don't need a calculator for this, 13k gold lead, a bit too high.
Where was our brother Ursa Warrior during that team fight?
Yeah,
He
where
finishing off
was...
his MKB?
I think he just finished it up. Because he's broke as shit now, so that makes sense. I'll try and make a bit of a jump now in Kiyotaka, but that's a puck that we're talking about, so it's not going to be a very easy go. Even has the Yules to kite even further if he needs. It's just a solo Ursa here, so you're a bit scared that maybe the rest of Aurora come by. But yeah, this game has not gone according to Asakura's plan at all. Whatever that might have looked like. Probably something to do with the Storm popping off, playing with the AA Kotal. We haven't really seen the strength of this Kotal. Or the Mortal, maybe, in the top lane, because we didn't see any recalls, didn't see any big spirit, spirit forms just kind of controlling the map. Aurora, they're just way too far ahead, and now they have a second Roche to look at as well.
Yeah, this looks pretty free, but I think Asakura it's a good time for him to contest, right? Even though they have no RP, the MKB on Ursa is pretty significant because one Ice Blast and one pull can actually spell death for Nightfall.
Gotta get some vision now with the spirit form. Scout with some illusion. 7 Jesu, he'll reveal the fact that he has the MKB. Aurora thinking twice a little bit now about this position. They know that Asakura, this is an opportunity for them to come back in the...
It has to be PAR puck. And it has to be clean. If the save comes out or just any Sunder or Pipe, it's going to be difficult.
Maybe you just go on the supports first. Maybe take out Mira or Panto. Deny the Golem, deny the Snowball coming out.
I don't think you can.
Kind of
once you're
retreat
in,
to
you
the
can't
mid
go
lane.
out.
Ice Blast coming in. This is a good timing. Jump in with the Ursa, but he doesn't snatch anything. Slices up the task. Sorry, I'm getting confused with the task again. BKB pop by 7 Jesu. He needs to get out clean. This was not the initiation that we were looking for.
He ain't getting out of this, I think.
He's fine. He gets the blink out. They
Unless
go on Vanilley
he just
instead. Nice
blinks out.
TP out. Somehow, someway, Asakura get out of that mostly unscathed.
Yeah, there's Mira's death. That's all that happened. How?
Yeah.
It's just BKB run out of coil. Bit of power of the Ursa too, right? The Enrage doesn't care very much. He also chose not to kill the no mana storm on Nightfall. I saw that at Nightfall. There's like, no, I'm killing 7 Jesu who is enraged. There's a storm with 0 mana beside him. Didn't catch it, but Serenada somehow gets out of there.
Serenada might have been spotted out there if he wasn't quick enough on the zip. Aurora, just keeping things interesting, Giving the viewers a little bit of a... Keep him on the edge of their seats a bit. If not, this would be a bit too one-sided of a beatdown. It's funny that even with the lead that Aurora have, the kill score's pretty similar. They've been able to, on Asakura, find some pickoffs here and there. It just hasn't really resulted in anything meaningful for them just yet. I really do feel like that Roche contest could have been huge, right? 7 Jesu's jumping in, giving the vision, maybe the Magnus to follow up as well. Just didn't really pan out that way.
I think he had a few seconds left of RP. Either that or maybe just not willing to drop it so fast because of the snowball save that can come out.
Sure.
It's kind of weird to change their spells. It's like they have 2 real stunts until Ursa is Basher, and snowball save is annoying. There's Sunder too. Again, it feels like once you engage, you can't really disengage. Their heroes they're far enough behind that they kind of need to just burst someone. This eggs on the Coddle is gonna help a lot though. Maybe even stop Mira from a save. Even if it's just for a second, I think it might be enough.
It does feel like Asakura need all the help they can get now. Any low committal type of control that they can throw in without needing to sacrifice the Magnus or the Storm, that's going to be huge for them. Help the Ursa maybe stick on the target. That's been something that's been difficult for 7 Jesu this entire game.
Serenada going for the Hex too, so they also understand they have puck problems. They have lockdown issues, that's for sure. So itemizing well. Hex coming out. Ursa going for his own Basher. And Nightfire on Nightfall. So this means 7 Jesu without BKB, you actually cannot fight the PA because you will never have overpower. That cool interaction is obviously remove Fury swipes with Fan of Knives if he gets there eventually.
not a very, very high value break game, but you still want to get Phantom Knives down the line. It's just handy to have. Bit of extra burst damage, helps you cut through some heroes, deny the overload, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Overlord and Fury Swipes, that's nice damage to just remove. I mean, he has no slot for any other item anyway.
Sure.
Ignis Faddus online. I don't think that's gonna change too much, but we might see interaction where one hero gets bursted. I think that's the scariest thing for Aurora right now, right? It's like if one hero can just die straight up.
Quick item check here. Ghost Scepter's Glimmers on both Kotal as well as AA, which is probably what prompted Nightfall to get this nullifier anyway. It's been a little bit annoying for him to try and take down these supports. You'd ideally like to just kind of crit them once, throw 1 or 2 auto attacks out with the Blink Strike, and then, you know, get it done. But it's been good itemization so far. That's not going to be relevant anymore. Vladik as well, the 4-staff saving him in some of these situations. So, high value nullifier game. Meanwhile, you take a look at everybody else on the side of Aurora. They've all scaled up very nicely, right? You got the Hurricane Pike for additional kite, Yasha flying out on the courier for Toronto, Tokyo. Mira has his own Yules as well, and a Ghost Scepter for Panto to help him out against that Ursa, who will very, very likely be looking for his head.
Yeah, don't doubt in any way. I just feel like it's so hard for Aurora to end the game. They're like so far ahead, but there's no real team move, I want to say. I don't even know if it's play. I think it's more of a choice than anything.
There's the punch. That's what we wanted. Snowball as well. Gonna buy the time, and they found 7 Jesu. Well, that is the move that perhaps you were waiting for, Adam. 80 seconds without your Ursa. And if anybody on Aurora was keeping track of the mathematics, they'll see that he just bought a fresh Skull Basher, which means he doesn't have the buyback. Either way, I think you want to try and force the issue here.
I think you are right, and they will run down the lane. They have the Aegis on the PA, so any jump still a kill. So I'm going to try to cut the wave, maybe. Definitely need...
Roshan Banner. Nightfall's just jumping in. Full commit into Vanilley, like you mentioned. Any jump is a kill. He's going to jump back out. Still have creeps there. Glyph going to be popped. There's a buyback on the AA, but still 400 gold off for the Ursa. You got 35 seconds to try and last through. What can you really do here on Asakura? Looks like you might just have to give up a Rax. Could try for some cute skewer back play. Earlier on, that Ice Blast did so much damage, but without the AA to amplify the blasts coming out from the Kotal, the Storm, doesn't really seem like any viable move can be made.
Just try to delay, try not to use the buybacks on the A. At least they'll lose the lane. Not sure if Aurora will stop here though. I don't really see a reason to. Roche is still 3 minutes away. Maybe you'll see a smoke back, but looks like they don't have any intention of doing anything so far.
It seems like they were relying quite a bit on Toronto, Tokyo to be the tower hitter there. So now that meta's run out, making the call to just back up, chill and farm. SNY on the menu for Mr. Tokyo. And Nightfall's played a flawless game so far. Aegis is going to expire, so he'll have one more slot available for himself to buy whatever the hell he wants. Let's put an SNY in there, why not?
Why not indeed? More stats. Tormentor. This is the one objective that are pretty good at so far.
Yeah, the players historically have quite a bad relationship with it, right? Dying to the Tormentor, an Eastern European special. Very happy to see that that's not the case this game. Shouts on just about everyone other than the Phantom Assassin. This time round, Panto is the lucky one to get that for himself. So some imps further coming out from the mud. Nice bit of magic damage, although I don't know how relevant that will be.
Me neither. PA finally level 25 has the -1 attack, so damage very much increased. Has a disperser now too. That's super cool against the... Just to kind of reset the fight. Cold Feet, super annoying.
We didn't really mention this. A lot of the AAs in this current meta like to go for the Bone Chill facet, removing the strength with the Death Rhyme stacks, but he's gone for exposure instead. Might have a fight breaking out here. Immediate jaunt away. Oh, that's a huge RP onto so many members, but only the PA got caught. They're looking for the Ice Blast on top of Nightfall. He's in a bit of trouble, pops a BKB, but the Ursa, he's in a bit of no man's land right now. They've set up the fight very nicely with the Will-O-Wisp to separate, but maybe they've just cut off their own Ursa instead. They weren't really able to find the connection, and Nightfall just slices him down. Storm looking to get set up upon as well. The silence is there. It's perfect. Aurora lose nothing. Despite that RP, it looked like it connected on multiple heroes, but the rest of them perhaps just reacted too quickly in time.
It was just the PA and Tuskar. PA woke up from the SNY, they killed Tuskar, Shremira goes down, buys back. Nothing really big happened there except the Ice Blast being missed. He managed to Phantom Strike out in time, I think a bit slow, and Nightfall got away because of that. I think a Sunder would have come in regardless, but they definitely have what it takes to kill the PA. Just need legendary spells. RP and Ice Blast with no saves. That's their win condition.
Breaking the smoke onto the puck, probably the worst possible target. You'll lose Vladik down here in the bot lane as well, thinking he could push out a wave, but Aurora, they've shown throughout this entire game that they're great at just kind of splitting up into these little death squads. Might have a bit of an opening here with the fact that Nightfall doesn't have a BKB, but there's still that Sunder that you talked about. Aurora looking to finish off the last lane of Rax off of that one team fight. 20 more seconds until 7 Jesu comes back up though. You need the Ursa and his damage. Just not gonna cut it if it's just the Storm.
Where is Pug? He's so confident. He just knows he can't die.
Skewer back immediate. Yule's way too quick. Mira there with the save. Ice Blast just gonna go completely wide, and surely now Aurora, they're just gonna make easy pickings. Buyback of Kotal though, expended here to try and defend the last lane. And Aurora, they're probably gonna back up and show some respect now that the Ursa's back as well.
Yeah, Rush is spawning too, but Aurora look like they don't care too much.
I say that, they're still sticking around. Huge coil, RP onto Nightfall, but the thing is they don't have the Ice Blast. Again, the snowball save comes out, and now the Ursa's the one in trouble. Nightfall, easy dispersal on the sidelines to get himself out of trouble. Pull back by Vladik, but they're just buying themselves time, right? Nightfall, he's not really threatened at all. BKB popped by Serenata, has to zip back to safety. That last lane of Rax will drop. The heals and the defensive items coming out from Aurora, helping them out against Asakura, and Asakura, one final stand here. Serenata will come in, but the instant Yule's up. They found Panto, the Warlock, might just look to be dropping here, but they can't even commit for him. The Ice Blast will probably finish him off, but they've already lost the Ursa and the Magnus. Serenata will be the last call to stand as Vanelli drops to the deck, and GGs are called. Aurora, again, another situation in the Eastern European close qualifiers where the better team definitely didn't do it in the cleanest fashion. But for Aurora standards, I'd argue to say that's honestly pretty good.
They did not throw the game. At some point, they took 1 or 2 bad fights. Credits to their opponent for finding those bad fights too, but yeah, it just feels like a little bit of a skill gap, I want to say, when nothing's happening again. It just feels like Aurora is growing so much, and I guess as a product of the laning phase, that was not as clean as I would have expected from Aurora.
Yeah, for sure. A couple of slip-ups there, but if you look at the scoreboard, you'll never realize it, right? The only people who died on Aurora were those supports, 0-7-14 on Mira and 2-5-18 on Panto, but we did say this is how it fits into their game plan. This is what they want to do, right? They want Mira to be a body. You kind of substitute Mira as the body instead of a core, and instead Toronto, Kiyotaka, and Nightfall, they all farm up. And my big question is whether you're still going to go back for this Magnus, because it very clearly got exploited to hell. Vladik did not really have the best time. Felt like he needed to land a crazy RP for the team to even have a chance.
Yeah, I feel like the Coral did nothing to help him in the lane. I thought they were just going to shockwave, blast the wave, push and pull, but Blinding Light, and I think even at level 4, he only got illuminated at level 4. He was 0-1-2. Forced to rotate mid to kind of help this Storm alleviate pressure too. But again, no points in Blast, and I think that did affect the lane a little. Obviously, the Magnus starting the lane a bit low because of the rune fight affected it a little, and Nightfall just took full advantage of the advantage here in the laning phase. Just snowballed, came to every fight, got a kill or two, saw him punish the Ursa, and I think at the end of the day, that's what just propelled them and made the game so easy for Aurora to
Nightfall
end.
Very cutthroat carry player. I think we know from multiple media, behind the scenes stuff, you know, some of these documentaries, these videos that Teams has been on makes. He's a very vocal player, right? He loves to sort of call shots, and when he's feeling strong, that's when he's the most vocal, that's when he's the most powerful. He tells his team exactly what he wants from them. We've seen it in some high-level pubs as well. He's very vocal in the voice chat, And yeah, he knows exactly what the steps are he needs to win the game. And Aurora, a very swift and secure game number 1 victory here. We'll see whether they're able to turn things around in game number 2 for Asakura, or whether Aurora, much like the match before, it'll be a very clean 2-0 moving forward. Let's find out after a short break.
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Jo, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Jo, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup.
Welcome back to Dream League Season 26 Eastern European Qualifiers. I know there was one more minute, but we beat the clock over here. Perm Sneeze and 343. We're back with game number 2 of Aurora Gaming versus Asakura. We're back because we have a draft. These teams couldn't get, they couldn't wait to get started. So we'll just jump back into it immediately. Of course, just recapping for those of you just joining us, Aurora Gaming able to pretty much smoke out Asakura in game number 1, right? We saw the first pick PA come out, and it wasn't really answered well, at least from our perspective. They tried this AA first pick into Storm, Kotl, enable the Storm play around him, last pick Ursa. Nightfall still proceeded to just have an absolutely free game. Started from the lanes, they did really well, translated to overall map pressure. There were some little sussy-ass moves from Aurora, but that's to be expected from them, and they were very able to cleanly take that game number 1. What did you say, Adam?
Yeah, but hey, as good as all these players are individually, they are new to each other as a team, right? So probably still figuring it out a little. They will leave the NP in the pool this time, and Asakura ban out the PA, which I like. Please get rid of that hero. There's, you mentioned like, oh, the PA was not answered. What is the answer to PA? I don't even know what the answer to PA is.
Yeah, neither. The NP comes out. Most of the time when we see this NP, we see it answered immediately by a Tiny that's still in the pool that both these teams have opted to leave in. Be surprised to see if it comes out. Tinker is the selection here for Aurora Gaming. Look, I thought that Tinker would not be as highly priced anymore after the slight nerfs to him, but I guess they just weren't enough.
Just another lane secure, also a bit of global presence to deal with the NP. I can respect it. I think also it's the fact that Aurora play like a very hard carry style, right? So his defense matrix does come into play at some point. You just want to buff up Nightfall, you buff up Kiyotaka. It just fits the way they want to run.
I guess all things considered, the nerfs were mostly to defense matrix costing a bit more mana, and the talent being docked down from additional 75 barrier to additional 60. That's a level 15 talent, so I guess not too completely off the radar just yet, and something that Panto will probably feel pretty comfortable with, given that that was all the rage in the previous patch. Be surprised to see if they don't go for the Tiny here. Tusk will be their selection, so prioritizing the support duo. Tusk is something that we see quite commonly banned out when you pick the Nature's Prophet, just because it can close that gap.
Yeah, it's just a lane, right? It's super easy to get onto you. They go for a CM here as a protector for Nature's Prophet, or even... Okay, there's still a world where this NP is a support, right?
Yeah, for sure.
We've definitely seen it before. You go for the Vessel, it's just pretty okay against the Tinker. You have Shard later. Just a kind of a utility hero with some global presence, able to put deep wards too. So, not gonna rule out that the NP might be a post 4 for now. We'll see how Aurora choose to respond to this here.
What's the idea with this Bristleback? Are you just saying that, okay, you pick a position 5 Tinker, I'm not going to be contested in lane, should be pretty chill for me?
Okay, I think the whole idea is that our lanes were hard just now. Let's try to simplify lanes. CM Bristle, technically, it's hard to lose, right? CM Bristle, like maybe you won't win your lane, but you'll at least draw. Maybe feeling like because of the laning stage, their game, they couldn't really play because they were very behind.
So you're assuming this Bristle might be a position 1 is where you're coming from?
Yeah, I think with CM, it's definitely possible. I think even in the offlane, right, even whatever you pair with, even with this NP, like Bristle's a pretty, I want to say a bit more of a straightforward laner. You can't really go too wrong unless you are playing against some specific lane meant to kill, that means to kill you.
Sure. I don't see any of that right now from Aurora. Still, I won't say passive, but definitely not any kill lanes that I can immediately spot out. Maybe this Tusk Terrorblade could be one with the, like you mentioned, the timing of the meta level 2 Ringmaster. So what are we looking at here?
Kiyotaka Tinker, baby.
Okay, well, what makes them sort of decide this so early on though? Like why reveal
seen this
it
guy
at this
play
point?
Tinker?
No, I get you, but is it just such a free mid Tinker game, you think?
No, it's Kiyotaka, so it's a Tinker game.
Okay, that's fair. It's like okay, they're very different players, but I guess his Tinker prowess is probably comparable to Mr. Nothing to Say.
I think they are very different players, but yes, I think I would rate, in recent times, I would rate Kiyotaka Tinker a bit higher. I think Nothing to Say has kind of moved away from that Tinker identity, the spam,
Yeah, that's fair. A lot more Primal Beast Pango coded, that guy these days.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, speaking of Primal Beast, that's going to come out for Asakura. So that is something that's going to help them control the tempo. Could be mid, could be off lane, could be Bristle 1. Still,
it's probably Bristle 1
a lot easier now.
Just because they see the Terrorblade, I can imagine it probably being a Primal Beast 3. I think some of the teams we've seen so far like this matchup, one of the bear heroes are getting onto TB. You also have Uproar to slow him down, kind of fight the last hit battle with him. I still feel like it's a
Aurora?
pretty damn good Terrorblade game though.
For the safe lane, you reckon?
I think either way
I mean,
works.
it's still
right? That's-
flexible, right? Like they can bring it to off lane, they can bring it to safe lane. That's kind of the power of picking it up.
Yeah, I
on the
guess with the
second phase.
Tusker, you probably want it in the off lane. It's nice against the Bristle. You have high armor. He doesn't really run you down. Tusker TB, obviously, you do have damage to kill the Bristle if he oversteps a little. CM's not in position.
Yeah, it's just not quite effective into the Primal Beast lane because it just feels like he can probably onslaught out of there if you commit the meta or anything like that.
I also imagine Aurora is on last pick Nightfall. Wind
Yeah,
Ranger
I
ban.
guess so. I mean, last game they last picked Toronto Tokyo. So we shall see. Nightfall is the one drafting, so it would make sense that he picks for himself last. Gives himself that priority. Why not? Overall last pick. Confidence in the
Wind
Kiyotaka
Ranger
Tinker
ban.
at an all-time high. They first pick it. Do you feel like Asakura have appropriately responded to what they see across them so far?
I think they have nothing to do with Tinker at all. I'm going to go
Yeah, I
for the
don't know what
NP
this is.
carry, Primal Mid Bristle offlane, I guess. Right, so SD is a response to the box and the defense matrix. The Purge
Sure.
removing both saves. You have Disruption against Terrorblade, which is okay. You also have the Disseminate to drop onto a Bristleback, a pretty old school combo. So a couple of damage, dish it back. Not a very popular hero though, this Shadow Demon recently, just because of how the lanes are a bit further from everything, doesn't really contribute the most of damages. I also feel like that the gang squad is hella weird right now. It's just kind of Primal Beast running in with not really any proper stuns and an NPTP.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, why do you think we're seeing less of this Shadow Demon? Because you just listed some pretty good traits of it, right? It can... I mean, the thing you didn't mention as well is it's going to be very easy for him to set up stacks for the Primal or the Bristleback if they choose to sort of play around there and get that triangle all ready for them. But also, the Purge is so high value. You got your Tinkers, Ringmasters. What's so bad about Shadow Demon?
I feel like the meta has become a bit more bursty. Like you want heroes to play, especially your post 4, you have this like Wing, this Wind Ranger with kill shot is like some super strong post 4 right now because burst damage with whatever hero you want to play with, right? I imagine you're this
Sure.
Primal Beast this game. Don't you want a Hoodwink or a Wind Ranger? You know, some damage to pour into you when you out, some extra stun for you to go around. But right now they have the Shadow Demon. Just a kind of a different approach. This is more of a our carry is gonna kill you. I'm gonna help you lock them in place, kite the fights, play that kind of battle. But I feel like in general we kind of see a bit more bursty heroes because of AA, because of Sand King, because of Tiny being popular right now.
Well, I guess the idea, Aurora Gaming, they last picked their burst hero, right? It's going to come in the form of the Ursa for Nightfall. Probably as a response to the Bristleback in the lane. Just a great carry-to-carry matchup into the Nature's Prophet as well. That Shadow Demon out might be a bit annoying, but I guess nothing's really stopping him from pressing Enrage. This feels like it's going to be quite a free Ursa game.
Yeah, it's the one of the better heroes at kiting it, but Ursa's nice against NP. You buy Battle Fury, obviously you can Earthshock out Sprout, one of the heroes that doesn't care too much. You also have the interaction of just being a Bristol killer, getting Roche. I think that's a big deal too. So again, they have a draft that kind of just wants to play around the map. At some point, I think this Kiyotaka Tinker is gonna be untouchable. I feel like they don't have the right heroes to kind of get to a Tinker. You also have this Snowball save again. Mira on this Tusker, Pento on his Ringmaster this time. So double save. You have Sunder, triple save.
Yeah.
I'm definitely leaning towards Aurora a bit more. I'm not a fan of this NP Bristle Primals. Yeah, it looks like they gonna have problem doing anything, especially if the lanes don't go anywhere near good for them.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm feeling the same as you. I think Aurora, they've equipped themselves with a very straightforward draft. It's very clear to see what they want to do. But what about the side of Asakura? What's the plan here then with this Tricore? This Bristleback Snot Rocket, you have your Nature's Prophet 1. Are they trying to play fast? Because that's my impression with Nature's Prophet. He can control and split the map. But against the Tinker, it might not be so easy.
Yeah, I don't think it's easy at all against any of their heroes. Obviously, this again comes down to how the lanes go. But judging by last game, I'm not sure if drafting yourself into a situation where you need to win lanes is good for you. Again, I think this Bristle is just here because of how badly the offlane went last game. This game, he's going to get to kind of play around a bit more. Just has to be careful of the Mira rotation. Ringmaster also one of the better heroes at chasing you around. He gets a slow with the third spell, so you're gonna have 2 spells and a blood grenade later on to kind of chase him down with Ursa too. I feel they have a Tinker problem though.
I mean, anytime Kiyotaka's in the game playing this hero, you might just have a Tinker problem regardless. We'll see how it all pans out for Asakura. They've equipped themselves with allegedly stronger lanes. Allegedly. I'm not fully convinced yet. I think this CM Nature's Prophet could do a good job, although I'm not sure how it's actually going to play out because we've seen time and time again Aurora, it feels like they're so good at getting Mira to cut this wave early on, pull the camps, you know, block small, drag it all the way to a place Toronto's comfortable in, and then he just uses ice shards to secure what he can. And late smoke move out here from Aurora, though. They're hunting for somebody here.
Oh my god, they're on the low ground.
Yeah, they're not going to see this one coming, Asakura. It's a bit of a bad position now. Want to go for 7 Jesu instead of the CM. Pop the meta. They have a way of keeping him in place, though. The river move speed helping him out. They need to get up to this high ground. Tries to slow there with the blood grenade, but it's going to be enough damage. Toronto Tokyo, with that early meta pop, gets himself first blood.
I wonder if Mira's just going to suicide here. See if he sticks around. Oh, they want to block the creep wave in, maybe? Or not.
I know, maybe just hoping for the fact that CM
he found the sentry.
Come back around. Very nicely done.
Wait, so this TB into Nature's Prophet matchup is not very NP favorite because you don't care about the physical damage that comes out too much. Also, I feel like when you pick CM, you kind of want an aggressive carry, and NP is just not really that. When I say aggressive, I mean like have kill threat, you know? Some Ursa, some Juggernaut, some Bristle, some Alchemist. Generally, you play to push the wave, but NP isn't really that kind of hero. He wants to poke you a lot. I guess with Crystal Nova, you can. But against TB, I'm not sure if the lane synergy in this top lane is going to be a little awkward for them.
I guess the one upside is as the CM, you have the Glacial Guard, right? So that makes trading a lot better. Also, that early meta pop means that it's 85 seconds until they can try and take advantage of that tag team level 2 timing that we talked about by then. Maybe a few more spells and resources available on the Asakura safe lane.
Yeah,
so maybe that's something that's a small win for them. But we'll see.
That's true. He does have his Wraith Band ready though, Toronto Tokyo, because of their first blood. So 10 armor already, 13 beside his tower. And I can't imagine this lane is going to be anything but free farm for him.
Yeah, even with the 2 range and 2 melee matchup, the harass is just going to slide right off his demon skin, reinforced by a shit ton of armor. Don't think Asakura will be able to pressure him much here. But it's not really stopping 7 Jesu from farming pretty well, right? I think this Nature's Prophet still going to get a fair amount of last hits. Still probably going to be able to do okay for himself in this lane. What about the other lanes here? Panto and Nightfall, Ursa and Ringmaster, I guess, versus the Shadow Demon. You were saying that you didn't really like this support in the current meta. Feels a bit weaker, but can kind of keep the Ursa at bay with the disruption, perhaps.
It's a reactive pick, right? Like, it doesn't offer you a lot of neutral stuff, but in this game, you're playing against Defense Matrix and the Escape Act, so definitely has purpose. It's also a good combo with Bristle. It's easy to stack Ancients. You have Disseminate on this pretty tanky boy later on, so I don't hate it here. I just feel like it's hard for this Primal to find anyone to play with.
Yeah, that's fair. I think the one thing we didn't mention just yet is Ringmaster is a bit of a mana-hungry hero, right? These Impalement Arts, the daggers to throw out, they're not necessarily the cheapest, but Bristle's going to give you so many free wand charges. You can keep that going on cooldown. Attempted goal already, stopped by the disruption. That's really the only tool that Asakura offlane has to stop this.
I'm just gonna secure the Lotus, so 16 sticks and a Lotus. I don't expect anything to go wrong for Aurora down here anymore. It's based on that. CS-wise, Bristle is doing pretty well though. Only 8 on Nightfall.
And big winner of this laning stage seems to be the Primal Beast right now. Very comfortable with a 15-5 advantage over the Tinker. Even though it's slight, it's pretty neck and neck. But yeah, I mean, Serenada, I think in this mid lane, he can just continue to clear the creeps with that trample, as we see him doing now. And not much the Tinker can do, right? You want to clear the creep wave, and then step away before you tank too much March on Machines damage. By the way, should be very easy for you to get these runes at the 4-minute, 6-minute. Tinker's a bit too slow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty easy lane for Primal, right? Nothing really to stop him.
Vladik in this bot lane, just needs a bit more damage. Last auto attack from Panto will get the kill. Very nicely done. Not under any threat from those Ursa illusions either.
Yep, no cares. Meanwhile, top lane pretty even too. Both teams with I want to say pretty passive heroes. Bot lane's probably the only one that actually has kill threat, especially with this Impalement Arts being hit. He goes for level 2 in Tame the Beast. Is this normal? I feel like usually we see level 2 in Impalement Arts.
Yeah, I can see what you mean. I'm
just
not
nice
too
harass,
sure
right?
what the
Super
idea
kill.
is either.
They want
TP
the
in
double death.
from the task. They're going to try and find an angle, but Asakura might have seen that one coming. Nice little banish. Panto in a little bit of trouble now. There's the shots. Panto dropping very low. The poison starting to stack up. Slimey just needs one more. Should be able to get the kill. Pops it, but the Lotus and the Wand, he had it baiting the whole time. Amiro try and find an angle onto Vladik, but a couple of goose stacks charging up already. Not gonna try for that guy anymore. Look
Yeah,
at the
but hey,
mid lane though.
so now just zoning out Kiyotaka. It's kind of annoying to play as hero against Primal just because you have no real stun. I'm surprised we don't see a blood grenade on him. I think it's one of the ways to kind of protect yourself. Also, Tinker doesn't buy boots, right? So just move speed advantage for Serenada, constantly able to run you down if needed.
Sure. Were you trying to say something about that bot lane just now, that entire engagement? Because, I mean, Panto, I think he did a really good job baiting with those stick charges. I'm not sure whether they could have committed for the Bristleback, though.
I was going to say it's not too bad. They have a 3-man rotation. They wanted to kill Bristle, who had no TP, but Slimy out being the one to eat the death is not the worst.
Might just get the catch onto Nightfall. Tame the Beast only finds illusions, and Nightfall,
Ooh,
poison
it's a
damage, just
pop.
going to go overflowing. Those pop.
Yeah,
Very
very
nicely
far.
done.
I guess it wouldn't really have made a difference. So lane's going
think so.
okay for Asakura so far. Definitely better than the last game. I need to
Yeah,
take a
honestly,
look at the
better than
map
expected. I thought this Bristleback was going to have a bit of a harder time, but he seems to be okay down here with the help of the Shadow Demon. So a bit more neutral than we expected. Amira's already started to move around the map, understanding that he can't really do much
Speaking of
in this
moves, look at
Toronto
top
Tokyo
lane.
lane. I mean, you're looking at top lane, I'm looking at bot lane. Nightfall again might just go down. The rotation from the CM. It's going to be really nice for them if they kill the Ursa. Managed to get the kill on the Nature's Prophet in the top lane like you were mentioning, but it might just be a double down here for Vladik. Vanilley claims the first one. Vladik gets the second, and yeah, you might have gotten Toronto Tokyo a kill on that Nature's Prophet, but he can TP back into lane. Ursa, he's not going to have that available for himself for another 45 seconds. He has to walk.
Yeah, not really to help him too. Nightfall. I expected this lane to be more okay. I think it was the fighting that kind of caused this. Now, just nice rotations from CM and Shadow Demon pairing up together with the Snot Rocket Bristleback. It's running Nightfall down. You know, top lane, the way NP died, you should have seen it. It was just meta and tag team. Mira literally walked to him. Didn't even have snowball. Seven Jesu tried to TP immediately and he died anyway because that's how much damage was done.
Jeez. I didn't even cancel the TP. He died within the duration of the TP. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. 3.5 seconds.
Okay.
Full to 0.
Yikes. Yeah, that's what happens. Level 2 tag team. What can you do? Well, they bring Slimy out up here just to bodyguard just a bit. Impalement Art's off the mark, so the chase is off. I will say the Asakura supports are doing quite a good job rotating across the map, at least in this early stage of the game. And there's some stacks set up as well for Vladik to come back to. He's going to try and stack for himself as well.
Yeah, like this. So far, so good for Asakura, I think. Not much to do. Mira trying to make as many moves as he can on the map, but he's realistically the only one that can do it, right?
Yeah.
Getting
Just
hit
wrong
by
on the rune
Ringmaster
there. Shield
Spellstar.
rune is in the bot lane, but it's not going to stop much. No one really can contest this Primal Beast at this stage in the game anyway.
So I think Aurora are just waiting for this Tinker Blink. They can definitely make small moves, probably towards the Terrorblade more so than bottom. I think it's hard to invade the Ancient area. This Primal's a bit too strong and the Bristle's probably going to clear everything for free. So Kyutaga's Dagger now. They might try to defend bot with this if something happens. See if we
This
can
is a
regen
very
in
nice
time.
timing for the Tinker. 8 minutes. Somehow has a 500 gold lead on top of the Primal Beast, despite Serenada seeming to do well. Here's the defense you talked about. Mira using his body as a bait, as he frequently does. Boxer save. He Here comes the charge through. Look for the Primal Beast. He'll be looking for a target. Snowball to save. Again, Nightfall joining the fray now. Eater Pulverize still doesn't have the level 6. Nightfall is in trouble. He runs right into the thick of it, and that's not where an Ursa can be at this early stage of the game. Even with the Tinker, it's not enough damage from the Martial Machines. Maybe they'll find Slime Yao, the Panto, looking to fall. A lot of damage being taken by this Bristleback, but the Tricore of Asakura showing up in numbers. And that second onslaught gonna come on through. Trample down, they find Panto. Ends up being a 3-for-2 exchange. Lose 2 supports for a Nightfall kill. You'll take that any day of the week on Asakura.
Yeah, that's honestly not too bad. Ursa goes down once again. Nightfall must be pretty tilted at this point. No Enrage too.
Still level 5.
Is he baiting for Tinker to come in? Kyotaka's in the mid lane.
Kyotaka's just gone mid, like you said, and the only person here is Toronto Tokyo without a meta, so not really sure what that was about. It does draw attention away.
Just scouting.
But even with that Blink Dagger, it feels like Kyotaka, he didn't have the firepower to help them win that fight.
Yeah, it's because the first march initially was on the right, but Nightfall and Mira on the left, so just not really able to make Asakura come into the march of the machines. I think also their heroes are just super naturally tanky, NP, high HP hero, Bristle and Primal too. So unfortunately for Kyotaka, the fight goes left, but they still end up trading pretty evenly. Toronto, Tokyo, and Kyotaka still having a pretty damn good game right now.
What's this item build from the Bristle? This is pretty interesting. Is he bum rushing a shard over like anything else? He's not going for... I mean, usually we see something like a Blade Mail or maybe a Vanguard. He's going shard straight.
I wonder why. He has the face boots too. Just bracer face shard?
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
don't know. What's the
he
logic
still has some time, right? It's like a good maybe 4 minutes until he can actually just purchase that for himself. So surely you got an item or two coming by. I'm not too
It's
sure.
just the lack of stun on his team. He wants to run in. Feels like he's pretty
He's gone for the Ring of Hell
anyway.
first.
Alright, that's fair.
Just some staying power in the lane, help him out against some of the spam coming through from Kyotaka. Doing a good job defending this tower so far, Aurora. Keeping this stronghold on the map. They need to buy space for this Ursa and Tinker to farm for sure.
It's a pretty good Halberd game. I'd be surprised to see him go anything else. With a Ring of Health. You can go Crimson, I guess, playing against double physical damage, but I think they need him to scale.
Mira again. Might be the one left behind. Beautiful ice shards though. Stopping the go. Serenada a bit off the mark with the initial charge, but still gets his hands on Panto. And again, Panto, looks like the supports are the only ones going down on Aurora. They will find that kill. They'd love to snatch out Kyotaka from this tree line though, but Mira doing, again, a great job, just kind of acting as a body, a bouncer, if you will, in front of the Tinker. They can't get past the March of Machines. Not yet.
It's so annoying, man. It's just 2 bodies and a Tinker dragging your time as much as they can. Sure, Asakura get the tower eventually, but it feels like it made them really work for it.
Well, mid lane, looks like there was an attempt onto the life of Serenada. A freezing field zones them out from it though, and Toronto Tokyo doesn't continue to commit. That's the meta. Pop tried to get a little bit of pressure in on the tower.
Hey, rune secured, man. Back to hitting mid tower, I go. We want a kill here.
There is an Orchid. Vanilley is in big trouble.
Goodbye, Vanilley.
Coming through with the damage. Impalement Art sets an easy land, and with the shards, magic, it's not going to be enough. Had a nice wand saved up. Now Vladic's going to be in here to defend the tower as well, so the timing not really finding anything from the side of Aurora.
Reaction forced, I guess. Nightfall, meanwhile, back to farming, on his way to kind of catch back up. I think Aurora is still applying pressure on the map. I think that's what matters. They are pulling attention away from this Ursa, and if you look at Asakura's heroes, it's really just where the primal is that you need to care about, right? If you look at Bristle, do you really care? Is he going to come smoke at me? He's not. Neither is NP, he's just a connector. It's really just this primal and where he is needed to go. If he needs to go to the mid lane to defend, that means there's no one running at your Ursa, no one running at your TB in the side lanes, no one dealing with this Tinker split push. So that's kind of the downside of the draft of Asakura. No real playmakers. I know it's kind of the same for Aurora. They have, other than Tuskar and Ringmaster, no one can really do anything, but they are the ones pushing in the waves and applying pressure. If anything, that's what they have, right? Wave clear, Tinker, Terrorblade. Push for days.
Nightfall might not have had the start that he would have liked, but Still an amazing game so far for the TB and the Tinker. Both sitting at a comfortable level 10, hitting their first item timings. Support's getting everything done for them and just bodying a lot of the deaths at the moment. You can see that whole playmaking discussion just materialize in the form of the items that Asakura are going for, right? Serenata, he knows that he needs that BKB first if he wants to be on the front lines and stand a chance standing into the march, taking the damage, perhaps a bit of the magic coming out from Ringmaster as well. Might come at the cost of his own game, though. He's still doing a pretty decent job keeping up. Kind of has to throw his body into the mix to get anything done, and it's going to be a tough existence for him for sure.
Yeah, it will, but I think he kind of needs it. The Wheel of Wonder is too much of a cancel. Just the Orchid, the March, like you said, it's just hard for him to commit, and he feels like his team needs him to be the one to go in, right? He's really the only initiation, the only guy that can kind of start anything. So just going BKB to ensure that he survives through all that. I know I said that, but I think through a punch and maybe Nightfall when he has 1 or 2 items, he definitely still can die.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's not like they're lacking physical damage on the side of Aurora either. You're just hoping that the Ursa can't connect to the fight, or it's not really in a position to beat you up. Well, what are we thinking here? Asakura, you know, the way that the game currently is going, should they be putting on a bit more pressure? Do you think they need to be the ones making moves? Because, like we said, Toronto, Tokyo, Kiyotaka, you give them time to farm up, I think they'll be very pleased.
Okay, I feel like they have this timing with Primal BKB later on with the Mjolnir on top, disseminate, and you just kind of go in, you just full send it. I think Aurora won't be that fight ready around the 15 to 20 minutes, and that's when Asakura is probably the strongest. Probably see the shard come out from Bristle anyway, just to match the timing. Maybe Halberd if he wants to complete it. I'm not really sure what Vladik has in mind right now. He has a Blade Mail queued up. I don't know if I like this with the Ring of Health. It feels like a lot of nonsensical items, but so far, I think they just want to go fight with the Mjolnir on 7 Jesu. I think that's kind of the goal right now.
We'll see whether they can find the opportunity. For now, they're grouping up around mid as we have a bit of a pause on our hands, so we have some time to talk about this draft and try and figure out what exactly is the plan. BKB timing, you get maybe the Blade Mail. Not sure whether you can afford to just buy the Blade Mail and buy the shard. I mean, we're fully expecting a 15-minute Tormentor fight, right? But this is one of those things where if you give Nightfall the space to just walk on up there, he can solo the Tormentor for himself. All you really need from the rest of Aurora is zoning. So maybe you just imagine Kiyotaka come up there. Hey, buddy, could you plant a couple of March of Machines for me? Yeah, sure thing. Nobody can actually walk in on Asakura.
Yeah, that's true, but it's also like, can you get out after that? Or what's stopping this Trian from walking in and then the Primal just like coming in anyway, you know? Because I think you will be low. Or either you have no out. There's also the Aura's potential to get Rosh, right? We talked about what this Ursa gives them. This Mira and Nightfall can just kind of two-man smoke into Roshan whenever they want, because Nightfall's been constantly off the map farming.
Yeah, he needs a little bit more to get towards that Battle Fury. Not really sure what they're saying in the chat here. Something about probably asking for one moment. Che Tam. What the hell? What is that?
I don't know, man.
Is that Russian?
It just reads cheat to me.
I'm just assuming that what Vanelli said at that last bit is a moment. Because it looks like moment.
It's uno momento.
Yeah, perhaps.
Right. Guess
How
we're
many
just
languages
waiting.
do you speak, Adam?
Four.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, that's fair. That's like a classic Malaysian thing, right?
Yes, I think so.
What are
Three.
the said languages?
Malay, Mandarin, English, and Cantonese.
Oh, we got a multicultural. Has that ever helped you out in the Dota team? Have you ever had to speak Chinese?
Yeah. I remember there was this. We were eating at a restaurant in. Where was this? Let me think. It was.
Okay, no, but this is not related to Dota, right? This is like in a team you need to order at a restaurant or some shit.
No. Okay. I guess it's not really related in Dota. Let me think. In Dota, it helps in pubs because like we had this merge between the China servers, right? So you're able to translate for your team. Nice guy, Adam.
No,
That's me.
But it's like, dude, but it's literally like pointless because maybe a Chinese player will say something in all chat, and then your teammate will be like, "Oh, what did he just say?" And you just be like, "Oh yeah, he just called you a sharpie." Like he's basically.
I can't
insulting you.
read
It's
though.
like, okay. So
I
how you
can't read.
translate?
I'm
You ask
only
them to
half
open their
smart.
mic or something like that.
Yeah, I mean most people use mics, right, in the high rank pubs. When I was there.
That's true.
Oh wait, let me tell
You
my
never
story.
had
Okay,
a
so
yeah.
so-
Let me hear it.
So we were eating. This was with complexity. So we were in, I think, DreamLeague or we were in Poland, I think, for whatever event that was. And then we were
Damn.
eating at a restaurant, and then Newbie comes in. You know Newbie, the Chinese team.
Yeah, of course I know. Newbie,
Yeah.
the
So they
Chinese
come
team.
in, and the seats are all full. And then they're looking around, and then we walk past each other, and then they want to leave because they're like, I mean, they're basically speaking in Mandarin. And SCC goes like, "There's no space, guys. Let's go eat somewhere else." And then I go up and I talk to him. I was like, I say in Mandarin, it's like, "We're leaving. Don't worry, you can eat here." And he shouts, and the whole restaurant looks. He's like, "Brother, you can speak Mandarin." Everyone just looks at us.
I
and
can
like, oh.
I can imagine how that sounds. And SCC is
It's
such
funny
a
in Chinese, you know. It's like, 兄弟，你会说中文？
兄弟，你说中文嘛? And SCC, I
Exactly.
think everybody really, probably the Western audience, fell in love with him a bit more after that True Sight, right?
He's
I
so
believe he was one of the
energetic
first.
as a person.
He is such a charismatic dude. I think to this day, I will talk about the True Sights briefly here. I think the True Sights put out by Valve are some of the best esports content to exist. And that one shot, I don't know if you remember or you know what I'm talking about. But with the Team Liquid newbie sort of situation where they ended up losing TI, there's this one shot that a videographer got that's in TI, right? And it's this moment where SCCC, like they had just lost, they're in one of the upper rank stands, and it's just like a really, really nice shot of SCCC looking at the Aegis, and then he turns to the left and it's just kind of soaking in that he's lost TI. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you watched any of the True Sights? I'm about to judge you real hard.
Every True Sight, but it's been so long, man.
You're telling me you don't do a
old.
yearly rewatch, brother?
No, do you? That's why you don't
Yeah,
watch
like
anime,
what-
because you're rewatching True Sights. What the
Dude,
hell?
True Sight is so good. It's so good.
It is,
It's
but
like,
the
I
audience
sometimes-
doesn't get the reference, man, because it's been a long time ago. But I will say that Stay in the Trees is iconic.
Stay in the Trees wasn't even True Sight. Stay in the Trees
the
was
first True Sight, wasn't it?
no, that was free to play, brother. Get your IP
Oh my
right.
God,
Get
you're right.
get your knowledge up, Adam.
Oh
my goodness,
God. April
that's
Fools.
embarrassing.
I knew that.
Okay. Did you see the recent? Okay, so for those of you who are watching and you're waiting for the match to resume, just like us, if you haven't already, you want to check out ESL One Bangkok
Unmuted.
That shit was pretty.
See, I know.
That was really cool. I will say,
What was cool
if I
about
had to
it, man?
rank, if I had to rank the ESL One Unmuted, I'd say I really, really liked the Berlin one. I think it was the Berlin one, if I'm not mistaken. The one before Bangkok. Like, Bangkok is like number 2, in my opinion. Just because maybe it was longer, like we got to deep dive into a lot of the strategies and stuff. And then this one, it felt like after I finished watching, I wanted more, you know? It didn't fully scratch the itch. I'm like, damn, it's great that Paravision won, but it feels like we missed out on a lot of some of the behind the scenes stuff. But it's always tough. You know, I don't know if you've been in those situations before, Adam, but
Of course we have.
surprise, surprise, pro players don't really like being filmed.
I think it's because it's distracting, but I think some of us don't care. It's like whatever, you know, because I think sometimes when things get very real, you show a side of you that you don't really want to show to public. It's like a team
Yeah,
thing,
for
you know?
sure.
It's like arguing with your girlfriend, you know, you don't really want to argue in front of other people. We had this whole like thing in Fnatic. I think it was TI6, so we were playing and we weren't doing too hot in the group stages, right? And then
Sure.
DJ actually brought us up. He's like, I think Adam should play post 4 or something like that, because he wasn't
Damn.
like feeling it, or like there was just something we felt something needed to change. I think we all felt something needed to change, and
Mhm.
I don't know the reason. Like I can't remember what reason it was. And then we talked for like 5 minutes, like all 5 of us, and the conclusion was no. Okay, it's like let's not change this. DJ should stick to post 4. And after this whole conversation about DJ playing post 4, right, and just none of us agreeing to change. I don't know if I disagreed, but I know like the vote was basically like or the final decision
It's
was
like-
that he's going to play for the rest of the tournament. But
Sure, yeah.
after that conversation, every game after that, I played pause 4.
What? Wait,
Yes,
so you're
why-
telling me everybody agreed, but then you guys just kind of switched it anyway without really discussing it?
No, so I think we were playing against I don't remember if it was EG or Secret. It was like Zai and PBD. I forgot what team that was. And then it was some hero that DJ didn't
right.
really want to play. Like he was better at the other hero. So I just played the hero.
Sure,
you
yeah.
know? I think I played Abaddon
Okay.
or something. And for whatever reason I was like some pause 4 Abaddon, and then it just kinda went that way, you know? It's like we just
Okay.
ended up playing what we are better at, and DJ just happened to be a monster on all the pause 5s.
Sure, yeah.
Like we had
I
this
mean, maybe-
draft. Alright.
No,
That-
maybe that's why he wanted to play pause 5. Maybe he's like, Adam, your heroes are better on 4. That makes a lot of sense. But good news, folks. We're back into the game that's happening right in front of us. So we don't have to talk about a game that happened maybe 8 or 9 years ago. Thank goodness for that.
Is it that long? Shit, it is. It's 9 years ago. Oh my god.
Yeah, I made a random estimation, but it's surprising that it's right. Asakura being initiated on Aurora. They're looking for a move, trying to play off the Tinker. Wheel of Wonder slightly off the mark, but the slow still gonna matter. Nice little disruption, holding him
There's the
safe for now.
purge.
Serenada, they might have overcommitted. There's the pulverized Nightfall. Tried to TP away, but he doesn't have a BKB yet, brother. They don't have that crucial part. That's not the Nightfall. That is the downfall of the Ursa and the downfall of Aurora. Full collapse in from Asakura. They get the fight they were looking for, and Aurora lose 4 off of that pause.
You are playing against Aurora. You are losing 3k net worth. Suddenly, Discord resets and Aurora runs at you under the tower because they're tired of waiting.
They're bored, bro. They're just bored. Okay, but all jokes aside, that looked like it was supposed to be a good setup for Aurora, but really nice plays coming out from the Shadow Demon in particular. And we talked about this 15-minute timing. Aurora tried to get the jump ahead of time. Now they're gonna pay the price for it.
I've seen this before. The win fight into Go Tormentor. It usually doesn't end well. Can they do anything? No, they cannot.
They're way too far away.
Someone's dying here.
This is getting a little close.
Ooh, that was close. Where am I
Let's
rough
go take
at?
another look. Damn, why? You see that?
Do I want?
You know what I don't like about Primal Beast? The fact that his Onslaught shoves his allies. It feels so damn rude. Like, just relax, bro. I'm not trying to get
It's
in
a
your way.
dinosaur. He's
I guess
primal.
so. Yeah, he doesn't understand manners and, politeness. That's fair.
It true. Close to his BKB, so uncancelable pulverize unless Mira can time a punch. Can you box pulverize? I guess with purge on you, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can box pulverize, just to be clear, but in the same way that you could probably disrupt someone who's pulverized, or you snowball save someone who's pulverized if you catch it in between the instances, but yeah, it's all about that disruption purge, right? I still don't know how that fight went so wrong. I guess they just overchased into Serenada thinking it would be an easy kill, but then all the defensive utility came out from Slime Yao.
So just purge on Usa and a disruption save. 7 just with rough Crystal Nova. Aurora also don't really have heroes that are DTF right now, you know?
Sure.
Fights are kind of hard. You either want to clean kill or split the map, and split the map in Aurora fashion they shall do. Mira back to the opponent's jungle, ready to break smokes. He died.
Classic.
Serenada. So close to his BKB. Oh no, the chat wheel. Look at that. Give us the chat wheel. Come on, Scriff. I know a clown when I see one. Do I tell you,
That's
Ringmaster has
insane.
the best lines and the most. It's also the most appropriate, like pun-related character. It's just geniusly designed. Whoever
Yeah,
created
yeah,
Ringmaster
that-
is the goat.
The theme is on point. I think that's like the least you can say about it. There's something very uncomfortable about the way his body just kind of jitters and the way that he walks. It's so fitting and unnatural, and all
Look
these
at
little
him dance
movements.
when he takes the watch. Look at that.
What is he doing? He's kind of dancing a little bit there, little freaky ass
He
man.
is. We saw the Gwencha now with the haste rune too.
Yeah, the way he auto attack. There's so much flair. Love this guy. Ringmaster fan
No,
club.
he's just
here in
taking
Cast.
every watcher for us. Thank you, Mr. Pento.
He's demonstrating. He's demonstrating. Okay, but little Ringmaster animations aside here, Serenada randomly going down does hurt a bit, but I still think Asakura are in a good position this game. They're going to try pressuring the tier 1, bring the numbers, all 5 members here in the mid lane.
They're in a great
I guess the game state is still like what you said, where Asakura probably want to keep the pressure on, while Aurora are probably a bit happier farming.
I feel like this type of game farm favors Nature's Prophet a lot though. Like your team gets to look for stuff and keep scaling. Also, again, this Mjolnir being put onto Primal and Bristleback is pretty scary for Aurora. The March coming out, there's just a lot of floor damage, right? So we probably see a lot of Static Charge procs. TV obviously pretty susceptible against the magic damage. Mira and Pento as well.
Just shred off the little defense matrix faster than you expect and get some of these kills. For sure, a little bit of a scary aspect. Bit of a setup here. Onto the bot lane. Find the Bristle. Wheel of Wonder as well. Not connecting, but they're still turning it around. Toronto! Oh, first it was those little tormentors, and now he's going to kill himself with the Blade Mail. That's not what you want. Serenada comes in. Gets a nice cleanup onto Mira at least, but that Blade Mail ruins their day. Aurora, they don't really have the best relationship with shit that reflects damage at them, I'll tell you that much.
They don't have good relationship with anything that requires teammates. What it feels like, Mike, is this every time they make a move as a team, it's a fucking disaster.
Okay.
Look at the past 20 minutes, okay? Top, unpause. Okay, team play, let's go, baby. 0-4. Aurora now, small team play bomb. Oh, TV, I'm dead to Blade Mail. Dude, that's not something Toronto Tokyo would do in any situation. I swear, I've never seen him. And I don't think he'll ever actually die to Blade Mail. But team move, woohoo!
Suddenly,
Debuff,
he
baby.
just like his eye is half closed or something. Like he's just not paying as much attention. My goodness, that was unfortunate, and I'm not gonna lie, slightly embarrassing. I mean, you had the Essence Ring, you had 21 charges, maybe just underestimating the damage coming
the
out
Wrath,
from
right.
that reflect. Yeah, probably the
Just the Wrath
catching
that
you
finished
off guard.
him off, didn't count it. It's punished. Get tentacled.
Yeah, true. A 304 magic damage was the difference maker. Just those seconds of Toronto Tokyo not realizing that he had taken that damage, coming to bite him there.
Vanille.
I mean, this should be, I want to say a free kill, but there's a Bristleback out of nowhere, so Mira just has to escape. They spot him with the Watcher, they're looking for a TP in. Uh-oh, Mira in some trouble. Quelling Blade already used a bit earlier on. He still will find an exit out, but it's not going to be good enough. Even with the Iron Talon trying to blink away, they have the vision, and the Wrath of Nature will finish him off.
This is just his role on the team, right? Guys, if they run at me, we are farming. I have Dagger, I'm good. 0-7 the last game, 0-4 this time.
He's on his way.
Crater. With eggs on Kiyotaka now. Fortunately, they can't fight Roshan, but I feel like Aurora have no intention of fighting unless Asakura try to go high ground. Fights outside the base are going to be just very difficult. So much freedom from this Bristle Primal. To just kind of run around. This SD also super annoying.
So no flame here. You get Aegis on 7 Jesu, but you were joking about how everything that requires team play seems to be the weakness of Aurora. I can kind of see what you mean by that. But then, what's the plan here? Because when we saw this draft at the start of the game, we thought, oh, you know, Aurora, they have such a straightforward lineup. They're going to get good lanes, they're going to scale, and they're just going to be able to run through Asakura, while Asakura, it's a bit more complicated for them. It doesn't really seem that way. In fact, it seems quite the opposite. So far, Asakura, they've been the one making quite straightforward moves. Nothing too complicated, nothing too crazy, just kind of responding a little bit here and there to what Aurora are doing. That seems to have been working out just fine and dandy for them. 2k, 3k, kind of bouncing back and forth. Gold lead, Nature's Prophet at the top of the net worth. Asakura seem to be getting a good tempo. BKB complete, looking at the Blink Dagger now for the Primal Beast.
Yes, gold is
What's going on
mainly
with
from
Aurora?
the Shadow Demon though, right? Look at this SDS. AK never 1k below the Primal actually. That's pretty
Jesus.
impressive. Yes, 4-star of Blink, but if you look at the cores, Aurora is just ahead for now.
Found Toronto Tokyo. Easy crush down. No hope of asunder. Collapsed upon by 4 members of Asakura, and they're doing a good job maintaining their control in this game with that Aegis. We'll be looking for some tier 2s. The circles are drawn. Trying to barrel down the lanes now.
Back to answer your question, you said they were supposed to do well in lanes. Okay, that's phase 1, right? So I think they did okay in lanes, just okay. And then phase 2 is scaling, right? And phase 3 is to run at Asakura. So look at the game, I think from minute 10 to about maybe 35 based on the Aurora stats, that's probably the scaling time. So I expect the gameplay to kind of remain like this, especially since 7 Jesu has the Aegis and Aurora cannot fight at all. They are still getting to that point, right? It's not like their cores are dying everywhere. Of course, Toronto Tokyo does go down, but it feels like the supports are the only ones being sacrificed.
Yeah, same thing as last game. See whether that sacrifice is enough to get Aurora back into a favorable position this game. Looking for the setup in the mid lane. Serenada being focused down. They have a save available for the Primal Beast too. They still have a BKB and a haste. He's not too concerned at all. He'll start popping it, walk forward towards Nightfall, force that BKB up pop from the Ursa. Gonna get boxed. Saved by Panto for now and able to walk this one off. Might just have to settle for CM, but even the 4-staff helping him out. The punch is there from Mira and they're looking for more. Still haste runed up on the Primal Beast means that he can escape for free. That fight ends up going the way of Aurora just by proxy of them, I guess, killing a CM still. Commit the meta, commit the BKB from the Ursa, and the Wheel of Wonder everything, basically. All you find is a pulse 5. I don't think Asakura too sad about that situation.
They are not sad, but I'm so proud of you, Aurora. That was the first team play that went well this whole day.
Only up from here. Only up from here. You guys got this. G. I know G is in the stands. Like, come on, guys, you could do it. Like, it's a bit by bit, right? Bit by bit.
Man, any progress is progress.
That's
Speaking
true.
of progress, Nightfall might progress to die here.
Yeah.
This
was a really nice catch. And Rage is going to buy him some time. Nice disruption. Managing to limp away somehow. Hairball coming through.
Nice
Defense
wheel.
Matrix is there. Nice wheel holding back the Bristleback. Mira able to punch up as well. And oh, the lasers are starting to bounce. Marcher Machines doing quite a bit of damage. Kiyotaka starting to go to work here. Toronto Tokyo on the high ground looking for 7 Jesu. Nature's Prophet might be in some trouble. The Raf is going to finish off Mira, but that's the only kill Asakura have found so far. And they lose their carry. Well, I don't know about you, Adam, but I think I've cracked the code to Aurora. Because if they're trying to make a move on the map, it's never going to work out as a team. But if they're coming together to save Nightfall, they're going to hit the nail on the head every single time. The amount of damage coming out from Kiyotaka, to be respected. He's still just kind of fronting up here, up against 3 enemy heroes, not afraid at all. Nice little Aghanims reveal from the Tinker.
It just seems like the Aurora playbook far more than opponent make them feel pressure to run to us, so we don't need to make a move, and when they run to us, we will kill them. Does that make sense, Mike? Is that what's been happening today?
I mean that's what we're seeing. If we were to believe what's in front of our eyes, that's exactly what's happening. Aurora, they didn't even really do anything to force that smoke. They were just chilling as much as possible. Oh no. Oh. Okay.
For his teammate, he needed to get the net worth. He needed to get the shard for his boy Mira.
Classic Nightfall. Mira, he might just go down along with Panto here though. The GP in from 7 Jesu. Root in place. No escape for the Tusk and no escape for Panto as well. A little bit of a slip up there on the Ursa.
Stop staying so near each other.
Yeah, I mean, Nightfall and dying to Tormentor. Name a more classic combo. This was his experience back on Bet Boom as well. It just never truly evades you, I guess. Oh, mid lane. Interrupting Kiyotaka. He can put out a lot of damage as a response, but the BKB pop by Serenada, nowhere for the Tinker to run to. The collapse, it's way too quick. Asakura finding a couple of really nice hits across the map.
That's such a beautiful setup from them. Slimeo and Serenada just camping the left side, if anywhere. Kiyotaka not expecting it, but Aurora kind of falling apart at the helm a little. Somehow still very high net worth on the course. It's just their innate talent, honestly. Ability to farm.
They can get gold all right. Whether they can actually put that to use in a meaningful way as a team, that seems to be the struggle for them so far. Asakura, this pace of the game.
I want to ban the NP if they go to game 3. I feel like because he is Nature's Prophet, he is actually not affected by the way Aurora is playing the map at all. He's like, okay, you guys are farming. Okay, I'm farming more because I have teleport.
Sure. You reckon that's why they picked the NP into the Tinker? It just kind of does the same thing, right? Just that NP is a carry and Tinker is a bit of a sort of more utility mid laner into Slime Yao. That's a great start to the fight. Pick off the support. Shard's going to catch him on the high ground as well. And BKB pop from Nightfall, not taking any chances. Bam! Goes the whip.
Aurora with yet another successful team play.
Okay, it's coming together
My
now.
homies Kiyotaka.
Oh, Serenada. Nice little steal of the Wisdom Rune. Or rather, the Shrine of Wisdom. Keep making that mistake. Small little silver lining to those two support devs there.
Farm City. Kiyotaka's going for Dagon next, so more damage to be pumped up. The spell lifesteal is also pretty significant on this hero. Just do so much damage at all. Every laser. You also have the heal amp from the Kaya Singe, so this is a very stand and fight build.
I will say though that for a Kiyotaka Tinker standard, hasn't really been a game where he's been sort of showing his prowess as much, right? I think that's a byproduct of their moves not really working out, but now could be a good chance. Serenada still has that BKB charge, needs to look for an onslaught or TP away, but it's on cooldown. Gonna get chased down to the ends of the earth.
Mira.
Oh no, the shot, block, whip, off the mark, silence. They're basically throwing everything at this Primal Beast. A few whiff spells, not gonna harm anyone though. Other than the Primal, he goes down, but that's a 5-man effort from Aurora. A couple of cooldowns used as well. Gonna try and convert this to a tier 2 tower, or maybe that Roche that might be spawning sometime soon.
I don't want to be that guy, but has he hit a Wheel of Wonder yet?
I
feel like the answer is
one on the
no.
Bristleback in the top lane.
Alright.
That's about it though.
Kiyotaka.
Yeah, write your apology letter, you scheming hater.
I'm a pessimist.
Yeah, that's fair. Can kind of tell from your voice, not gonna lie. You got
Hey,
the-
that's mean.
No, he's kind of sound a little sad about things. You know.
It is sad.
Okay, give me a happiest tone. Like for example, Asakura managed to come back in this game number 2.
Why
And
would I be happy for Sakura comeback?
would you not? That's game number 3. There's more Aurora Dota to be played.
Do I want to watch this? The shenanigans of attempt at team play.
It's funny. I mean, it's nice to see them succeed.
Watch the same movie
Kiyotaka.
3 times. Yeah, he's listening to the stream and he's like, how dare you say I'm not showing my prowess? Let me bring it to 5 heroes.
Yeah, laser them a couple. See how you like it. Starting to level up the Dagon now, so the damage really going to start stacking up. Kiyotaka. TPing in front. Translocator gonna get him out. Serenada there with the initiation. Wheel of Wonder doesn't land onto anyone other than a couple of illusions, but they found the Tinker already. Not really the prowess that I wanted to see. Snowball out onto Vladik as well, but he has the BKB. 7 Jesu able to pump out so much damage. Looks like the supports might be going down. The chase is on there from Asakura. They're looking for more. Vladik with the charge down. Serenada looking for a +1 onto the Ringmaster. He has no means of escape. Aurora,
What the fuck is he
not
even doing,
really
man?
sure about that Kiyotaka movement, not gonna lie.
What was that? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what
know.
to say, Mike. I'm the analyst, but I can't analyze that. That was just question mark emojis.
Did he think he
over
was
my head.
maybe out of vision? Do you think he thought they couldn't see him for some
I
reason?
don't know. That would mean he's noob, but he's not. He's a great and insane player. He's just baiting for his team, maybe expecting Mira to come in with a save.
Well,
but
I'll tell you what he did do. He baited his team.
he did bait his team.
He kind of got one word off that initial instruction there. They were like, Kiyotaka, bait for the team. He's like, okay, got it. Bait the team. And he's just in
Definitely
there.
baited the team. I don't know which
He
team he
misheard
baited
it.
though.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's going
Baited
brooch
for
on
Asakura,
Nightfall.
maybe.
That's interesting. Don't you want a Bissell here? Just kill the NP.
Is
Actually,
he
no.
just
I
worried
want
that he
down
doesn't have
Nightfall.
enough damage?
Nightfall's
Yeah, I don't
better.
really understand it. Maybe it's just too good of an item to pass up.
I don't know. I feel like your hero doesn't really use crits very well.
Yeah, you're trying to build up the damage with the Fury swipes, right?
Yeah. There is a break on Serenada too. It's gonna be super nice against the Fury Swipe. So he needs to kill within the duration of the BKB.
I guess the idea is that he thinks he already has a Skull Basher, so he's like, okay, I'm gonna get a bash out regardless. Like one of these 6 hits is gonna bash them, and hopefully I need to burst them within that period, so I need more damage. I can kind of see it.
All right, Mike. We have a smoke out from Asakura. Will Aurora be able to execute their plan this time?
I mean, if it's a move from Asakura, it should, on paper, based on what we've seen so far, be a lot more successful for Aurora than a move that they make by themselves.
Aghanim Shadow Demon, Aghanim's Primal Beast, and Satanic done for 7 Jesu. So I think they're even strong enough to go up the hill on the left here if they really choose to.
They could. Choosing to play near the bot side instead. Vladik, the only one really showing 7 Jesu ready to join the fight at any time as a byproduct of being Nature's Prophet.
Hello, bottom lane. Oh my god. Is that not scary? He blinked to hit the Observer. What, there are like 4 heroes there and they all turned around. Pros don't fake.
True. Just gets that D-ward. Value. That's the Tinker performance that we want to see. Let's go.
He is keeping up in net worth, that's for sure.
He's 1, 3, and 5, man. I mean, I guess you could say that it's been a bit low kill for Aurora so far, but nothing has really happened. I think they're a bit scarred from all the moves that have not worked out. They're a bit scared to make anything happen now.
For what it's worth, I feel like his hero damage is probably the equivalent or more than all 4 of his teammates combined.
Yeah, that's just a Tinker thing with March and Laser, right, Ags? It's like one of those games where you play with a team, in a team with Zeus, and then he just AFKs in Fountain and just presses out. And then he's like, I have more hero damage than you, I'm contributing. Yeah, not really.
This high ground CJ ain't gonna work, guys.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Dude,
they immediately realize as well. Looking for the setup in the top lane. Toronto Tokyo gets found! Through the tree line, they saw him! Now it's the Hurricane Pike Demon Zeal away. This is one fast Terrorblade though. Not sure if he can catch up to him, and tips come through already. The escape has been made.
Kyotaka already pushing out bot lane. TP's baited, guys. That's their plan. He's close to Skadi now, so this is actually going to be some super tri-core lineup, right? This TP is getting to the point where he is an actual carry. What about talents? How we look in late game? Anyone with some insane talents? Tinker gonna have the 200 AoE laser at some point. We're pretty far away.
3 overpower attacks.
Matter yet.
That's pretty nice. 7 Jesu getting found here by Mira, but I'm not sure whether Aurora really want to commit for this kill. Looks like they'll just have to give up the task. Again, typical Mira situation here. That's his role on this team. Gonna allow Nightfall to escape. He is at 8 deaths, so already beating his record from last game.
Doing a great job so far. Maybe if he's dying, his cores aren't, right? Most of his deaths look like that. I don't know about that one.
It sounds like we're dunking on him. It sounds like we're memeing, but like, I think some of his deaths are like, it feels necessary, right? Like, it's the classic, back in the day with Beast Coast and all that, and then Schofield and Stinger are like randomly dying on the map. And, to everybody else, they're like, why the hell are these guys just feeding? Like, what the hell is going on? But then you realize all 3 cores are farming and it's working out for them somehow. Kind of same situation with Aurora right now. The only problem is that we haven't really seen them able to convert that net worth into any sort of outcome just yet. It just will expire now on 7 Jesu. Bit of a setup attempted. The wheel is a bit off the mark again, and now Vladik, they've collapsed onto Panto. Yeah, 3 members ready to just destroy him.
The Aurora special. The poke and joke. They throw spells, act like they're there, but they're actually just farming.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm gonna set up on you. 5 TPs come in from Asakura. Oh, sorry, just a support kill. Just kidding, lol.
Efficiency. Sama would be proud.
I don't know about that.
He will. I'll ask him later. I'll tweet you.
Yeah, isn't he too busy trading or something? I don't think he'll reply you, homie.
He's a millionaire now. Ain't no time for Dota.
Yeah, true.
A little bit of a run around. Mira gets out. They're trying to just constantly sweep the map on Asakura, realizing how hard high ground is, but Aurora, this is their playing field. Experts of the dodge and farm.
Yeah, not so much experts of the team move though, which is what they're attempting right now. A smoke move out led by Nightfall onto the high ground, looking at Vanderlei. Should be an easy Crystal Maiden elimination. If they can find Vladik, that'll be huge. He's gonna pop the BKB, Sprout kiting away from the Ursa, but Serenada looking for an angle. Will be able to get the Pulverize onto the Ursa. He doesn't have a second life. Nice Sunder save. Nightfall able to TP out. Doesn't need the BKB for this move. Slime Yao does go down to Kiyotaka and the laser bounces and the TP out from Toronto Tokyo. He'll be fine. This Tinker might not be quite as lucky. Translocator getting him a distance away, but Onslaught to follow. And 7 Jesu just got a TP right on top of him. They lose the Tinker.
Man, Tinker going down there is so painful. But look at Aurora again. Mira expertly cutting the wave. Toronto Tokyo going to send illusions too. They're still looking to hold high ground here. Man, it's pretty sad for Toronto that he needed to sunder his Usar there, because I think he's pretty fight ready.
Yeah. I didn't have to pop the meta. I might have been on cooldown in that earlier engagement, which is why Aurora didn't seem the most excited to fight. It looked like they were going to get the catch out onto Nightfall, but he manages to just TP back to safety, and meanwhile collapse onto Kiyotaka instead.
Oh my god, getting
Oh,
the prize
Jesu! That's tough.
Damn. I need a player cam of 7 Jesu there. Parasma complete. Okay, this is a TB Ursa slaying item. All these agility heroes now you do magic.
I'll be honest, I don't need to see his face, but I know his asshole was clenched so damn tight. You know what I'm saying? This guy like sat straight up. For sure. Now he's gonna be straight up hitting your tier 3 tower. No Tinker. They don't want to buy back because it's 20 more seconds and they'll try and get as much damage as they can.
Yao.
Slime Yao blinking up to the high ground. Not sure about that one.
Whoa, they're pulling an Aurora right now. 10
I don't know if this is going to
Tinker.
work out. Serenada in the front lines. Nice shots to keep them in place and starting to beat away the real carry. Toronto Tokyo going to town. Serenada now looking for an angle out, but just gets bashed up. The rest of Asakura now have to retreat. Vanderlei likely forfeiting his life here. Just a very easy blink forward and catch. Not sure what they were cooking there, Asakura. And that Panto voice line comes out very aptly. The Slime Yao Shadow Demon just blinks up to the high ground thinking he'll be fine. Ends up just feeding. And the fight goes Aurora's way.
That was a very greedy and unnecessary ward, I think. It felt like 7 Jesu could just stand in front and Aurora would have to come to them. And I feel like SD just saves, and that's kind of how you want to take the fight, right? Not looking to initiate. Not sure what that was about, but Aurora, we back, baby. The split up and farm
so
chat
bad.
wheel. That's all they have on their chat wheel.
And the clown voice line, of course, from Panto.
That's a hero chat wheel. It's different, man.
Yeah, that's a different thing. Okay, he knows his stuff. Look, I was trying to test you a little bit. I don't know how much you know about all these non-Dota-centric related stuff.
Chat wheels are important. Because I don't want to talk to my pup, so I chat wheel, you know?
Okay. What's on your chat wheel? You got any juicy lines on there?
That's a great question, actually. Let me check.
Yeah, you have no idea.
I think I have affirmative. That's the important one.
You got get back. You got pulling creeps. That's like a pos 5 ass chat wheel. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. Okay, let me check. I have on my way, well played, affirmative. My bad, thanks. Get back, care, and whoops. Look, I'm a kind player.
Yeah, you're a kind player. I'm a little bit of a bitch, I think. I got snore on there, and every time nothing's happening and like someone misses a spell, I snore.
Do you have the little emoji there?
Yeah. I got the Brewmaster drunken
such a
emoji, like
Singaporean.
little bubbles coming up.
Whoa, Kiyotaka!
Okay.
We've been over this before.
Translocator out. Maybe it was just a bait. Nightfall looking for a target. Looks for Vladik. Finds a Pulverize. Loses the Aegis. Not really the fight start that you want. And now Mira's in trouble. Serenada with the BKB. They buy the time. Hex up onto the Ursa. Holding him in place. Forcing the BKB out from Nightfall. He's going to be able to Urshot through the trees.
Baby.
This fight's starting to get messy. Asakura still able to claim the kill onto Mira. And the Tinker damage, it's starting to add up. Kiyotaka now starting to get auto-attack down. He's trying to lifesteal up with the Dagon 4 staff away. And again, the Pulverize onto Nightfall. He's going to go down. Kiyotaka again baiting his team a little bit. But Tinker comes back in. It's all a bait the other way. The Ursa was the real bait. Toronto Tokyo's the carry. And Kiyotaka's just there to back him up with some guns.
Doubt Kiyotaka, Tinker. He shows you the Dagon on the Nature's Prophet creep healed him so much.
Dude,
It was like
he
40 or
did
50%.
12,000 damage that fight. What the hell? I thought
Yeah, he just
Toronto
pressed
Tokyo
laser
came in
and
and
back on.
cleaned up, but he was straight on just a side character. The real character is the Kiyotaka Tinker.
It's been the only real character. Like every fight, he's the initiator too. He started, he's like, guys, look at me. That's their initiation. Aurora is like dangling a little fish, playing with his food.
Yeah, but the fish is actually a giant whale and he just opens his mouth and swallows you whole. That's kind of what just happened there. They used all their BKBs, deal with Nightfall. Sure, that's cute and all. That's just a little fuzzy wuzzy cub though. He doesn't have lasers, he doesn't have guns, he doesn't have machines. E-Blade Dagon Lincolns. He is basically 6 slaughter at this point.
Much room to grow. Level 26 now. Has the AoE laser, so a lot of zippity zappity.
Oof.
Zoopity. What else can he buy? What's the last item here? BKB, I guess. Hurricane Pipe, that's your last item.
That could be BKB, could be... I guess the Wind Waker feels kind of shit into the Shadow Demon, huh?
Shivas it up.
Yeah, that'd be
Bloodstone it up. Get the
Bloodstone,
bigger AoE
Shivas.
laser.
You think you need BKB this game on the
I
Tinker?
don't know, but I think Bristleback needs to be careful right now. Kitaga's coming.
Yeah, Bristleback has a BKB. He'll be fine. Ogre Seal Totem as well. But yeah, it's funny. 13k gold lead now for Aurora. We're finally starting to see that advantage being leveraged by Aurora. And not just kind of in this weird split up and farm game state. They're putting on pressure in the bot lane. I don't know if they're looking for a fight though. It's such a weird setup from them.
I feel like Aurora and looking for a fight never really end well, but they are hitting their timing soon, where they are 6 slotted on all 3 cores. This is prime time. It's where they want to be every game. And away from the Tormentor if you're Nightfall.
Yeah. Yeah, don't go back there, homie. It's not worthwhile. Swift Blink in the backpack on the courier of Mr. Toronto Tokyo. He is 3 levels higher than his actual carry.
He is the actual carry, what do you mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
Nightfall's just the bait. Might as well have Exalterine Heart at this
Yeah,
point.
Nightfall unironically is just the bait. They have to use so much to kill him. That's the problem, right? Like, he BKBs, he's in there with the Enrage. I'm surprised he didn't go Ags like you said. Just further extend his life.
That's just their strat, right? Minimum 3 saves. So you have the Snowball, you have the Escape Act, and Nightfall for himself has the Enrage. It's his own save.
That's true. The Sunder doesn't count because Toronto Tokyo's the carry, so he won't be sundering anybody.
That's true. He definitely did Sunder Ursa just now, though. Cheers to the homie.
Gotta help a friend in need.
What a friend indeed. Nightfall trying his best to get to his 25. We also have this annoying Trian right now that no longer gets one shot by anything because it's a hero creep.
We didn't talk about this as well. The level 25 hit by the Prophet. That's a pretty significant timing because these waves are going to become a lot more annoying to deal with. Kiyotaka can still zap them though.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
it's
guess
very
if you
high
do
level
10,000 damage, it doesn't matter.
Look at this. Terrorblade Illusion versus Little Fungus.
Bzzd. Kiyotaka's like, you good, bruh.
Yeah.
It's going for Arcane Blink, so gonna be even more annoying. Pick up the APM. It does so much damage, it's actually insane. This looks so annoying to play against. Jesu sees an 80 rune. I imagine Asakura is gonna look for a fight with this. Could be
I guess
pretty
the
game
Arcane
changing.
Blink. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out whether you want to go for something like the Arcane Blink or the Overwhelming, because I feel like I've seen some Tinkers go Overwhelming. I have to hold that thought. Looks like there might be a fight brewing, but no. Terrorblade just a Swift Blink to dodge. Yeah, I guess the health and mana regen is, rather restore is just a bit too valuable for you to keep the fight going and keep casting spells.
Ooh, block of cheese on Toronto. I wonder if he's going to be the one who eats it. Alright, Sound Jesu 80 rune. They're gonna bang into each other soon.
Yeah, that was a very nicely dodged collision there from Toronto Tokyo. Another seamless blink out, and Serenada basically pops BKB for that. So any attempt of a move Asakura are planning on making in the next 60 seconds, that's not going to be a thing anymore.
Yo, Nightfall, he learned. He's full health. After the Tormentor. Aura's just
he's
a team that
alive?
keeps on improving.
He just got tormented. Pog? That's big. We're seeing the Aurora improvement in real time. You love to see it.
It's the training arc.
Yeah.
Every game. Maybe 10 to 30.
Yeah, they got a new
Yeah.
coach, G's in there like instructing them on the drills. Okay, so if you guys are in a losing position, no tilting, split and farm. He's drilling that in his head, in their heads, of
It's
course.
like, guys, you guys don't know how to play a map, so I'm going to draft this way, and you guys are not allowed to play as a team. All of you.
It's like conditioning, right? Every time you play as a team, it's not gonna work out because of your draft, so you're conditioned to just split and farm.
Yeah,
Make
it's
use of the
hard to be
player's
efficient on
specialties.
the map, and honestly, Aurora, they are really good at that, which is why they're 18k ahead, even though nothing is happening and they're behind on the kill score.
Nothing is happening. Nothing is legitimately happening. Asakura, they were ahead at some points in the game, but going high ground just a little bit too difficult, which makes you wonder at what point will Asakura be ready to actually try and end the game or try and take a fight? What are they waiting for?
I don't know, but once Mira gets this eggs, I think the game is going to be a little more complicated for Asakura. This Tusker kickback against these range cores, it's super scary. Usually they'll just kind of kick the primal away. Some positioning abuse.
See Vladik here. They know there's a sentry to cover, so no way that Asakura are spotting them out. Quick check
Wanna
across the
fire
board.
on
There
the
isn't a
whistle
gem
now.
or anything for Asakura.
This pretty strong. They want to go on him though.
Seems like a bit of a bait.
Oh,
Slime
Nightfall,
there
he
with a
finds
potential
Slime
save,
Yao.
but Nightfall on the back line being pulverized up through the enrage, but he's fine. Taking quite a bit of damage now. 7 Jesu gets E-Blader, has to pop his own BKB. Second pulverize comes out to Nightfall, but he's still enraged. He's completely fine. They've lost the Ringmaster because Vladik beating into him. Toronto looking at the backlines, looking at Slime Yao. His BKB is about to come to an end. Still has the block of cheese, has to restore and has to save his shield.
No BKB.
Sunder is available, no BKBs. Look for Kiyotaka, look for the laser damage. The Sunder he has to use it on his own illusion. Hurricane Pike away. Might just lose out to the poison
That's an
damage, but a
awkward
nice
snowball.
snowball save. It's not gonna be enough. I say that, but the blink out, Mira will be the one to fall instead. Again, Aurora, they have to pay with their supports. They don't get
They might be in
anything
trouble
done for
here.
now. And 7 Jesu looking at Kiyotaka, but Nightfall finding the poor NP in the tree line. They still lose the Tinker buybacks on mass. They need to try and help Nightfall, but he's stuck in some trees. He can't get out. They will try and turn the fight now without any BKBs. They're looking for a target. Snowball controlling 7 Jesu, and it will be enough to finally bring down the Prophet. Oh my god! Did he just dig on him from almost full HP?
You
Kiyotaka
can
now.
chase too.
This is his
Oh,
fight
that's
to
not
win.
far enough, my friend.
You might just have to buy back. Where's the rearm? Where's the second go? Look for the target. Look for the angle. Find the kill. No. Kiyotaka gets denied with some nice jukes by Serenata, and now he might be the one in trouble. Arcane Blink away back to safety. So many buybacks used from Aurora, but they want to take this opportunity to try and push the issue.
They need to force the NP buyback. I'm not sure how. Roshan is also up, so as much as buybacks were used, it's kind of even out a little here. I feel like he really needs this.
What is even happening in these fights? Like, what? Straight up, what is happening in these fights?
Everyone's just baiting for each other, man. You see
I
Nightfall
don't
go in,
even-
he tanks for Kiyotaka, and then Toronto Tokyo comes in from the flank. And then they like, okay, tag team. Then Toronto Tokyo runs back. There's Nightfall and Kiyotaka go in. And after that, it's like Kiyotaka's turn. So, like I said, they are not allowed to fight together.
It's a bit of a weird
Wait
one for
and
sure.
switch. It's the training arc, man, I'm telling you.
Well,
Tinker with the egg is-
and now they have to be very, very careful because 4 buybacks were used. Double Roshan banner down, looking for the target onto Serenata. There'll be a Primal Beast who might just have to buy back. Meta on the high ground, these racks are dropping quick. Glyph forced out for now. Immediate just explosion
might be in
onto the
trouble.
CM. That's half her HP gone. She
But
can't
no
stay in the fight
Kiyotaka.
anymore.
He ain't gonna
Kiyotaka,
turn
he
it
can just blink
around.
forward, look for another. The Dagon, Vanally in so much trouble.
the
The
Impalement
Impalement Arts. Oh, does it find him? Vanaly's gonna go down, has to buy back. They bought back on Serenata as well. They might be looking for an angle with the Primal Beast,
Whoa,
but they
whoa,
found 7
7
Jesu
Jesu.
in the tree line. There's a BKB for the Nature's Prophet starting to punch away. Kiyotaka, he's gonna die back. No, second life on the Age is still standing his ground and fighting with Toronto
Get the
Tokyo.
Sunder.
Needs to find a Sunder target. Boss to save for now. Mira on the front lines holding them down in Nightfall. Starting to focus down the Prophet, hiding in the trees, but the woods is no place to fight a bear. Asakura,
buyback.
they have to buy back on the Prophet now, but Kiyotaka's back in. Full HP.
Oh, the Sunder!
Rage
Sunder
saving the
Jesu!
Asa, but it's Sunder's not in time. Sunder onto 7 Jesu. That's a dieback on your Nature's Prophet. And Aurora, after what feels like 50 minutes of splitting and farming, they might just have done it here. Kiyotaka comes back in, gets the job done. He's the real carry now. What the hell was this game? I feel like Aurora tried so many team moves for 45 minutes and it didn't work out. And it takes 4 buybacks, Kiyotaka going absolute sicko mode for them to finally win this game. All you have is a Primal Beast left and he's taking so much damage just from the Tinker. Kiyotaka's feeling himself. They'll be able to end this one off. Toronto's done, finishing the game off with his illusions. And even though Nightfall drops, they will be able to secure this series 2-0 and keep themselves alive in the upper bracket here. I mean, Aurora, they did it for the entertainment, right? It wasn't clean. It wasn't very straightforward. Maybe not really the way that they wanted it to be drafted. But yeah, that was a pretty entertaining series, I can't lie.
For who, Mike? For who? Were you entertained? Okay, it was quite fun. I like the up and down a lot. The back and forth is anyone's game to take. Putting on a show towards the end, and just like I said, they hit their timing. 6 slot on all 3 cores. They came in for what they were playing for, the Wombo combo, the Sunder Dagon, eliminating the 20, 30, 50,000 net worth Nature's Prophet just like that. Man, Aurora, I don't know what to say, man.
That was ridiculous. Just quick check on the stats here. Overall damage dealt by Kiyotaka. Quick guess. How much do you think he did this game?
100 and... Nah, I'll go like 80... Oh, wait, let me think. Close to 100k.
Okay, yeah, well, you're close. It was 91,000 damage, but I think what's even more respectable is the fact that the Prophet almost was able to carry some of these fights, right? He did 60k hero damage across the entire game. So 7 Jesu, I think the rest of Asakura, they shouldn't be too disappointed in themselves with this particular performance in game number 2. I think they tried their best. There were some pretty good moments, but there were also some moments where we were left scratching our heads, right? Like Slime Yao blinking up to the high ground. Felt like that was a very important moment that Asakura might have been able to take a Rax advantage or maybe even a fight. But yeah, unfortunately, not to be. And that will be it, at least for now. There still are a whole bunch of other DreamLeague close qualifier games happening across the board. If you're on Twitch, all you need to do is search ESL_Dota 2 and you'll find the link to all the different streams. You got Earth, Storm, Ember, ESL, ESL TV, ESL_Dota 2. Everything's firing off right now. We even got Tango going. So you won't be, you won't be short on any Dota action. But for us, we will be coming back after a bit of a longer break. Again, it's going to be 1.5 hours. And I believe, let me just try and find out who our
Navi
next
Liga, baby.
matchup is going to be. Liga and Navi?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. That one should be pretty fun. But yeah, that wraps up this particular series, and we'll see you guys in 1.5 hours. So, see you there.
At the station, and my eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery and day. August for Marish and Krushki in his beer on.
these melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, healed your music when his breeze to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with songs and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy pipe, and ever mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Giola in luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. L'ora bella bella non tiene buon monterà. Giola luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. L'ora bella bella non tiene buon monterà. Giola luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. Resta in danza quando donna mia la ride lunga con bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà. Finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà. Il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare. Mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had for hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that bitter toils and sneered, we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
My thoughts are winged with hope, my heart's with love, fly up to the moon in clearest light, and say as she does in the heavens in earth so wanes and waxes my delight, and whispers her softly to her ears. Hope often hangs the head and does shed and in my thoughts you may mistrust my love. If thou mistrust my love, you do blame. Say though you alter, yet you do not know. As she does change and yet remain the same. Let all that love return to me alone. Till my love shine as she has done before.
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll never ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa heeren aboot the braes, and poo the gowans fine. But seas between us, braid hair old, syne Auld lang syne. For Auld lang syne, my Jo, for Auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for Auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for Auld lang syne, for Auld lang syne, my Jo, for Auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for Auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for Auld lang syne, for Auld lang syne, my Jo, for Auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for Auld lang syne.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir, do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and crushkin is birch shelan.
Stephen's lips with a gentle kiss, and when his tender hands round thee fold in a soft embrace, I listen and approve these melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, yield your music when his breeze to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy pipe, and ever mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
Si salterà, l'ora bella bella sore tiene mon monterà, c'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora bella sore tiene mon monterà, già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, festa in danza quando donna mia va di nuovo, un verso bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe,
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to DreamLeague Season 26. This is the Eastern European League of Things, and we are still, thankfully, staying in the upper bracket. No one to eliminate just yet. That action is going to be all tomorrow, but we are on our third series of the day, and this is upper bracket round 2. So both these teams coming up have won their first games, right? We saw Na'Vi defeat their opponents in 4 Pirates pretty convincingly, not too shabby, some shaky moments for sure. And Liga on the other side of the bracket were able to take down one move, and now we're going to see which one of them faces off against the upper bracket final tomorrow. So yeah, this one should be pretty fun. I think we already talked a bit about Na'Vi, but Liga, you know, you're looking at some of the names there. I'm sure you recognize some of them, Adam.
Malik's the one who played in Mina, right, for a while with Quest.
Yeah, he was he had a brief excursion standing in for Quest, right? After Amar, you know, there was that whole situation with the Quest Nigma thing. They didn't want to sort of hand him over type beat. And then, yeah, Malik
so
was there through the Quest times, and he looked pretty solid.
I know Violent has been on this roster for quite some time, respect to, but who is Erase and MRLS, Mike? Are you going to tell me?
Yeah, of course I am. You know me, I like to dig a little bit deeper about some of these players. Now, Liga team, I feel like this stack name is not unfamiliar, right? They've been around for maybe a year, a couple of months more than that at this point. Like you said, Violent has been on this roster for a very long time. He's a pretty competent carry player, but they haven't really had the best luck in a lot of these close qualifiers. They're always there, but they never really make it through. Nothing convincing in the ways of almost making it as well. So this time around, they're bringing in the big guns, okay? Erase and Amaryllis, that's kind of the position. I think that's how you pronounce it.
That sounds so much better than what I said. MRLS.
What do you say?
I said MRLS.
Okay, you read it the way it's spelled, okay? I can't blame you for that. That's not bad. But Amaryllis and Erase, they come from the Talent Factory, also known as Yellow Submarine. So Yellow Submarine, these are former players from that part of things. As we know, Corbin, one of the directors of Team Spirit, very good at scouting young talent. Yellow Submarine is also where Satanic got his start. So Liga team, they're bringing in, you know, some reinforcements in the form of Erase, Amaryllis, Malik to try and hopefully come out on top. And so far it's worked out for them, right? They were able to 2-0 one move, didn't get to watch that game, but it looked pretty convincing. In game number 2, they won in 22 minutes. So that was a pretty one-sided affair. Yeah. So I think this matchup is going to be quite even because both teams, they're kind of working with integrating new players to the roster, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know how I feel about Na'Vi, man. They look like they look like they should be better than how they are performing. Let's put it that way. Although that being said, I do think they have a style that they are working on or working towards. It's just not as clean as I expect from a roster of their caliber.
Sure.
I remember when we watched Liga play, at least the previous one before this roster swap with the 2 new players, they were pretty decent stack. They even beat one move to get here, so one move the representative for Fisher, right? For EEU, one of them at least. Just, I'm hoping for some good series here.
Yeah, us too. I mean, one move also had a bit of changes of their own, so maybe that had a part to play in it. And Liga were invited, and you know, you talk about the profile of the players. Malik has been finding quite a lot of success. I feel like he's been almost like a mercenary as of late, right? He had a stint on Quest, like we said, had a stint on Spirit, replacing Collapse during his break. He looked amazing, honestly, on that Spirit lineup. He kind of came in. There were some questions about whether he would be able to fill the Collapse size shoes. I thought he did great. So I'm expecting big things from this Liga team. And I think Na'Vi, you know, maybe some of their problems comes from, you look at the players on this roster, Uragi, Sanctity, Ari, Boom, Kari. These are guys who do not speak. They're all just very quiet fellas, right? They don't.
How do you know this, Mike?
Well, I know this because I have seen them in real life interacting. Not this particular,
like playing
stack,
Dota during a tournament.
Yeah, like during a tournament.
Okay.
So I think Because long story short, got to see them at ESL 1 Bangkok, and everyone on the team, the only loud person was the one that they kicked. So they kicked Cubify, right? And he was like this super energetic, super outspoken guy. It kind of felt like he was the only one who was always up to do interviews and media and stuff like that. And everybody else was just kind of like this, like quite literally the embodiment of like, can someone else do it? I don't really wanna. So yeah, understandable. Maybe they're still trying to
The
find
real
that voice.
gamers.
Yeah, the real gamers for sure. Maybe that's why maybe Cubify was a bit too loud for them. That's why they just kind of yanked him out of there. They need someone to match their energy.
No
And Ari,
extrovert.
yeah, no extrovert, only introverts. But let's see whether Ari can do it for UK Dota here in this upper bracket round 2, I believe. Natas Vincia versus Liga. We're gonna have the draft for you right on screen now. Still not entirely sure what Liga's style is as a team. Although I do know what Malik likes. We're just based off him appearing at so many tier 1 tournaments. Very flexible off-lane player. See what kind of...
What's the list, Mike? Enigma, Darkseer, Primal Beast. I feel
Oh,
like when I
Magnus
think
is
of
a big one
Malik,
for
it's
him.
like Primal Beast. Oh, Magnus too. Yeah, that's true. How could you forget?
Yeah, Malik Primal Beast minus Malik Magnus.
I feel like there's a
mind,
Brewmaster in there too.
There's a Brewmaster, yes, that's correct. In my mind, whenever I think of Malik, I don't know if this is a good comparison, but he feels to me like the Eastern European version of New. Very calm, very untiltable, always kind of has a slight like smirk, unbothered, unfazed outlook, and always manages to find quite a good degree of impact. Never really gets fazed by shit happening to him in game. Kind of same vibes.
Every hero with horns. Isn't that a
Yeah, horns,
requirement?
like literally. I was always joking about this. I feel like New's hero pool is heroes with horns and like preferably 4 legs and a blink. That's Malik's hero pool. Wonder if we'll see the Magnus contested here. That's something that Ari really likes, but Malik as well.
Taking
Quick
some
look at the Liga heroes.
pretty interesting bands, right? Monkey King, maybe a bit targeted, maybe a little flex pick for a Navi. I'm sure Ari does play the hero as well. I feel like this is one of those like specialist heroes too.
Sure.
Jakiro.
Maybe they're just a bit worried about the tempo coming out from the mid lane if that's something that Navi choose to go for. It's just interesting because it's not like Navi actually picked it in their previous series. So this might just be something to protect a certain pick coming out from them on Liga. AA, Jakiro.
Is this for
They're taking
what,
out a lot of
Darks?
the respect
Darkseer, I
heroes,
think?
right?
I think they won the Darkseer for Liga, like first pick. The Monkey TA ban definitely just signifies something. Roots are removed. Okay, so Navi take the Darkseer. What's Liga's response here? There's a tiny. There's a Swen that they can run, but I don't think you want to pick that here. There's still a PA in the pool.
Yeah. Saw that first pick by many a team. There we have it. Hero that can put on pressure. And generally, I would say it's quite safe against the Darkseer because after the vacuum is used, you can blink strike away. The search doesn't really last long enough for you to cover that distance anyway. Although maybe with the nerf, it makes a difference in the early stage of the game.
It's just a little bit less abusable and it's kind of harder to run away. I don't think you feel it that much, just the level 2 spike being reduced a bit, because I think at least when people started first picking PA, the lane felt so strong, like it could just keep going on you over and over again. At least now you get to stay away from it a little bit. Warlock band,
so
we see
denying
the-
their very strong lane, yeah.
Just a good old Warlock PA that we see almost every game. Nothing too surprising. A lot of pause 5s being removed. No Tinker, no Jakiro, Warlock. What else is in the pool? There's a Silencer here. There's a Ringmaster that we do see from time to time. I know Liga does play the hero. Not too much info on this team and what they run right now.
Yeah. Just quite literally the game before us. Maybe quick check on their Dota buff, see what they've been up to. I mean, talk about the way beating this PA is in the early laning stage, right? You want to make sure she doesn't have a grand old time, but what exactly does even counter the PA? That's
know, it
a
feels like
question that
there's
many teams
no-
probably answering themselves.
There's no way to like completely shut down this hero, it feels like, but I think not dying to him does slow down his farm. I feel like the problem with
For
PA
sure.
now is that you not only cannot pressure him, but it feels like he can pressure you.
Mm. Well, it does depend. Maybe the Dark Seer can get a nice little tag team buddy, something like the Tusk, another melee position 4 that can really put the pressure on, and things might look a little bit different for them.
I mean, that's Spirit Breaker, baby.
You could go Spirit Breaker, you could go Clockwork. All things that Navi, I'm sure they can bring out. There's the Ringmaster, snapping up one of the few remaining position 5, still pretty highly ranked.
Alright, what are we gonna see here? Give me the Silencer Spirit Breaker.
There's still a Phoenix available as well if they want to sort of go back for that Kaori signature, although Vacuum Egg doesn't really sound very compelling in terms of locking down a PA.
That's true, but this is team fight, right? And just a lot of ways to get onto him. You probably want some BKB control. Maybe you see Tuskar, so they go Bara. Pretty much the same thing, right? But it's probably something Ari is more comfortable on. Pause 5. Silencer, CM, Silencer, Phoenix, like you said, Kaori, also SD is probably something they're considering. Not sure if he still plays the hero. I don't know how like doable it is now, especially as a pause 5. I think your lane's kind of odd.
I will say that with this Enigma pick coming out, wait, what's going on here?
Pause
is
5
this going to be Enigma pause
baby.
5?
Yeah, probably, right?
Yeah, what exactly is the intention here? I guess you have the Vacuum Black Hole combo, but Ringmaster still has that long range save, so you need to find him. I was gonna say we did see this Spirit Breaker Ringmaster interaction. Just off the top of my head, I would assume that Ringmaster is pretty good into the Spirit Breaker because you charge in, you fall prey to the Wheel of Wonder very easily. The whip can also just kind of send you running back the other way. But it didn't really seem to matter to Ari, and he just built the BKB very quickly in that game. So might see a very similar thing here. Why do you think we're seeing the support Enigma come out? Is it just because there's really no other position 5 heroes right now? Surely not.
Trying to figure it out too.
I mean, Liga now they can just pick the Silencer, right? And then they run the Ringmaster pause 4.
I don't think this hero runs well as a pause 4. I just feel like he doesn't do enough as a pause 4. Personally, I'm not a fan. I'll just pick some other cancel.
That's fair.
Do you really care about Black Hole as a... Yeah, I'm not sure. Alright, Liga sticking to their own guns, Wind Ranger. Something they've played earlier today as well. They need something to deal with. No, Helm doesn't matter. They need a stun. Just Pango it up. It's looking like a pretty good Pango game right now.
Yeah, what are we thinking about the drafts right now? I feel like they've gone in a very different direction from some of the other games we've seen over the past maybe week or so. Especially the Navi draft. It looks extremely specific and maybe even slightly color-coded.
They like having BKB control, I guess. It's what Navi looks like. This Darkseer Enigma looks like some Navi TI1 draft.
They as part of joining Navi, they get access to all the historical records of Navi, and they're just like, oh, this is pretty good actually. Why did we stop doing that? That'd be 5 completely different players in a different era of Dota 2, but maybe Puppy was onto something.
Alright, so Liga go for the Bristle, which is nice against Enigma and lane because you kill Eidolons. One of the better counters, I'll say. Navi, they probably need to respond with a carry here. Something a bit more independent in lane. He has an Enigma. There's no Ursa in the pool. No break as well. Also wouldn't be too surprised to see him just go for the DK again. It's just something they're really comfortable. It does make sense with their lineup to have the easy initiation. Front line.
Which side are you talking about right now?
TB, DK. Oh, they go Morph. Okay, how can I forget Uragi morphing?
This is a classic for him. Although I don't know how well it stacks up into this lane. I guess against the Bristleback you don't really die, although kill shot might be a bit of a concern.
Yeah, you're pretty okay. I think none of the heroes on Liga really threaten you. It's also a nice matchup against PA. Just a high armor hero hybrid damage, you know, you're not really this fully reliant on physical damage. You have adaptive strike, you have wave. You also can morph into PA to get yourself that nice attack speed. Morphing into Wind Ranger is pretty cool too, by the way. Get Wind Run.
That's true. Now the PA has to build MKB or someone's going to have to get a Bloodthorn or something like that. Maybe a Nullifier down the line. So quick question for you. Enigma's demonic conversion has basically been changed, right? It used to deny a creep, and I'd wager to say that's probably why we saw it a lot on support. You just would be able to get the wave in a good position, have some nice harass. Now it just costs Enigma health. You're not really denying anything. So what still makes it a valid support pick here in this current meta?
I don't know, is it valid? Navi's the only team running it.
Yeah, that's what I'm a bit confused about, because I get that, okay, you know, maybe you're not so concerned about the Ringmaster save. You're just gonna Black Hole
I
on
don't know
top
if you
of the
play
PA.
with Black Hole at all. I think it's more like as a support you can scale with Network, right? Because you have ability to farm. Maybe you'll see something like drums or just Solar Crest come out. I think that's kind of his role on this team, just judging by how they're drafting right now. Like even just now when he played the Phoenix with Solar Crest, he didn't go for like his usual Scythe build, right? He's building Solar. So I expect to see the same or similar thing from him this game. Because they are trying to play in a certain formation, right? Like we see the pace that Navi try to run. I think Ari is kind of the catch. Boom is kind of the aura buyer team fight. You know, Kauri is the team fight / lane hero.
Sure. I don't mind it too much. It feels like they're playing very well to these heroes, or rather player-specific strength. I just kind of... Kauri has always benefited from a bit more gold, right? So whether that's a Hex on a Phoenix or whether that's Enigma or some items, still might have the same outcome. Looks like they're last picking a Sanctity hero. No surprises with the Na'Vi draft other than the fact the heroes are a bit out of left field. Liga team as well should be pretty straightforward. I don't suppose we'll see any sort of last pick weird switcheroo with the Wind Ranger going mid or some shenanigans like that. Na'Vi banning out the Huskar, probably banning out another mid hero to protect what they have in mind, given that they don't have overall last pick.
Has to be
what are they
Pango,
missing
right?
here?
I feel like Pango is probably... I don't know, I see Enigma Darkseer, I feel like Pango is annoying. Na'Vi. Probably thinking of their own pick. I think something like a Queen is nice for them. I know Sangzi likes the hero. Puck as well. There's just not much catch on Liga, right? Like, look at their heroes. So I think they need a stun. Obviously, something to play with the Wind Ranger. Tiny can be okay too. Preferably something that doesn't get die to charge. I still like Pango the most. I think it's the most simple to execute with their heroes. So nice.
You're talking about Liga, right? Just to be clear.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
We banned the... Should we go for Sand King? Okay, sorry. How can I forget about this monster of a hero? Stocks on the rise. We also have Darkseer Sand King, man. Throwback, baby. Darkseer Sand King Enigma. That's a draft. That's a Na'Vi.
That is a draft indeed. Could be a slam dunk for them in these team fights. Liga don't really have much to respond. So, I mean, team fight wise, it feels like Liga aren't going to be able to stand up against this roster. They might opt for a bit more pick-off oriented draft instead, especially with that last pick Storm Spirit. What are we thinking here? How are we feeling about this Liga draft? Like, what's the plan? Because I'm not gonna lie, they got first pick PA. This is a hero that we've seen time and time again. Very difficult to counter. But Na'Vi have a lot of control. Na'Vi have a lot of catch. Na'Vi have a lot of magic damage. I think if there's any draft that can beat a PA, it might be this one, especially if Liga's supporting cast not really being the most inspiring to me.
Yeah, I guess Na'Vi kind of have it all, right? Yeah, I like Navi's draft a little more. I feel like I look at Liga's first 4 heroes and I feel like it just puts a lot of pressure on this Storm. Like, you look at their kill, it's kind of, again, just these drafts that they can't really come together as a unit. Sure, they all will hit some strong timings and they can play together, but it looks a bit complicated. Or else you want to run in like this Bristle running in or Storm zipping in into some Sand King stun, some charge, some black hole, some vacuum. This Darkseer is going to have team items too. I think the lane is pretty free. There's both of them cutting together. Man, I don't know. I feel like Navi's draft just looks like you said, they have everything. It's almost like they have.
It does feel that way. I will say the one thing that they are lacking is objective take, right? Yuragi isn't going to be ready to be hitting towers, Roche, anything of the sort, in anywhere in the first 20 minutes. So that's one thing. I also will say that just off of an initial glance, it looks like Liga should have decent, if not slightly advantageous lanes. I want to say, right, the Ringmaster as well as the Wind Ranger give you a lot of trading potential and potential kill threat as well into these side lanes. So maybe that's something that we will see as we head into game number 1. This is the upper bracket semi-finals. So the team that wins here will play against the winner of Aurora versus OneWin. for a chance at the grand finals. Again, Eastern Europe, only one slot. We already got Bet Boom, we already got Paravision. And don't want any more of these teams from this region. That's enough. They got a lot of space here.
Blightstone on the PA. So this is a sign of aggression, right? We might see a smoke up. Maybe some level 1 Goo on Malik. That sounds pretty cool. I think we might see him just try to like leave the wave and go on the Darkseer, level 1.
Ooh, that could be really cool.
So,
Darkseer is very defenseless level 1 as well.
It's the old school strat where you just let the Darkseer double shell the wave and then you go do your own thing. But Navi, so far, at least from the 2 games we casted earlier, they like to go behind and kind of block the wave. So their wave gets into the... Oh, wait, we have Carney Classics. All right, my point is not important anymore.
Wait, why not?
Oh, no, this is a normal one. Boo.
Yeah, like, wait, Carney Classics is the normal one.
Yeah, all right.
The dark something, I don't exactly remember. I think it's... Sideshow Secrets, they changed it.
Oh no, I'm
Sideshow
sad. Bring back.
Wait, why?
Back
What did you want?
I want the unicycle, man. Do you not like the unicycle? I'm a fan.
Why the hell would you want the unicycle?
Because you get to go run around fast. It's like Spirit Breaker charges you. You're like, bro, I'm out of here, bruh.
I don't know if the unicycle is gonna outrun the Spirit Breaker. I'll be real with you, because Spirit Breaker doesn't care about terrain. You do. You're limited by the laws of physics, unfortunately, even though you're a dead reanimated puppet.
All right. Back to the game. 2 smokes from both sides.
Okay.
Nice ward in the bottom lane too, just to see the rotations of the Spirit Breaker later on. They understand that this Storm is kind of vulnerable. I also want to say that their heroes aren't very good at stacking on Navi. Usually when you see this like Darkseer Sand King, you kind of want a pause for that stacks.
Yeah, don't underestimate the Eidolons being sent out.
That should be what stacks on the right side.
Yeah. Oh, we'll see. We'll see how it all ends up going here. Still not completely convinced about this Enigma position 5 here. Liga look to be having a bit more of an advantage in these lanes. And they seem to know it as well, right? Like you mentioned, the Blightstone on the PA, the smoke move didn't really result in anything. But this is going to allow you, or Violent, I'm just going to call him you just for simplicity's sake. You. But yeah, he should be putting out a lot of pressure in this off lane.
Milan, pretty Storm favorite matchup against Hangman, does not care.
No,
one of those lanes where you lose slightly and then he goes jungle, he comes out, he's like, oh, top level. I'm more curious about this top lane. Enigma is... This +5 Enigma is something new to me.
I don't know about this one. Kaori just summoned some conversions at the cost of his HP. Had to deny all of them. Is losing the trade to Amoralis. And he luckily has put a sentry on the hard camp. If not, that wouldn't be blocked. Looks like a courier is going to go down as well. Yeah, I mean, still not really seeing the vision. Maybe it's a game thing, but for now, not really sure how you trade. Feel like Amoralis can just back up, send a power shot flying through these little Eidolons and get a better situation for himself here. Either way, I think Malik should be pretty free, right?
Yeah, I think that's not going to pressure him. It's just whether the Morph can free farm or not. I think he probably will be fine. So probably some farm trade at some point.
Oh my goodness. First blood already being drawn. We should have seen that one coming with the Blightstone first. Ari taking quite a bit of damage to that Impalement Arts as well. Didn't even need the level 2 on any of them. Just sliced them down early on.
It's PA doing PA things.
Ooh. Uh-oh. It won't commit for Ari. Still has the Fairy Fire. Whoopee Cushion getting respect away. Very, very nice use of the souvenirs. Now imagine if you had a unicycle. What the hell would you do?
He would have lived too.
You would not. By the time there's a bit of a mounting time to the unicycle, brother. He would have needed to sort of put his shoes on, get strapped on and everything. He was gonna die, is what I'm saying. Whoopee Cushion supremacy.
Fine.
Strongman tonic is like literally you can't.
It's true. All his spells are so good actually. Except the illusion one. I don't know about the illusion one, but it helps you block camps.
The illusion ones, yeah, I find it nice because you can block camps and stack. I like that a lot. And
it's
like
not,
Scout
it's
as
not
well.
that it sucks, but the other two are just so good in comparison.
Yeah. It's the sort of fallacy of comparison, right? You just kind of have two amazing other souvenirs that you rather get most of the time.
Yeah. Speaking of comparison, okay, back to this Enigma, the niche special Kaori Enigma pick. I feel like his
Yeah.
role on this team is he wants to be able to kind of dead lane and drag pushes. He also plays a lot with net worth, I think, as a player. Compared to a lot of post fives, he is one of those players that enjoys his farm.
Sure.
And he's the team fight, right? I think that's the Navi formula so far. So I don't know if I've ever seen him play Enigma in particular, but I think so far they're doing pretty okay. Ragi's farming fine up here. I think you're pretty happy with this.
I just wonder what exactly the plan is of how Enigma fits into this lineup, because they saw Ringmaster, they saw PA, and they're like, okay, good Enigma game. And just off of my own very pleb low MMR brain, I think to myself, okay, well, if he black holes, I'm just gonna box, right? This is like the most chill game for Respect ever. He doesn't even need to really fret much in the lane against the Darkseer Spirit Breaker, because every time you try and charge and make any sort of aggressive move, there's going to be a Tame the Beast ready just to slap that Barra on the bum and send him packing.
I think the whole point of the Enigma 5 is not to play for a black hole, because I think it's not realistic as a plus 5 to get it unless there's like maybe one core left or just some pick off. I think most of the time you're playing for network, if you're playing to like in a very Chen style, you know, you get these drums, you get this solar crest. I think that is the benefit of having a plus 5 that can farm. It gives you back the net worth value in net worth that it takes.
We'll see whether that ends up being the case for now. So his hand's a bit full, not really able to pressure out Malik, who's having a pretty chill time up here. None of the calls really challenged in that regard. I guess the only slight outlier to that is going to be our Darkseer, but as we said, he can always recover in the jungle with some Ion Shell.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any particular team in this game based off the draft that they need to win the lanes to be able to play the game, or do you think it's chill both ways?
I think it's chill both ways, but I think Liga does have a harder time making moves on the map. Like if you look at Navi's heroes, this Spirit Breaker, this Syne King, they naturally are gonna just move around. I think even Enigma with Stun can look to do something. But if you look at Liga, it's kind of reliant on the spot. It's hard for the
Kind of feels like a bit of a replay of the 4 Pirates game where we were looking just at Natty Narwhal and his Pos 2 Storm trying his best to hold on to the game. Of course, this time around he has a PA with him, right? So I think, especially with the start that the PA is having, 34-4, you is going to be gearing up for a very great start. Amarellis running up to the high ground, a couple of Eidolons in Kaori. Big Papa scares the Wind Ranger away.
The problem with this game is like I feel even though they have Bristle PA to like kind of pour in damage, Navi has very mobile heroes. And also damage going to get reduced by Boom, right? It's going to have these team items. I feel like they're going to have this maybe Mech Drums timing or whatever, Mech Pipe timing, and the damage on Liga is kind of lacking, right? Support-wise. Sure, they have Kill Shot, but Ringmaster as a hero doesn't provide the most damage.
He's going to try and get a kill onto Ari. Eats a barrel strike for his trouble. The whip sending the Sand King away, though. There's a bit of a tussle for the 6-minute rune. Ends up being bought instead. It's a shield rune that is probably going to go the way of the Spirit Breaker. I tried to save it for the Sand King there, but knows that there are heroes still lurking in the area. So both mid laners will not get that power rune. Not sure whether it will result in any sort of action as a result anyway. So
I feel like the mobility on Navi might be a problem as well. Like Storm Pool, sure, then you disengage once and you have a very awkward chase, right? Like Bristle PA just running into... Navi's heroes are hard to run into, right? You have Black Hole, you have Epicenter, you have Darkseer Vacuum Wall, even this Breaker. They can kind of turn on around you anytime.
I guess the one caveat to that is going to be that Gale Force coming out. We've seen it do a surprising amount of work because you kind of use your escape. Like, let's say you waveform away and then suddenly Gale Force tags you. You don't really have many other ways of escaping on the Morphling. I say that, but like you mentioned a bit earlier, the morph into Wind Run, morph into Blink Strike, all very viable options. We'll see how it goes here. It's both teams taking a chill pill early on. I'm sure you would like to get a bit more action, but Boom is just completely avoiding this lane. He knows that the PA is a force to be reckoned with. We'll just stick to farming some of those jungle camps.
It's just PA in a nutshell. I think it's good to leave. Like, you just don't feed him. Because, well, PA is just pretty strong and running you down right now. Popularity of the corrosion, too. So, accept your fate.
It's like nerf.
Man, at least Ari's able to get some levels here. They also don't really have much to do, right? Like Sand King wants his Blink Dagger. Ari, you don't really want to rotate to the Sand King lane. And most you might see him go touch Malik, but he has his Vanguard. I don't really know if you want to touch him with the Storm TP available. So rune fights and stacking looks like the name of the game so far, and Kauri will enjoy his jungle.
Yeah. I guess this does favor that pulse 5 Enigma, because if you need to be fighting early on, it could be a little complicated. Not sure whether that Fortify was meant to help him with this aggression, but he's committing pretty deep for this Ari kill. Bunch of TPs come in, he might have gone a bit too far. This could be a nice opening. 4 members of Na'Vi here to try and chase down the Phantom Assassin. Morphing into her. Blink Strike forward, a bit too deep. You has one Lotus, has an ally to Blink Strike to.
Oh my god, it kills
Iragi looking for a target, and Amoralis finds the snipe. Very nicely done. And you does not get punished for it.
Alright, nice rotation from them. Getting the TP from Uragi's Morph as well. We'll return back to the top lane. Boom. He has a Vanguard and
Pretty
wall.
tanky here. Storm Spirit's about to come in, I say that, but he seems a bit preoccupied in the triangle, trying to clear a camp instead.
Can he get vision
You
for the
said
charge?
Kauri is here.
Both teams just playing it safe. Applying pressure where they can. They know Storm is missing too.
I think he cleared a stack or something over there. He seemed a bit preoccupied in the triangle momentarily. I think Liga probably expected him to be on his way, but he was, like I said, held up. So quite a bit of net worth going Yu's way though, despite this attempted pressure by Na'Vi. You can tell they would like to slow him down in some sort of way, but they just don't really have the means of doing so.
They're looking down here. They want a battle.
Yeah, I mean, there's like 6 heroes standing around, right? The kill shot, getting Ari low. You might have vacuumed in you, but like, what's the point? Like, what's gonna happen now? In comes the TP from the Storm, catching that poor Darkseer by surprise. Surge is gonna try and buy him space. Not enough though. You with another kill.
They're doing such a good job of just protecting their safe lane. They understand that Yu is just their strongest hero, and Na'Vi is not allowed to take this tower, no matter what.
Yeah, nothing for free there. Respect. Might be an easy pick-off though. The box buying him time. Slides out of the Sandstorm, and Sanctity's the one in trouble. A Haste Rune pocketed up means that he can just run away. Respect. Might just have to opt for the deny to Roche. Will just sacrifice himself. Knows that the Sand King had a target on his back. Epicenter being wound up. Kauri actually gonna cancel the TP to turn around with the stun. Try and keep you in place. But this PA, deceptively tanky. Able to Blink Strike away the charge. Already looking for a target. Wall gonna find him. This will be a huge kill, and that is a killing spree going the way of Ari. A lot of much needed gold going in the way of the Spirit Breaker. He didn't really find much else other than EXP. Follow up Burrow Strike. No mana for a win run. Will just get taken down. Denies the bounty rune before dropping, but still, a series of very nice kills for Na'Vi.
Nice cancel there by Kauri just to turn. I think the PA kill was super huge, obviously, him being the highest net worth hero, but all this time, Malik is enjoying life in the top lane. Secretly taking over the net worth, going for the Blade Mail next. So Liga, I would say they're doing pretty decently right now. Again, their heroes don't really come together. They can probably push mid with a catapult. Maybe now that Epi is down too, it's quite a good time to group. But Storm's kind of low. Assume they're just going to be happy with how the lanes are going. Try to drag it out. Bring Erase around to just protect left and right. I think the threat of this Storm TP makes it so hard for them to even go think of killing this Bristleback right now.
Yeah. And realistically speaking, a lot of your damage is coming out from the Sand King and the Ion Shell, which means if you're not right next to your opponents, you're not getting the jump on them, it's not going to happen. In that particular case for you, he committed in for the Enigma kill. So now with the Blink, things might look a little bit different. This 3-man death squad, not the most sort of, you know, obvious combination, but now with the Black Hole, it's just whoever they run into will probably be dead, and they're hoping they run into the PA. Beautiful scan though. Feels like Liga read that move very nicely. Just gonna TP out.
Finally a carry that survives the Outer Banks, Mike.
Yeah, it's a dangerous place. You gotta know when to pull out, and that's what you able to do. Get back to the safety of his team. Respect still sticking around here. He's on a very awkward location. I guess they'll just have to settle for the tower instead.
Right, so Boom is going for the mech. Wants some armor against the PA and Bristle. I can get behind that. Kaori's going for a dagger, so my whole spiel about this Solar Crest nonsense is like whatever. He's playing for the vacuum black hole, baby.
Yeah, why not? Let's get that set up. Jump up in there, hope that there's no box to save. Ideally, if you vacuum the 3 cores, the hope is that box can only save 1, right? And then it's not going to matter either way. Maybe the ring can disjoint him a little bit. There's still Shackle from range as well. Yeah, BKB down the line can change that for him a bit.
Even if he doesn't channel like a 4-second black hole, like some Midnight Pulse with like Sand King stun on top with Shell, with Epicenter, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's true. He even kind of went for the corresponding facet, right? And most of the time we see the splitting image come out from some of these off-lane Enigmas. Event Horizon, gonna pull everyone into him. Malik up here in the top lane. Barrel Strike used, free TP out.
Oh, so close.
Very, very close. Still survives though. Malik, he really is the big winner of these first 15 minutes of the game. Non-stop farm. They haven't really been able to take him down. It's kind of scary stuff. Mid lane. Find the catch onto Kaori. Big burst damage. Ray's able to finish the job. Not much that Boom can do to help his pal out there.
Let's just stay for a rune too. Navi, they want to contest though.
Blink forward. Nice Shackle to interrupt. Didn't feel confident to channel up that Epicenter with the Spirit Breaker initiation being stopped in its place. And unfortunately, Illusion Rune spawns top, so Erase will be able to bottle that for himself. This early game feels so awkward for Na'Vi. I think they got the Sand King Blink Dagger. They're trying to make things happen, but it just feels like everywhere they run up into, there's an impenetrable wall. They run up top, Malik's a bit too tanky. Wherever else they go, the Storm is there to respond. Like, how do you even find any kills?
I think just fighting near Uragi makes a lot of sense. I'm sure he can bring Malik down too. They were just kind of missing the charge earlier. It was just 2 heroes. I feel like, other than that, maybe just... You have Mag now, right? Like, let's go. 15-minute Tormentor time.
Yeah, that's going to probably be a fight, but... Na'Vi... The question is whether they even have enough damage to kill the Tormentor, even if Uragi is there. Quick item check for him. He has that Yasha Falcon Blade. Just got the casual Morbid Mask. Not going to build that up into the Vlads. Wonder why. Maybe a Satanic for him down the line.
They're gonna see a stack. Ari sees the stack here. I wonder if just say like, screw a Tormentor, we'll take your Ancients.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of seems like the only option. The spots are dropping pretty low though.
This is so...
It's a little tight.
Spotlight's pretty nice. Get a little mischance, get a little vision.
Yeah, it's not Gale Force nice though. Charge up here in the mid lane looking for you, but they'll think better of it with the TPs coming in. That's wall used. I mean, it's not like they didn't know the Sand King at Blink, but you is just, again, another situation where this PA seems to be slightly ahead of the curve. And just because her HP is a bit higher than what you would expect, she's surviving some of these initiations. Now the stack being contested by Boom.
Oh, this is gonna be a battle.
What are they looking for? Stopping the channel of the Wisdom Shrine. That's pretty good, but the rest of Liga are gonna come in now and try and contest this, surely. Oh, they're gonna give this one
Darkseer's
up.
taking the stack, slowly but surely.
Kind of losing out on
They're
2
not
fronts
gonna do
here. Lost the
anything here?
Wisdom Shrine, lost the stack. They don't really feel comfortable doing anything despite having their ultimates. It's a bit of an awkward situation here. Ari?
The hell? Doesn't this Vanguard Blade Mail Bristle want to run in here and protect his stack?
Yeah, he is instead farming up here.
So never gonna fight or what? Liga. Seems to be the meta here in some of our games. We farm forever individually.
And maybe he was waiting for that hairball, right? Because he didn't have it yet. He's still waiting for the courier to fly it out to him. That would make sense to me.
I guess so. It just feels like... I mean, I guess it is hard to fight into this like wall epicenter. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like if your Bristle runs in around, it's realistically very hard for Na'Vi to like burst down one hero, you know? And killing the Bristle, they'll probably take a lot of damage with the Blade Mail, with the Quill Sprays coming out, and then the fight's just kind of yours.
It's kind of weird as well because it's not even like Na'Vi were running together as a 5-man unit. They were kind of split, right? Like Uragi and the Spirit Breaker were on one side. You got your Sand King and your Darkseer on the other. If you just picked one side to run at with like 4 or 5 heroes, you'd imagine that Liga would come out the better in that fight, but they seem to be content, hiding away, farming, and it's served them well so far. Top of the net worth on both the PA and the Bristle, tailed very closely by the Morphling, who might just be tailed very closely by the Liga hunting party. Full vision of him. Outer Banks is not a safe spot. Start charging up. Beautiful waveform away and the instant morph almost. We'll try and chase him down. Wind Run already used. Shackle not going to connect. He is going to start taking quite a bit of damage. 4 more seconds until that additional Wind Run, but they think better of chasing any deeper. Like we said, Outer Banks, a little bit unsafe, and now Malik starting to get run down a little bit here by the side of Na'Vi. The question is whether they can actually follow up. A little bit of a push and pull in this entire area. They're trying to bait into the epicenter of Sanctity, but they don't have vision in the area. So both teams just kind of a little bit of cold feet, not really wanting to give each other any opportunity for a counter initiation.
I respect that, but Liga, again, they're saying they don't want this like 5v5. No point running into Na'Vi, who is super hungry for this like clumped up battle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Liga, I imagine we'll just see some team items come out for the Bristle and then probably walk into Roche, especially with used timing. He is going for that BKB first. 700 away.
Yeah, it just feels mandatory in this game. Sand King, Darkseer, even some of the Morphling mixed damage coming out. That'll be a bit painful to deal with. PA, not the tankiest customer. A lot of evasion, not a lot of HP though.
Yeah, Bristle going for a pipe as well, so that's gonna remove a lot of Navi's damage, at least until Yuragi is much more online. Blade Mill.
Resisting a lot of damage, the box buying time as well. He's barely scratched. Sanctity is the one who will be in trouble. Erase with the initiation, strikes down the Sand King, and if that's not a sign to go to Roche, I don't know what is.
Wasn't that just too easy? He's like, how do you kill his Bristle? They used Epi and Nether Strike, by the way, with Midnight Pulse. Like, you literally have to drop Black Hole on top as well, or Yuragi just has to be there, I think.
Yeah, it was a bit weird. I'll be honest.
Oh, sorry, he has no Midnight Pulse. Oops.
He's been pressing out his other spells. Still pretty low level on the Enigma. Not at that stage in the game yet where he's fully kitted out. But yeah, I mean, 20 minutes is going to roll by. This has been an absurdly slow early game. Both teams almost avoidant in a way when it comes to these engagements. They are not looking for opportunities. Felt like Na'Vi were, at least, for the first maybe 10 minutes, but just couldn't really find a good connection. And now it's reached the point where the Liga net worth lead is starting to show. Your Morphling's not ready to fight yet, but nobody else on your team really can stack up into this very farm storm with the Kaya Sanj complete, right? Like, he's gonna be looking for a fight now with the regen rune. If he can find the Morphling, that'll be huge. Zip up, pulled back in, whipped in place, and the shackle there as well. But he started morphing strength, essence ring as well. Don't think they have enough damage for it. Charge gonna come through from the left side. Very nice setup, boss to save. Baby. Storm Spirit still should be fine here. Getting bashed though. Erase, still gonna stand his ground and fight. Yu is here as well. This is no longer an engagement that feels like Na'Vi can win. Yuragi making the call to pull out, and Boom might just have to be the forfeit here. Surge up, but shackled in place. That's perfect. Ario even try and charge through to buy his buddy some time, but a bit of Savior Buddy Syndrome ends up paying the price. Malik on a killing spree now as Na'Vi, another initiation that doesn't go their way. Malik off of the left side of that fight, able to just kill Kaori. So 3 members of Na'Vi going down for absolutely nothing.
The wombo combos ain't landing, man. Mike, what can you do?
I mean, when we came out that early game, we were thinking, okay, you know, Na'Vi are pretty chill about this situation, right? They have space to farm on their Enigma. The lanes aren't going too poorly for them. But what happened? How did Liga get into such a commanding position?
Where the hell's Kaori's net worth? How is my farming hero at the bottom, all the way down, below the Spirit Breaker?
I couldn't quite tell you.
Phoenix right now.
He is dead on my screen again. Oh no, just another crit. You is farming him like he's farming the creep right now. This Enigma position 5, it's just not really working out.
Alright, Liga, it looks like it's go time. Malik, pipe complete. Halberd queued up next. With this pipe and this box. I mean, the box has been super annoying too, right? We see Respect with some clutch save so far. Has the Solar Crest now, so between the pipe and solar, I don't really see where Navi's damage is coming from. Yuragi even goes for like a more mid-game build with the diffusal blade. Not sure why he went for diffusal this game. Am I missing something?
Just for the disperser later down the line for the bristleback goo. Has to be, right?
So. I feel like this is, if anything, a silver edge game, right? You're playing against PA and bristle.
I mean, I don't know. It kind of feels like a 5-slot, 6-slot morphling game, if anything, with the rate this is going.
It's true. I mean, it's chip damage and chip stats, maybe feeling like he needs to get involved earlier. Who am I to doubt Yuragi? I know morphling player.
That's true. I mean, what I do know is that he is avoiding fights like the plague, right? Na'Vi, they no longer feel strong enough to make these moves. BKB on the PA. The Storm is just hunting them across the map. It's been a great performance from Erase so far. And now Boom has a whole bunch of healing, but it's not going to bail him out of this situation. Look for a nice shackle. Impalement Arts, Power Shot. One of those spells is going to land eventually.
Can we get a little item check between our Sand King and Darkseer here? Because I see 2 Veils.
Yeah, that might be a bit of a miscommunication type thing going on. I mean, the armor's good for both of them, I guess, and maybe they're thinking they're not going to be in the same spot in the fight. I don't know. I'm running out of excuses and reasons for Na'Vi. 11-2 right now. It's a 9k gold lead. Liga looking very, very commanding, even with basically 3 new players. They look extremely comfortable, take full control of the game. I don't really know what the play is from Na'Vi. I guess you're kind of playing for a bit of an endgame wombo combo teamfight situation because you're not winning any of these skirmishes, that's for sure.
They're hunting down here. Just trying to sweep the map, kind of clear things out. Na'Vi, obviously, they do have this wombo combo to kind of come back into it. But again, like if this bristle's in front of your face and you can't deal him, what is really baiting Liga into get vacuumed and comboed whatever spell that comes out for you?
I mean, I guess the only solution is this Morphling, right? He's basically your frontliner slash damage slash everything at this point. Everyone else is just going to be set up. I kind of hope that they get to the point where their spells are dealing a significant amount of damage. But like you said, with the pipe from Malik, I don't know whether it's going to quite cut it.
That's a wide done for you. So more HP. I wonder if they're going to just poke high ground here, just for the sake of getting Na'Vi to come back at least.
Yeah, why not?
There's a catapult wave on the way too. Kaori's already trying to deal with it. Making a little gate play.
I'll just come up to the high ground here. Bristle, tanky as a little buffalo there. Standing in front. They're bashing your tier 3 tower. Na'Vi.
They're saying anyone home? Fight this.
You're going to try. Amaryllis does spot out the Spirit Breaker though. It's a beautiful catch. They spotted him on a ward. That must have been the Watcher that saw him coming in. And now you kind of Burrow Strike Malik. He does not care. Don't know how to break this to you. You're not doing any damage. Sanctity with the Shivas has to try and escape out of his own little sandstorm. Still able to stand his ground for now. Spotlight trying to spot out the Sand King.
The Diffusal Blade burns mana from Bristleback, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that too. I mean, the only reason why that push is stopped is because, like you mentioned, Kaori went for that gate play, put the Eidolons there to stop the next wave from coming on. But you gotta imagine that Liga, nothing really stopping them from waiting for that next wave and just continuing to push the issue. Maybe they'll just grab a Tormentor first while they're at it.
Like I said, in a very dominating position. Probably see them chill a bit for Roche. Although I don't think they need to, but they need to be careful about where they take fights. Because I think if now you find a fight on their own vision where they get initiation on PA, he's probably just going to go full 0. If Respect is not in position to save. They also have BKB control. Now we looking to punish here. Aegis is over.
Kind of expecting a wraparound move from Na'Vi. They don't know it's a bit delayed. The charge comes out. Amaryllis again gets the vision onto Ari. This has not been a great Spirit Breaker initiation, but Sanctity on the backline gets interrupted by the hairball. He can't blink in, so his only target is Malik, who just gets saved by the box. In comes Yu, ready to slice them up. No more Enigma here. Yuragi, he's trying to do what he can to even kill the pulse 5, but that's not even gonna work. Now getting controlled up, he's morphing into the Bristleback, trying to use the goo, but Yuragi doesn't have the chops. Oh, that was just way too easy. Morales, you try and
Look at you.
go in like
The
that,
mid
just gets
lane.
used.
Oh my god, that was such a quick use. Dude, again, Morales might find Boom here. He's gonna show on the wave.
Oh, he's in trouble. He is in big trouble. He needs to try and TP
wrong
out
way,
right now,
brother.
but running past each other. Need to look for a shackle angle. Not even needed. Gale Force, no surge. This guy is dead on my screen. Almost a team, basically a team wipe. 5 members of the side of Na'Vi going down. This is looking nothing like the team that we saw in the previous round.
Where's my epicenter, man? Just the hairball from Malik coming in clutch, and without epi, I feel like all the damage is just gone. This Enigma has been a non-factor.
Yeah.
Curry has, I want to say, done almost nothing in this game. I don't even know if it's his fault, but it just looks so meaningless right now.
I mean, there's a reason why we aren't seeing this hero played in the support anymore. It's only been pos 3 from time to time. Maybe now with the Black Hole, they need to try and use this to get erased, but it instantly gets cancelled. Still doesn't matter. Not sure whether that was a misclick or anything from Kaori. Still get the job done, though.
It had to be, right? What else cancelled
Yeah,
it?
like who would have cancelled that Black... Gale Force doesn't cancel Black Hole.
It was him, I guess.
Okay.
Well, Black Hole's down. They get a kill. So anything that they get on the map is nice for Na'Vi now. They have to play for his Morph Silver Edge. I think that's the only way, because if long as Malik's able to stand in front like this, it just feels so hard to do anything.
Malik's working his way
on
towards
Uragi.
the SNY now. So even if he does get broken up, if they don't have the burst damage for the Bristleback, he'll very quickly be unbroken and back to being tanky.
The Emeralds has been so good with these duels. Maybe just a CSGO player, constantly flicking the duels to the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, literally. He's kind of no-scoping his ass right now.
Ping's
I
coming
guess
out
if
on
you
the
do
bottom
think
side.
about it, it's not a very hard target to hit, right? It's a giant raging bull charging at you.
Yeah, but it's fast. Yeah,
Morales
respect.
is faster though. Don't you know about Wind Ranger and her speed? Respect. Setting up onto Ari here in the bot lane. They try to surge him away, but a beautiful little Wheel of Wonder just keeps him in place. Again, like we said, it's just not been the game for these Na'Vi supports. They're going to try and find an initiation. Burrow Strike, I guess, to escape, because Malik's around the area. Sanctity, you gotta watch yourself. Hairball out, spotting out the Sand King.
man.
Just has to TP away. Very, very sad stuff.
At this point, if they drop every spell onto PA, I'm actually not sure if he dies. They need a full 4-second Black Hole on top of the combo.
Yeah.
That's why Satanic, and that's without the box, without the pipe.
Yeah, you're just pretending that the rest of the Liga heroes don't exist, right? Maybe if you find the PA in isolation and everybody else drops their mouse and keyboards, you might have a chance here. But with this second life of the Roshan, impossible tasks just becomes even harder. I wonder whether they're even going to give the PA the Aegis or whether it's going to go to
They
the
should
race.
take it.
Of course it's going to the PA.
Go high ground, man. Why not?
Yeah.
What's stopping you? Malik's gonna go chase Curry up a little. So Na'Vi, they're probably banking on this Enigma BKB right now. I think it is their only way to fight. Unfortunately for them, Aegis is a problem.
Yeah.
Not sure how they're gonna kill his PA twice.
I don't want to call them throws, but we did see some questionable decisions today from the teams that we were casting. Maybe Liga will join that brand of them and kind of throw the PA out first life for free, you know what I mean? Just a little bit of
Pretty
entertainment.
solid so far, though, to be fair. I feel like I'm pretty impressed with this support duo. I feel like they've done so much.
Yeah.
I love this very individual plays. Ooh, do they see Curry?
I mean, to be also fair to the Na'Vi supports, you're playing Enigma Spirit Breaker support duo in the big old 2025. You know what I mean? You got the meta shit on one side, and then you got your funky, trying to make this specific brand of Dota work, even though it's not in the meta for a good reason type beat. Navi.
Their CEO just came into the room. It's like, guys, I'm drafting. Make us great again.
Yeah.
You is
Some initial punches
trying
out.
to
Uragi
touch
just gonna
Uragi.
morph into the PA. A charge comes through. They're looking at you. But again, what's the follow-up? Malik is still standing on the front lines, pressuring up Ari now. Crimson Guard's gonna slow down the damage. Erase is in though. Looking for a target. Nice epicenter. Trying to kill the first life of the PA, but she's barely scratched. The pipe basically saves her entirely, and she goes on and slices up Sanctity. That's your mid laner out. Kaori can't even stand his ground.
Kaori's
Malik's
dead.
just gonna punch him. Where's your black hole now? You have a buyback available. You might just have to bait for that. The PA dropping low. They'll buy back on the Enigma now. They managed to get the first life of the PA. This could be the chance that they're looking for, but Malik, look at him go. He's not allowing Kaori any entry into the fight. That's going to leave Boom a little bit stranded here as Erase able to kite him out. And even though the Enigma buys back, now the Sand King will come in. They black hole the bristleback of all heroes, and they finally get him down.
Yu's going in.
He's going to try and finish them off. Pop the BKB now. He knows it's his time to strike. Starting to slice away on Sanctity. This might be a dieback, but a Ghost Scepter timely
pretty
pick up
bad.
there. Might be a bit too deep now for Liga. They lose the Storm, and now they might lose you as well. This defense, it's gone on a bit too long that Na'Vi with the full
Panic
buybacks
turn.
in the Fountain regen, he's going to try and turn around and fight, but with the Invis, they can't see the Sand King, and they will be able to hold somehow.
The 2 buybacks and Erase. I'm not sure what he was doing there. He goes in. He does not pull the Sand King, was it, to finish him off? He pulls the Morphling, instead just goes down. No gem, no mana. Malik doing his best to zone as well. You tries to commit, and now Na'Vi, glimmer of hope, right? Because the Silver Edge and no Aegis means they are reaching their win condition. Kaori is getting closer to that BKB as well, so his PA has to be careful right now. Not a free game anymore.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like the theme of today's games has been
True.
situations that have no business happening, right? I feel like Na'Vi have no business winning that fight. Malik did such a great job zoning out the Enigma. He comes back with the buyback and gets a black hole only on the bristle. That should be a clear sign. Okay, you know, you've bought back a bunch of Na'Vi heroes. Now it's time to retreat. Now it's time to chill. Instead, they kind of lose a bit more there. And now
Oh,
the
they're
Storm
looking
just
here.
zips in to try and clear the creep wave, morphing into him, pull him back with the electric vortex, but the box save is there. Ari now the one in trouble with the Gale Force. They're controlling up the Morphling, but first they'll take down the Spirit Breaker. Now looking towards Sanctity, this might be a dieback for this poor Sand King, and sure enough, he'll drop to the deck. Boom not able to come in with the Grief save in time,
Boom.
and now he's slowed up. Wall gonna try and stand in their way. Unfortunately, that's a wall that Malik can just walk through with ease. Not much you can do about the surge though. That's a dieback for your Sand King, dieback for, if I'm not mistaken, Ari as well. I'm not sure whether he bought back in that. No, he didn't. Just shot him
he
with
didn't.
gold, but still.
So Black Hole got the Wind Ranger as well. I think it was pretty okay. Not sure what MLRS was doing there. Let's see him go for a dagger actually. I feel having another cancel is just nice.
Yeah, I don't think
Liga,
they're
they
thinking about
ain't
that much
having
at the
it.
moment. Yeah, they just want to go end the game right now. No
Will we see
Sandstorm,
the
no
Silver Edge
initiation of the
play?
Barrow Strike for a little bit. Your break, but the instant box again. That basically is your Silver Edge duration out of the question. Na'Vi. The Wombo combo not available for another 10 seconds. Kaori. Not even in this part of the map right now.
He really wants his BKB, man.
He
BKB,
does.
Black Hole, PA. That's their win condition right now. But what
he
if
needs
this
more
Bristle is
time.
just here? What can he do?
I mean, it seems like they might have to give up a lane of Rags for it. He's still farming away, not ready to come back just yet. Kaori. He's 100
now.
gold away from it still. It's not happening. You need to sell some items or something, but
Sell the stick.
looks like it's just going to be a lane of Rags going down.
Malik has a Nullifier complete if he wants to buy it. Career
Wow.
on the way. That's going to be the bane of Darkseer's existence. Really nice against the Spirit Breaker as well. Storm. Parasma almost complete if he wants to go that too. What else do we have coming out? How's PA doing? Abyssal Blade.
He's doing phenomenal.
400 gold away.
More or less 6 slaughter at this point.
It's the Mindbreaker
Come
now
on.
too.
Dude,
with
that
quick
is the
silence
best
with the
possible.
dagger.
Titanic Mindbreaker, are you serious?
Oh, it is what it is.
Gaben
Sometimes
loves
we
it.
roll. Right, so Darkseer completes his Shivas. They have the double Shivas. Maybe just feeling like they need armor anyway. And Sangin does go down pretty fast. Or has been going down pretty fast.
I mean, now those Gale Guards, the Ghost Scepters, it's not going to do a thing to preserve Sanctity. This Sand King pick was supposed to help them take back control of the map, right? It was supposed to be able to trade farm with the Storm, start making moves early, and then naturally the flow would go the way of Na'Vi. It just never ended up being the case. Kaori will have that shard to himself, so the Malefice stun duration increased by a little bit and some more Eidolons to work with. Finally has that BKB like you talked about, so they're going to really play for this timing. Important to note as well that Yuragi gets himself a Mindbreaker as well as the Vampiric. Boom goes down. Just an easy catch. Uh-oh, 75 seconds without your Darkseer. Surely they go for the remaining lanes of Rax here.
Nullifier reveal. Paying off. Boom. Just trying to run down to split the map. Yuragi. This Morphle has been doing a real good job of keeping up his net worth. Let's give credit to Yuragi. It's not an easy game to play. Oh, Kaori.
He gets found. Pop the
think you're
BKB.
dead through this, my friend.
Brother, I don't think that's happening.
Alright, he has no BKB now. 90 seconds. Another
Yep.
small timing for Liga. Being chillin', baby, Liga.
Look,
I can't wait for Roche too.
The vision for Na'Vi to win is obvious, right? We've been talking about it since the start. They need some sort of crazy team fight, but Liga have not given them any chance whatsoever. There was a little bit of a fumble earlier on with that top tier 3 fight, but apart from that, they've just been, okay, you know, you want to commit so many spells in? Well, just let Malik be on the front line. We don't care. IPA has no business hitting these racks anyway.
We're finally gonna see it. No, dude, Respect has been so good with Spellcast. He's like, okay, no more Silver Edge, thanks.
Yeah, literally. He will still try and set up though. The pushback. DKB force. They're trying to focus down Malik. The wall comes down as well, but it's only Yuragi who can chase on. He jumps forward just to morph into the PA, so to get that additional utility, but that's quite a lot used for not a kill onto Malik. Not a kill onto anything, actually.
How do you deal with these Bristlebacks? They have no nullifier for the box. The Silver Edge shit comes out, but there's just no way to capitalize. You can't really group up and go in as well. Wheel of Wonder is super annoying. Spotlight 2 reducing a bit of damage. Is this game just over for Na'Vi? Unless they get a 5-man black hole? Because that's how it feels, right?
It kind of feels like what it's been like for the past 20 minutes. But Na'Vi, they have a chance here. They just are hoping, crossing their fingers for the big teamfight wombo combo, and what a better place to execute it than in the pit. The smoke move up, it might not be something that Liga expect, but they're on the high ground ready to break it. Yuragi leading the charge, they'll jump forward first. It's you on the front lines, popping the BKB, but they found the Enigma. He's gonna turn around, look for the black hole on the storm, but where's the damage? Where's the follow-up? He's gonna try and focus him down, but the box saves him, and Malik is fine. Storm, he's gonna hide in there till the very end, and this fight is not going Na'Vi's way. They lose the cause. And Boom can do nothing but run around in circles. That was not how they wanted it to go. What a perfect play there. The tips come through the Gale Force. I mean, it's a worthy sacrifice. They try and focus down the Wind Ranger, but it comes at such a cost. And Na'Vi, I mean, they know this game is over. They're just taking time to probably talk things through, discuss what went wrong, because, I mean, it's been going wrong for the past 41 minutes. Nothing has gone their way.
Dude, he used the Morphling during Black Hole, so there was no damage being poured into a Storm, and Erase just gets out for that for free.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention that box as well, right? This is something that we talked about since the start. Feels like they just didn't really respect the Ringmaster. Na'Vi managed to get away with this Spirit Breaker into Ringmaster in an earlier series, but up against Liga, these guys are no jokes. They are going to absolutely whip you into shape, and that's what we see in this game number 1. Liga coming out 1-0 in the lead in this series in the upper bracket semifinals.
It's such a clean game from them. It felt like Na'Vi could never really pull their draft together. Yuragi had a good game throughout, but there's just no real rotation to punish the Bristle or anything in the side lanes, right? It felt like Malik was just living on the other side of the map from you, and both of them were just top net worth throughout the whole game. Meanwhile, Respect and Emerald on the support duo, I feel like they accomplished so much, setting up kills left, right, and center. The saves, the boxes, the wheels, everything was just super on point, honestly. Man,
it's kind of crazy to say this, but and I don't mean this in a flamey way, but this game was like the definition of support div, right? As early on in the lanes, there wasn't anything that Kaori and Ari could do. They're just kind of running around. Even in the bot lane, like you talk about them, okay, we can't deal with the Bristleback. Let's try and put on pressure on the PA. Then they run bot. You're looking at an Enigma, Darkseer, and a Spirit Break. Like, what are these fellas gonna do? They're looking at you, you're looking at them, they just kind of get pushed aside. It wasn't very convincing, I'll be honest. Liga looked very solid though, definitely. I was favoring maybe Aurora or Na'Vi coming into these close qualifiers, but if Liga are gonna play like this every game, they might just take the one slot.
They might. They look hot, man. They look cleaner than most of the teams we've watched so far. But like you said, it might have been just Na'Vi playing with a really wonky draft where things were harder for them. So I guess we gotta wait and see in this game too, Mike. We gotta wait and see.
Yeah, and some waiting will be in order as we'll be going for a short break. We'll be right back for game number 2 of Liga versus Na'Vi in a bit.
It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was none to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to blow the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace,
Okay, welcome back to Dream League Season 26. I'm going real quick because we're already in the draft, but this is purposely 3-4-3. You know the drill. Eastern Europe, third series of the day, Navi versus Liga. You might expect Navi to be the ones at the advantage here, but Liga absolutely slapped the shit out of them in that game number one. It did not look close. Lanes went poorly. Navi tried for a throwback to old school Navi. Teamfight Wombo combo draft. We got some Dark Seer, some Enigma, some Spirit Breaker. It did not work out. It looked tough, to say the least, to do anything on the map.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a draft issue, Mike. I feel like Liga just had heroes that did well in lanes. They had the PA with no answer to it. Now we're prioritizing the Dark Seer. Yeah, comfort pick for them. Mario on the Spirit Breaker too. I feel like they got the heroes they wanted. It's just that they couldn't really execute.
Well, okay, look, let me pitch to you a little bit of a concept here. Navi might have gotten the heroes that they wanted, but what if, and bear with me here, the heroes that they wanted were kind of shit? Is that...
That's life, bro.
Were
they shit? Morphling, Dark Seer, Spirit Breaker. Are you specifically targeting Kaori right now?
I kind of am going for that Spirit Breaker Enigma support duo, I'll be honest. I did not feel it. I guess the whole reason why they ended up there is because a lot of the position 5s were banned out, right? We saw Jakiro ban, AA ban, but I feel like there were still options, right? You had your Silencer, you had your Phoenix that Kaori really likes. Not really sure what compelled them to go for the Enigma there, but I don't think they will be bringing it back for this game number 2. Navi choose to ban the Morphling out of respect for violence, favoritism towards that hero as well, I guess.
I guess so. I wonder... Oh, they won the Ember.
You think so?
I actually think they won the Ember.
Kind of
like
fits
this
into
9-slot Ember pick, maybe Ben Huskar. What is this first pick TA? What's happening, Mike?
What the hell? I mean, it did get some buffs. It makes sense, I guess. Liga have played it historically, not in this tournament so far. And given that they're an invited team, we didn't actually get to see much of their games coming in.
First pick TA. Dude, this hero has been off the face of the earth for quite some time, no?
Yeah, and then it's coming back miraculously just because of a couple of melt buffs. You got that Deso buff as well. Hasn't really looked super convincing. I will say it always has been one of those heroes that requires a very high level of execution, right? It's never been buffed to the point where, oh, you pick TA, you just win the game. Because it's very exploitable. The weaknesses for the hero have always been the same. You want to play on your BKB timing, you want to play fast, and that is abusable. And Navi are going to start things up pretty safe with that Terrorblade pick. Maybe just comfort for Yuragi, just snapping that up immediately.
Yeah, comfort seems to be Navi's drafting style so far. We have seen some interactions though, like this TA sometimes, I know Miguel used to pioneer the... I don't know if it was Pioneer, but he used to go this Mjolnir, which is pretty nice against TV. There's also the fact that Brucia exists now, right? So you don't not kill TB like before.
Sure.
I
guess prior to these items or that particular build from Mickey, it generally is a Terrorblade favorite matchup, you would say?
Yeah, just super high armor. You have a million ways to go through refraction. You don't really care too much about traps because illusions are the one that's pushing out waves. You don't really face any danger. You naturally buy Manta and Skadi. You literally are the definition of the bane of TA's existence.
That's fair. Very difficult to take down. Although TBs have been waiting out the Skadi, right? I feel like at some point within the Terrorblade itemization path, Skadi was maybe a second, third item type situation. You go Manta, maybe Skadi immediately. Maybe the item has dropped a bit in power level. Maybe you sometimes see it only in relevant games at the 5th or 6th item slot.
Yeah, it just used to be like the two best items against TA, you know? It's like you fight TA, you buy Manta. Because, well, Mel dodge, Mel dispel the minus armor, and illusions clear his refraction. So it's like a 2-for-1 kind of deal.
Sure.
Skadi as well, just high stats. It worked well with the Manta heroes. Whereas Morphling, Terrorblade, whatever, any hero that buys Manta at that point when TA was more popular bought Skadi as well. So just One's a doozy. I think something we probably might see more than the Skadi now is probably the diffusal. Fun fact, diffusal hit and your own hit is 2 different instances.
Okay.
So
Like the
remove
mana
2
burn
refraction
damage,
charges. Yeah.
Very
Double-
nice.
Double proc.
And then you get an Echo Saber and it's like triple.
Oh my
Quadruple
god, that's so
hit?
smart.
That's the value
Radiance
right
too.
there.
Oh my god, just play Monkey King.
No, just play Radiance terribly, right? I've seen that in my past.
I would hate it, honestly.
You get illusions, your illusions farm the map really quickly. It's not all too deranged of
You
a
start every
suggestion.
fight with the wait guys, let me burn refraction.
More tools to burn the refraction didn't really work out for them in the previous game for Sanctity in the mid lane. It's a very robust pick overall. We've seen the potential of it in the recent tournaments in Wallachia as well as Fissure. A lot of magic damage that can come out. The problem is staying alive and most of the times getting past the laning stage. I think where it went wrong a bit for me is last game it felt like Sanctity didn't really have many stacks to go back to. So maybe something that Na'Vi will try and address with a range pause for, or maybe just prioritize a bit more of Ari's attention towards building that recovery mechanic or gold injection mechanic for the Sand King. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Ringmaster comes out for Liga.
Please don't pick Enigma. Navi, please. So I like the Sand King. I think Boom showed a pretty good Sand King. I would like to see him just fix on it. Either that or enable Sanctity a little more. I feel like he didn't really have anyone to play with, and like you said, no stacks too. Felt like a pretty I need to epi everyone I kill Sand King game, and I feel like Sand King feels the best way. He can just stun Sand Shroud and play with someone on his like low cooldown spells.
Yeah. You just want to chill in there, get a couple more barrel strikes. Last game, it felt like Sanctity had to do just about everything there with the initiation and the setup for the team. Wind Ranger comes out. That's that lethal support duo that we saw previously. Amoralis really impressed you with those quick reactions.
Pretty similar draft so far. I feel like, man, I don't know how well he played on the Wind Ranger, but his Yules were insane.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that had to be with him being Wind Ranger, but he had some really sick Yules that game.
Yeah, but Yules is like a very Wind Ranger thematic item, She's the Wind Ranger. Yules is literally like a wind scepter type thing. It's all part of the theme. Like, you kind of get into character. It's kind of like how you talk about how Ringmaster, he really loves his little puns and little cheeky shenanigans. So every time you see a Ringmaster player, they're always up to some shit. It's kind of like the same thing.
They will go for a Kauri SD this
convinced.
time.
You're not convinced at all. Okay. It could be a position for SD as well, although it might be one of those things where you have Kauri on your team, so naturally you give him pos 5 SD.
Yeah, SDTV is an okay lane to just kind of play to stack push pull. I like the SD here. It makes so much sense, right? More illusions against the TA. You have Purge, no Pike for the TA to like kind of play the fights. Okay, it's not going to be a Kauri SD, but whatever. Anyway, back to my point. The box was... Damn, how do I say this nicely? The box was a pain in the ass for Na'Vi last game.
Yeah,
now they have Purge.
That's saying it nicely.
It's also a Wind Ranger killer. So I think this SD pick is great. I'm glad they are adapting Na'Vi. I'm so proud of you. Now he can go to the left and right and press poison and stack camps for his teammate as well.
Yes, wonderful.
Na'Vi
We love to see it. Okay, well, hold your horses. They're not in the game just yet. There still could be a very real chance that Liga just completely swipe them a second time in a row. Might be too early to call it. They go for the Enigma.
All right, this is fine. I'm okay with the core Enigma.
Okay.
Into the TB as well. It's all right. I think TB is not the worst against Enigma in the lane though. It's quite okay. So your high armor, you kind of outrun Eidolons. You also have Bloodlust this time. So your first meta, it's easy to just run down and hit Eidolons. And then secondly, after that, you kind of just send illusions all the time. So it's not the worst. It's definitely not the worst.
So what do you think is the plan for this Enigma pick here? Is it just someone who can build auras for the TA to play fast?
I like Helm here. I think getting a dragon is a nice way to deal with these illusion heroes. It's having a fireball, you have more units, more split push. Yeah, I think the way Liga play and the way, at least last game, they both like to live on different sides of the map. We probably see the supports move on a little more, help Erase get a rune, whatever he's gonna play.
Sure.
Hopefully some illusion clear on this mid hero. Looking at something like a Timbersaw right now. Not sure if he plays it. Say hero ain't in the best place. What else is there?
Not sure whether that's a valid pick.
Who knows, man? They first picked TA. What do we know?
Wait, what's wrong with first pick? I mean, teams have been trending towards it because of the buffs, right? I think most teams are seeing it as a valid enough reason to run this as a carry.
No. You
don't think it's good? You don't like it?
No. It's not that it's not good, okay? Me, I'm a TA player, so I understand this. TA is a hero that is super fun to play. So in any slightest buff, even if it is actually insignificant, everyone and their mom will use it as an excuse to think TA is OP and play TA.
Right. So it's more of a psychological effect. It's like me with Ogre Magi. When they reduce his move speed, I'm like, this is still a good hero, and then I pick it even though it's objectively shit.
Correct.
Okay, understand. Yeah, that's fair. Do you think the hero's in a bad place right now? Are you not convinced by it being first picked?
Okay, I think the hero's okay. I don't think there's a problem picking TA, but I don't know about overall first pick. Because it's kind of locked in as a carry, right? I think that's like my issue. And I think carry to carry matchup, TA is one of the weirder ones. Like the way he plays the fights is you kite a lot more, especially when the matchup is hard. Like against this Terrorblade, TA is not gonna be like this Ursa that just blinks in and goes choo and kills you, you know? You have to play the fight, you have to pike, you have to like edge yourself around with the Hurricane Pike, you know, play off your traps. There's like so much to do. That being said, I think TA is still a really strong laner, probably as strong as PA with the right post 5. I don't know if Ringmaster is the one for you. If anything, I feel like you want heroes that help you kill, maybe something like Ogre, Tuskar, or like whatever, Marcy, you know, just something to kind of go in for you where you can use your Mel Strikes, even CM.
See what the last pick is here. Puck is going to be the selection for Sanctity. So they do have a decent amount of lockdown, but maybe just needing a bit more control. Someone for the supports to play around. Another situation where Na'Vi, they don't really have the most straightforward draft in my eyes. They're relying a lot on either Boom or Sanctity to tank a lot of the early pressure, be the one making moves around the map while the other two cause farm. Meanwhile, Liga, I like what they have put together conceptually, but it does feel like it's a bit more difficult to execute as a whole compared to their previous draft.
I think this is a pretty good TA game.
Yeah,
no memes.
I don't know if they really...
Park.
Yeah, I guess your concern is that, okay, all these heroes have some sort of damage over time, right? You think about the Puck going, the Witchblade or stuff like that. But I don't think it actually matters here.
He's going for a Refractor Facet. I'm not sure if this is a bait. I feel like the Void Blades just feel very nice. I don't think the damage from Refractor actually makes you strong, but I might be wrong.
Okay.
I just feel like the Ball Splash is OP, especially against TB, right? It's like you hit your trap, you ignore his armor. It's actually so much damage. It's low HP.
Yeah, let's see how they choose to make it work here. Now, you said you're a TA player. Talk to me about the different facets, because I'm not a TA player, but I feel like I only see Void Blades. Like, I don't see anything else.
It's the superior facet compared to everything. There's like no situation where it's worse than the other two. I'm so surprised you went for a Refractor.
Okay, well, I know that most of... at least they did a survey, and they found out that most of pro Dota audiences are actually support players. So you're probably more like myself and Adam, even though Adam's a bit out of an outlier who plays TA. You probably have no goddamn idea what the hell Refractor does. So Refractor basically is kind of like a pseudo... the more damage you take, or the more charges of Refraction get burned up, you get damage instances. So I guess this is one of those games where you is expecting his Refraction to just be destroyed almost instantly, and he's going to get damage charges that way, banking on the fact that Liga will do, or rather Na'Vi will do instances of damage to him.
Okay, I think one thing that there's one world where I think it's faster. I think it's if I go Mjolnir. Because it makes sense, right? Like you are standing and fighting some Mjolnir or BKB. Because if you're playing this Deso build or like any other assassin type of build, the Void Strike is so nice to play around. The melt hit
Sure.
on the trap splash, the even in lane just melding off your own creep, it's pretty damn sick.
Yeah, maybe just expecting to go something like a Mjolnir BKB this game and start battling it out on the front lines. That is something that Liga are missing a little bit. Someone to stand there on the front lines. Quick trade out on the runes. Ends up being
Yuragi.
pretty Na'Vi favored. Get a lot of damage out into Yuragi. Power shot slightly off the mark, but 2 hits into Yuragi already, dropping him very, very low in this early laning stage. They're just fully taking advantage of the fact that this Ogre can't do anything for the TB at the moment.
I wonder how top lane's gonna go. Because this Sanking into TA is a pretty non-favorable matchup. TA is super easy to run up to you.
Mm-hmm.
The meld, it's a melee hero bullier. That's what it is.
Absolutely. Managed to block a lot of those creeps, get them into tower range. So the wave is going to push towards Liga, allowing Malik to probably get a pretty free level 2. And Morales is going to walk over there, block the small cam, maybe pull the next wave, kill a couple couriers. Typical pause for shit. How's this Pango Puck matchup?
It's
Should
slightly
be-
Pango favorite, I want to say. Puck's not one of those heroes that you pick to kind of win the lane against Pango. It's more like Pango can't touch you later on in the game.
Sure.
I think back in the day, or at least a few months ago, we used to see Pango, they win the lane and sometimes they go Orchid, but I think people have kind of moved away from that.
Yeah,
I also
that's
feel like the
crazy.
Pango in this game, his job is just to disrupt team fights. It's against SD Terrorblade, right? Like those are the heroes that you pick the Pango to kind of mess with, stop the damage coming in. But I will say that SD against Pango is quite an interesting interaction because if he rolls in, and at some point Yuragi has some crit stick, you know, this Revenant Brooch is a pretty common buy now. Bloodlust, you purge Shield Crash, and this Pango roll actually just dies.
Yeah. Pango extremely susceptible to physical damage.
my God.
Can just beat him up. Speaking of beating up, you getting first blood onto Boom. You talked about how this Sand King matchup was a very difficult one, and unfortunately, Ari can't do much to help his buddy out.
So Sanking, level 1, one of the weaker heroes. I think almost level 2. You probably want level 3 before you actually can do what you want. Pretty unfortunate, but they will get the punish. You will gladly take his first blood. And this is not a hero that you want to feed first bloods to because he's going to get boots and then the Mel strikes get easier to land on you.
Yeah. I mean, you're hoping as the Sand King to eventually just retreat to the jungle, but that timing is going to get delayed the more and more of an advantage this TA gets. He's going to push you out of EXP range, going to keep putting the harass on. Just overall a bit of an uncomfortable position.
Meanwhile, bot lane pretty even. Yuragi trying to send illusions. Getting really low here. Oh my god, goodbye Yuragi.
Oh my goodness, kill shot. Is he just dead? He's got to tick out to the Malefice.
6
The damage
Eidolons,
coming out from the
Kaori.
Eidolons, it's a bit overwhelming. Kaori on that Ogre can't do much into them. You can throw a couple of ignites, sure, they're level 2, but nothing you can really do to stop this aggression coming out on your Terrorblade.
This Ringmaster is he's a bully.
Yeah. I might have missed the impalement arts there, but I don't think Boom is genuinely too happy about this laning situation. It's a bit rough for the Sand King at the moment.
Problem with losing lane against like some TA gyro is they actually can come into your triangle.
Yeah.
And it's so easy for them
Steal
to
the
take the
stacks.
stacks at a low level, you know, like if let's say you're a TA, you go in at like level 5 and you're clearing stacks and this puck comes, he's also level 5 or he's level 6. Like, do you really care? I don't think you care too much.
Yeah, you might just kill him if he's not careful. He uses his spells all willy-nilly, you just auto-attack him to death. Stacks are going to begin though, that's what Ari picked this Shadow Demon for, at least in part. That's the recovery mechanic for Boom. He certainly is going to need it this game. He's being pushed away very efficiently by Respect and You. Still keeping up in terms of some of the CS. Not too bad, all things considered.
Everyone doing pretty okay so far. Yuragi pops meta in the bot lane, not really able to go on anyone. I wonder if Malik will go for Helm this game. He has the drums queued up.
Yeah, the drums just feels like a lot more of a regular build-up for this Enigma. The power shot just putting out so much magic damage. This is why we've been seeing this Wind Ranger more and more
Can we get
often.
the snipey snipe?
Is he actually going to
Come
kill
on.
Yuragi with
Come on.
this execute range?
No way.
Surely
right?
not. It's basically half HP at this point, Yuragi.
Ooh, that's a
Oh, wow,
That's a value spellcasting.
That's some insane shackle right there. Kaori is just gonna go down to those Eidolons. Yeah, Amaryllis is making this look so casual. He can actually just come back here and put the pressure on. Yuragi has to retreat to the tree line. Are they just gonna chase him down? Another beautiful shackle. He has to deny himself to the Ancients. He doesn't get it. It's another kill for Malik. Oh, this offlane Enigma is looking great, especially with the help with this Rin Ranger.
I don't know about you, Mike, but I'm an Amorales fan right now. I'm pretty sure he didn't even know he hit the TV at the back with the shackle till the power shot came out. Lane's going great for Liga right now. Not the worst for Navi, but definitely don't want to be dying. I'm also really worried about his stacks. Like his Pango can come in with TA. He has the Blightstone. Going for the no corrosion, as we see from most Dragonite and Pangolier players. Just the Orb. Orb of Blight.
Why not? Is it just not value enough? Do you not want the stats or anything? I thought Orb of Corrosion was here being the best item in the game.
I think when you rush Diffusal, the Diffusal timing matters a lot. So you don't really want to upgrade it unless you need the HP.
Sure.
You're also not going to apply that much pressure. These heroes just want the minus armor to kind of pressure. Like for Pango, it's to clear the wave. For DK, it's to pressure towers, pressure your lane a bit more with the Corrosive Dragons. Just really nice to stack minus armor.
Sure.
You know, there's
It's not
this
worth
like graph
upgrading.
of like how minus armor works, right? So like when it's 0 and it goes to -1, it's like slight impact. But if you make it like with Aura of Blight, it's like becomes -3, for example. And then -1 to -3 is actually what's the
That's
word?
pretty
More
exponential, right?
efficient. Yeah. But the graph caps at some point. I don't know what it is.
Just like most things in Dota 2, you stack more of it up, it loses efficiency. Level 6, Erase has the supports to help him out. He has his eyes on the park. The whip is going to finish him off. The supports on Navi trying to come through and help, but it's an Ogre Shadow Demon. They're not going to do anything. Sanctity goes down for basically free in the mid lane.
Well, it's okay. At least Boom managed to clear the stacks on the big cam. I think there are 3 there. He's up to level 4 now, going for the Vanguard. Very curious to see what this TA is going to do. He has level 3 in Refraction. I'm so not used to seeing this. Has a Blightstone now too. I don't know if this is just for pressure or he actually wants to build into Deso, because I look at Sand King and I guess against all 4 heroes, the Deso is pretty nice. It's really just the TV that's not good against.
Why is that? Is it just because he has high armor,
High
so
armor,
using a bit
yeah.
of it doesn't really matter?
You also get the Deso debuff on you when he but I guess that doesn't matter as much. Thing is, you kind of want to build Brooch, right? Against TV. Like, you definitely want Brooch.
Sure. Yeah, but no way you first item Brooch. It's just not
You
valid,
just buy
is it?
the casual Crystallis, I think.
Okay.
I think there was a point where people are going Crystallis instead of Deso, and then they buy like Daedalus much later on. I think this like it kind of fits the bill. I would like to see the mill there though.
No, unfortunately, not
there.
everyone's an innovator like Mickey, so we'll have to see whether you follows that train of thought. But bit of a setup here around Yuragi in the bot lane. His meta is coming to an end, and his life might be as well if Navi aren't careful with their positioning.
He smells them though. Down to the
does.
Hour Banks, ancient time.
Back TPing in, probably just to contest the 8-minute rune. Amaryllis, I mean, both supports on Liga have been excellent at coming in at these timings. Unfortunately, this time round, it'll be in the top side. So Arcane Rune bottled up for the putt. Might try to look for a move and make use of that coil.
Loses the 50-50. Very unfortunate. But Navi so far in not too bad a place. At least they have their triangle stacks that are protected. Doesn't seem like Liga's very interested to make a move towards here. Oh, he drops the black hole.
Kari with
That
the
was so fucking greedy.
the little bit of a bit. No, I think so. Malik, he saw the TPs coming in. He started running away for a moment, but I think he very quickly realized he was not going to get out of there. So he just doubles back, makes sure he finishes the kill off, and I guess trades his life for some TPs.
Was he
know
not? He
whether
has
that was worth
boots
it.
drums. Doesn't he just go to the left? I feel like he would have
Yeah,
made
but
that was the SATV.
he used the drums already, is the problem.
Oh,
So
fair.
he didn't really have mana. I'm not sure whether he actually had enough juice for the TP. He actually had a Lotus and won, so probably just accepting his fate, looking for the full reset. I don't blame him so much.
You got the TPs too. You good?
Yeah, now he's back with the resources, right? So if he wants and finds a target, he'll be able to make a black hole play onto them.
Fuck, serious.
Sanctity, though. That's the Dream Call usage, like we said, bringing Kaori and the party over. Amaryllis goes down. Nice little setup there for the puck. Let's reduce cooldown. So 50 more seconds and he'll have another Dream Call ready for action.
Kind of similar to last game, both teams just battling it out in the bottom side of the map. Shoes on the other foot this time, try to protect Uragi, enable him to stay in lane, and at the same time prevent Malik from taking over the bottom side of the map.
Gonna force a barrel strike or some sort of a response here. Respect. Gonna pop the dust, look at Boom, but this is quite a tanky Sand King with the Vanguard. Now,
They're so
you might have just overcommitted. For the barrel strike, a bit of a distance away, slightly off the mark. Refraction gonna come out and block some
There's
of
a
this damage,
Lotus.
but it's not gonna be enough. He pops just about everything that he has. Lotuses, wands, but that was a big overdive coming out from Liga and kind of a meaningful advantage lost, right? The fact that Sanctity got both those kills, first in the bot, now in the top, it's pretty significant for the Puck's game.
I'm watching snipe.
That's not gonna happen.
He missed.
Bit too tanky there on Boom. Meanwhile, mid lane, Sanctity still trying to rumble. AD rune on the Pango, but using the coil. Again, that's that low cooldown coming into play. Kaori will step up and finish the job. Sanctity, he is on fire right now, looking to try and send Na'Vi to a game number 3.
He be cooking, but I also think Liga is kind of overcooking, right? Like, they kind of saw Sanctity with the DD. Gets coiled a bit too far up. Meanwhile, top lane, I don't know what that dive was. That's not a duo you want to see diving the Vanguard Sand King's tower, right? This TA and Ringmaster L5 past the tier 1 tower. Not really sure.
Kind of
what
felt like they
he's doing
expected
right now.
the TA to be able to land a couple of auto attacks on the Sand King. Absolutely not. He just kind of walks away. A very awkward situation there. The tower will finally go down, so Boom can't defend it. This might open up some invasions into the triangle if Na'Vi are not careful.
Diffuser almost complete for Pango too, so they will hit a nice timing. Malik also took the bottom tower in the meantime. Na'Vi trying to give their own pressure though. I feel like the game still kind of favors Liga. Simply because they have an earlier timing as a team. Like this Puck, even though he has Witchblade, even though this Crimson comes out, like it's still not easy to go fight into Liga's heroes, you know? Because you have SD Ogre, a bit more of a, I would say late game-ish supports.
That's so weird to say about an Ogre match. I would never describe Ogre that way.
Alright, Mike, how
But
would
I guess
you
you're kind of
describe
playing for
Ogre?
that bloodlust steroid for your hyper carry. Is that kind of the...
Yeah, that's how I
thing
look
you're
at it, right?
barking
Like you're buffing your player who is not online, so technically your impact only comes when your player that you buff is online.
Sure, right. Yeah, I can see that. That makes sense.
I
I
need
thought
to
of
know how
Ogre
would
as
you
a bit of a
describe
lane
Ogre.
winner type hero. Like he hits that level 2, he starts putting pressure on, but it didn't really end up being the case against this Amaryllis Wind Ranger. It's way too much damage and trading potential.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the level 2 spike is strong. It just happens that they got Enigma, so unfortunate. Good news for them is that Uragi still is able to farm in the bottom lane. Malik, what's he building towards? Pipe. Okay, so Aura's being built. TA is going for Deso, so I guess Pipe and Deso is the next timing for them. Maybe even a dagger on the Pango.
His diffusal is done, so maybe we'll see a smoke move out from Liga at the moment, because as it stands, they are slowly losing ground in terms of these towers, right? Na'Vi are doing a good job poking. It's a bit of a setup. Looking towards the Ringmaster and mid
nearby
lane,
with
Uragi leading the
roll.
charge. They're gonna run into Erase. He gets a free rolling thunder off from behind the tree line, and suddenly this is looking a bit awkward to try and connect on. Na'Vi are in no man's land a little bit. Kaori will just get caught on the
this
sideline. Sanctity
drive-in?
with a huge coil though, finds them all. Boom. He's gonna try and turn the fight around, but they've already lost their Pango. The full charge out onto the TA, who's overcommitted into this defense. And Na'Vi, they bring the numbers, they get the kills. Looked like they were in an awkward position for a moment there, but with the Sand King joining them, At Liga, they just have no chance at winning this fight.
What was that Pango roll? Why did he not bang the ogre when TA TP'd beside him? That was so weird.
It seemed like the angle was a little bit off because he started facing towards his base, right? So he had to do a full 180, you know, parallel park type situation, reverse up the ramp, and come back the other way. So it took a lot longer for him to find those initial connections, and that meant everything. Just allowed Na'Vi to reposition, find the initiation from the Sand King with his... It didn't even need a Blink Dagger, just walked up.
Did Malik see that smoke?
Kind of feeling like he did, the way he reacted, almost instant.
Oh, they definitely know he's here.
I found him in the tree line though.
Malik.
He is dead. Very, very nice pickup.
Yeah, come to save him.
Try
Black
and
hole
come
drop.
through. Erase is there. Nice little SD save
nice
to
shackle.
preserve the life of Boom. Malik's still going to go down at the end of the day, but they trade out for the Shadow Demon for now. Coil used on the Pango. He's in a mild bit of trouble as the Rolling Thunder, but they can just keep him chain stunned. Beautiful duration on those silencers. Follow-up stun for Kaori, just controlling the Pango. And would you look at that? It's 15 minutes. They can connect the Terrorblade over and get this objective for themselves. And Morales, he's sticking around though, but he might just get found out by Boom. Spot out the Wind Ranger, looking for a target. The Sand King will just casually channel a few Lotuses while he's stunned in place. Gonna try and body block. Nice little initial tries from Boom, but Amaryllis with the Wind Run. Bit too quick. I want to say should be able to escape, but it's coming back up in 1 second, that Barrel Strike, and Boom gets the job done. Really, really nice set of plays here from Na'Vi to regain control of the map despite that laning stage not going too well. Now they'll be able to get themselves a Tormentor.
Very in control of this game right now, Na'Vi. Freedom Mentor, like you said, and it's all on the back of the Sanctity Puck, right? Boom now getting active too, coming in with this Crimson, and just see a lack of damage on Liga. So Enigma not really able to participate. The role, I guess they are pretty dependent on role as well before the shards come out for the supports. I think we've not seen a Wheel of Wonder yet either. Probably just hitting level 6, respect. A pretty good game 1 on this Ringmaster. Game 2, not looking too hot so far.
I mean, the Liga moments were all condensed within the first 5 minutes of the game, right? They were able to get the advantage in the lanes, find some nice kills all across the map. But now that Na'Vi have their first and second items and Sanctity's been able to do so much work, support duo not looking too strong anymore. Sanctity is just all over them at the moment. Another orb, another kill. Just chalking them up. 3-1 and 6 on the puck. And it feels like he's so much stronger than that scoreline.
They're definitely having some puck issues right now. Mata complete for Mr. Uragi. More scaling potential, more protection for himself. I wonder how they're going to use their timing. Enigma decides to say, this pipe ain't working, guys, we losing. Goes for the blink. Pango and TA blinks queued up as well, so we might see a very go kind of team fight coming soon from them. Give it another 2 or 3 minutes when Roshan moves to the bot lane.
Love what Kaori is doing. He's just bodyguarding Uragi, making sure he's perpetually bloodlusted. Erase. Forced to pop the Rolling Thunder in a defensive maneuver. So any hope of Liga looking for an opportunity in the next 1 minute or 1.5 is out of the equation. I respect sticking around perhaps a bit too long for that D-Ward. Will get punished for it. Chase down is there. Another very easy kill. Sanctity, he's just been farming these supports.
Yeah, I like the way Boom's playing as well. He's just running around with his team. They understand that this is not a game where you want to farm. Instead, you want to use this timing, especially his Crimson coming up from him. Not so much damage. He knows the puck is strong. They lack catch. The only real way they fight right now in Liga is if they get a proper role, and Erase has not looked like he has a driver's license yet.
Still going to school a little bit here. Some of the roles have been awkward to say the least. Kind of need him steady at the steering wheel, Liga. It was all gas, no brakes in game number 1. They were beating Na'Vi at every turn, and this time round it feels like Na'Vi's given them a bit of a ticket. No more speeding. Just slow it down, baby. Liga, they haven't really been able to play at the tempo that they want. You look at this Enigma off lane, look at the TA You gotta imagine that Liga would have wanted to try and take some early objectives, get that early Roche, push Navi down a bit here in
Navi
this game number
Senior.
2. Yeah, Navi Senior. Now Navi Senior is the one to look into Roche.
And it's a nice move from them, taking the Aegis away from TA. Usually you see teams with TA at least be able to get the first Roche, right? Just by nature of how the tempo of the game goes. Navi though. They came to play in this game too. Super good moves. The mid smoke pretty clutch, working out in their favor, enabling Sanctity, enabling Boom, and ever since then it just feels like Liga is on big dodge mode right now. Do they even give the Aegis to the puck? So Sanctity is gonna be a monster. He's also allowed to buy this Parasma first, and he's actually so close to it. He is gonna slay like the queen he is.
He's already slaying, I dare say. Look at his outfit. It's going crazy. He's got that shit on.
He's got that shit on, but
He does.
in another 400 gold, he will have more shit on. Dagger done for Kaori too. Sorry, Ari. I'm just wondering how.
Yeah, you gave me a little heart attack here. I'm like, Olga went for Blink? I mean, I don't think it's a bad item. It's just, what the hell is he doing with Blink?
Curious to see how Liga are going to take a fight, because I feel like they need to fight soon at some point. But this Puck, Aegis, Parasma, I don't know if they can either. Ari hunting. Sanctity hunting.
Things coming out. Found respect. Another support kill. Just feels like happens every 2 minutes or so. Liga forced to pay tribute to Sanctity, queen of this game.
No Boom on the our side of Magus. Oh, the Blinking. Top lane. Enigma on Sand King.
Enigma on Sand King or Sand King on Enigma? I mean, I know Erase is in the area, but Boom, he's feeling indestructible right now. He's just
Baited
walking around
Crimson
it like a
Guard.
Sand King walking at you menacingly with phase boots. He doesn't even have Blink.
It's one of those cute scorpions on the on the beach that just come out of the sand and it just looks at you.
Yeah, let me hold you right there. I've never seen a cute scorpion in my life. I feel like if a scorpion was going to walk towards me, I'd probably run as well. So I understand Liga's fear in this situation.
I'll send you a picture, Mike.
Please no.
Of a cute scorpion.
Yeah, leave me alone. I'm not trying to see a cute scorpion.
What the hell? He's so cute though.
I'm not trying to see scorpions in general. Like, what?
Come on, Mike. Do it for content.
You can actually send me the...
Yeah. Come on, man. Good things
That's
must
not even,
share.
I thought it was a real scorpion. He's just sent me this ridiculous photo of a purple anime-looking scorpion.
Yeah, but it's cute. That's the criteria. It was cute.
Okay, fine.
Oh,
Well, what's not cute is how Liga are handling this game number 2. It's not looking the best for them in comparison to their game 1 performance. I think, you know, probably a bit high
Whoa.
expectations. Malik trying to come forward for what seemed like an initiation. Now it's botched. Now it's awkward. Now he's silenced up and boxed. Might still be able to come out and get the black hole onto the puck. Not even needed the first life. Malik
Boom.
dropping
Oh
a
my
bit
God,
too
line
low.
up.
And a 3-man barrel strike. That's huge. Boom with a double stinger. Gets himself a double kill. And Sanctity backed up by the rest of the team. He'll be fine. Boom. Just one person on the front lines zoning everybody on Liga.
22 minutes in, but I think that's actually just a game, maybe?
Is that it?
I don't know. Is there a way back into a game? They have Enigma, TA, Pango, Chorus. TA has Deso, so like no real scaling coming in. It's Iron Bill from Boom 2. Yes, Shivas and Crimson. Like, can you actually kill anyone?
Doesn't feel
It's
that
not like
way.
they have heroes to kind of play the fights creatively. You know, this Pango's waiting to roll. Malik's the one blinking in with his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, one thing I'm learning from this series is I think the Enigma is a bait, boys. So far, Enigma 0-2 in this series if things continue to go the way of Na'Vi. It's just... this black hole just presents you with such a difficult win condition to play around.
How's the first pick TA looking?
Come on, man. I mean, Yu has overstepped a few times this game. That's kind of led to some deaths. Speaking of deaths, Erase gets absolutely wiped away from the mid lane. Again, Boom is doing this no blink dagger, by the way. He's just raw dogging walking up to you with phase boots.
That's true, but he's fast and cute.
Absolutely.
Look at him go. He's a little waddler, man.
Yeah, I will agree that the way Sand King walks is a little bit cute. You know, he kind of wiggles around.
Look at him go. Come on, Ops. Look at him. Look at him.
Can we look at Sand King real quick? Show us Sand King. There we go. There we go. Look at him. His little feet. Look at his little feet. It's so pathetic. How's he even walking?
He's blue. Badadi daddy die. Yes, Shiva's Winlace customer Facebook. He's zooming. Get that.
He's gonna explode these heroes like with this AD rune. Actually, if he lands a barrel strike, they're way too squishy right now. Na'Vi on the hunt with a smoke move, looking to try find a couple pickoffs, maybe go end the game. Erase would be an excellent target, and they found two. An easy coil, an easy Shivas, and an easy double. Wicked sick for Sanctity. And more voice lines coming out. That's how you know the man's feeling good about himself. Fresh gem pickup as well, clear out some of the vision. Respect up here in this top lane. Might be able to TP out, but Yuragi way too quick on the chase.
He did, bro.
I don't think you're getting out of this one. Tries his best. And to no avail. And Ari, has he found another? He was just going to TP out. Can you find the little stun? No. Nice little blink into the tree line, but again, Na'Vi just taking out a bucket and a mop and wiping Liga off the map.
I feel like this game has just been reversed from game one. Game one, you see Malik being this unkillable force. This game is Boom, doing whatever he wants. Game one, Liga was the one protecting their safe lane. This game, Na'Vi is like, oh, my turn. And
it's
again, a very one-sided affair, right?
It's a bit strange. Yeah, it almost feels like a bit of role reversal. It quite literally is, but just Na'Vi, this is not the team that played in game number one. I can tell you that much. Like, game number one, it felt like all their moves were just very sad. It felt like they didn't really have much agency over the game. They were just at the mercy of their opponents. This game kind of feels the same for Liga, and again, I'm looking at this Enigma pick. I just don't think it's that cracked up.
And before Malik shows you the 5-man black hole with his BKB Blink Dagger.
Look, I don't doubt Malik. I think he's a great player. Just don't know whether this is the game where he's gonna show us a bit of a miracle comeback. But I'm open to being surprised. I'd love to see a little bit of a comeback.
He's a better Dota player when he's not playing Enigma.
Yeah, maybe in a different patch that would be a different story. But this time around, we haven't really been seeing Enigma on the off lane in general for a good reason. Doesn't really feel like the most forgiving hero. They will be able to sneak away the Tormentor.
Spotlight. Pretty helpful against the TB. Miss chance might come in clutch.
I mean, it's great into the Sand King as well, right? You basically reveal him if he's invisible in his Sand Shroud, if you tag him with it.
That's true. Big fan. Again, shout out to whoever designed Ringmaster. Super cool hero. The
Yeah, it feels like one of those things where I feel like the Spotlight is so thematically appropriate, right? The souvenirs, the shot, everything just feels like it lines up very nicely.
I agree.
The only thing is the Axe. I will say that the Axe, as much as I think it's a great Axe,
completely forgot.
I feel like I would have loved to see something a bit more. But I guess the hero already has so many things going on.
Give me the trapeze swing. He gets to swing over on the trapeze, pick his teammate up, and swing him back.
Oh, that could be cool.
That does sound cool as hell.
Hiding away now, revealed by the Spotlight. Still very tanky. The Wheel of Wonder gonna find him, but where's the follow-up? You're looking for the roll now. You coming in, but the barrel strike faster than him. Sanctity will jump in, forcing the BKB from the TA. They're trying to create an opportunity for Malik to find a black hole in the fight. But Na'Vi, they're very aware of this. There's the coil, striking out onto the TA, who gets box safe for now. Malik still not really able to find an angle because the Shadow Poison is just stopping him from blinking. Sanctity's already killed off Erase. They take down the TA, and where is the black hole? Doesn't even come out. It's good game. It's game 3. That's tough, man. That's tough.
All right, Mike. Tell me what's gonna happen in game 3. Since we are 1-1,
well,
both teams have showed dominance and Pepeganess equally. What's next? Who's banning? Who's picking Enigma, Mike? Who is it?
Get the Enigma out of here. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of one team looking so goddamn pathetic. It's not making for great games. I get that Navi get to flex, Liga get to flex. That's cool and all. But if I could just get the Liga from game 1 up against the Navi of game 2, that's what I like in my game 3, okay? I want to see a little bit of spice. I want to see a little bit of back and forth. Give me cool team fights. Don't give me this 28 minutes, 17k gold lead shit. I'm not trying to see stomps. We've already had enough of that the entirety of today. We want to end off today on a bang, and we will be able to do so. But, okay, what about you, Adam? Obviously, memes aside, Liga, what went wrong for them that game?
I feel like they had no lane to play towards. I think mainly for me, I want to say the top dive was probably the most interesting one. I felt like they had this world where Pango moves towards top, they invade triangle, Shrine of Wisdom, TA is the strong lane. Boom had pretty bad start. Invade, like press your advantage earlier. I think they were quite AFK, and when they did try to press the advantage, it was like some really questionable dive, just kind of blatant feeding, honestly.
Yeah, a bit too much of that blatant feeding going on in game number 2. But hopefully game number 3 changes things up. Hopefully we get a bit more of an even one. But we'll need a short break before we find out, so stay tuned.
the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and ride the covey a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again, when the old...
A little bit of a back and forth series, and by back and forth, I mean like a seesaw. You're back at DreamLeague Season 26, last series of Eastern Europe for the day, 3-4-3 and Permasneeze, bringing you through the action. We'll hop right into the draft as we go over this, but in case you missed what's going on, Na'Vi versus Liga, our first game today to go to the third game. I mean, we've had Storms, we've had one-sided series, but at least in those one-sided series, some of the games were a bit more back and forth, a little bit more even. This one was weird. This one, Na'Vi comes out with a weird Enigma pos 5 to start out game 1. They get absolutely slapped. Second game, Liga try the Enigma in the off lane. They kind of just get obliterated. I kind of feel like maybe what we're learning from this series is pick meta heroes, guys.
I sense a pattern here. Don't pick Enigma.
Please no. Please no.
All right, I don't wanna hate, but I feel like I'm not really feeling the impact from Erase these first two games. I feel like you and Malik are playing pretty well. I think the supports on Liga have been, at least in the first game, they look pretty impressive, but I feel like the Pango could have done so much more that game. I feel like, alright, looking back on that game, I feel like Liga won top lane pretty hard, and the Pango could have just come towards them, fight for the shrine, maybe even fight in the triangle if they don't want to go to the shrine, you know, clear the stacks at least. Take it away from Boom. Just don't play to Malik at all. I think playing to the bomb lane was, I want to say, a mistake from them.
Yeah, just play to the Pango, which is why you picked the Pango, I assume, and let Malik farm, or at least and maybe give him some room to recover. Didn't really have that time of day. Na'Vi able to squash out the Enigma. I think it's tough because the way that Liga drafted, you know, the first pick TA didn't really have much room to recover after those failed dives. Same kind of situation, Malik, right? I mean, he didn't really have the best time in lane, had to recovery farm the whole time. And Erase, I mean, we're pointing the finger at the Pango here, but realistically speaking, I'm looking at his gameplay. A couple of small mistakes in the early skirmishes, and suddenly his game's gone as well. So Liga, they just kind of put together a bit of an unforgiving lineup. Hopefully they give themselves a bit more grace in the draft. We'll see whether that changes for them as we're into this deciding match of who stays in the upper bracket for a spot at the upper bracket finals. That'll be a very good place to be, obviously, because you're still going to have that second chance to adapt and overcome, even if you do take a loss.
But you guys, this is where they pick Terrorblade instead. Reverse Uno Na'Vi. Definitely ban the Darkseer too. This is not that simple against Tiny, simply because the Tiny can obviously just be a +4 for Ari. I think you're pretty happy if he's playing a melee hero, though. I feel like it makes your lane easier.
Sure.
Doesn't enable Boom so much.
I mean, if we look at the stats, so far Ari on a melee hero, they've lost one game. Ari on a ranged hero, they've won one game. So I don't know what to tell you. Famous stats man once said that stats don't lie.
Pick Darkseer into Tiny. Not a huge fan of this simply because, again, Tiny doesn't really care about Darkseer wall. He also doesn't really care about your shells too much. Has a pretty long stick to stay away from those. Good at clearing creeps pretty fast.
I mean, apart from the Magnus, it just feels like this Darkseer has very quickly become a favorite for many offlaner, right? Like, I think maybe less of a response pick to the Tiny and more of just a, hey, you know, this great offlane hero is available, let's pick it up.
I think as a drafter, I do agree with you, but I feel like you have to pick like a winning interaction, right? If if your comfort or like hey good hero has a negative interaction with what's already on screen, I think there's something wrong with the prep going into the game.
Is it that negative in your eyes? Is it that bad of a matchup? Just kind of, I mean, Darkseer doesn't necessarily pressure the Tiny or kind of reach a point where you're threatening him with the wall, but you know, you get nice auras, you buff up your team against the Tiny, you play pretty quick. Is that not something?
I think it's more like I look at this and your response to Tiny. Okay, let's give them points. Okay, out of 10. I think
Sure.
Tiny is 6 out of 10. Darkseer is like 4 out of 10. But you are picking second in response to the Tiny, so you should be the one with higher points right now.
Right. As in, you're always trying to get the point advantage over your opponent.
And you're trying to
in every
create
single
problems for the enemy, not for yourself, you know?
Okay, so maybe if we're using your analogy of points here, let me pitch you a certain idea. Is there a chance that this Darkseer helps another pick get an overall point advantage later down the line? Because Darkseer is very much a hero that enables his team, right? I mean, you're talking about it from the perspective of, okay, this Darkseer, he, in a one-to-one matchup against the Tiny, it's not that great. But could he perhaps enable something like a Sven or maybe a melee carry or a team fight mid to get an advantage they wouldn't otherwise have? That's so overwhelming that it beats out the Tiny's base points?
Yeah, for sure. You definitely enable like some maybe Lifestealer or Ursa if the Tiny does end up being carried. They can definitely go down that route. The problem is that Liga is gonna pick 16, 17 here, right? Navi has the last pick of the second phase. So I think it's hard to get better matchups. So you pick this one already, I would say kind of mediocre matchup. Mediocre in the sense that you don't really pressure Tiny in any way. He's gonna free farm. Sure,
Okay.
Darkseer can farm to get back his stacks, but other than that, I feel like I just don't like this style of drafting. I mean, to each their own. Maybe they just rate Darkseer really highly. I know Malik's really good at the hero.
Mm-hmm.
Based on the heroes Liga has been picking too, I think they also value comfort. Ringmaster, Wind Ranger. This time Navi do remove the Ringmaster. Probably worried about the SD ban into just picking Ringmaster.
Yeah. Ringmaster has been something Respect has gone back to 2 games in a row now. I think even in that losing game, he didn't find as much impact as he would like, but that early game was still tough, right? He made them sweat for it. It was just that overdive that started the Ringmaster's slight downfall, and then from that point on, he was just getting picked apart by the puck.
Just
Go
pick
back for the
SD
Wind Ranger,
again here.
Amaryllis.
Cool. SD against Wind Ranger interaction is nice. I think, like you said, having Ari on this range hero felt good. Purge against Darkseer is always cool too. You talked about like the team fight items, right? So SD does deal with that in a pretty nice way. You have Disseminate to kind of spread out the damage a little bit. You have Purge for Surge and Wind Run, obviously.
I guess the concern is, you know, if you're picking that Ari position for Shadow Demon, it's not actually going up in lane against Darkseer Wind Ranger. Not that that really matters, but you already know what the matchup is. Yeah, they'll go back for it. No reason not to, I guess.
I wonder who's playing it though, because they have to kind of show the role of the Tiny here if they want to pick anything, unless...
Unless they just pick a mid here, which would be a bit deranged.
I
guess
really
you're fine
like
showing that the Tiny is +1, right?
Yeah, I think if you want to carry Tiny, you're fine showing it here, but they might want to keep it open. Probably go for a Sand King again. No, Magnus is still in the pool. So the double flex, maybe Ari plays it, Boom plays it. I think Tiny again, Uragi and Sanctity and Ari play it. So I like this. Still open, not revealing too much, Liga. Need to respond to this. I wonder what's it gonna be though. I want to say Lifestealer because Ursa's banned.
The Lifestealer has lost a bit of priority ever since that second Flash Feast nerf, right? The damage, rather the health numbers that you get from each creep kill docked down quite significantly at this point. It's the second nerf that Fassa has gotten in a row, so not really a hero that we're seeing favored quite as much. The Dragon
So
Knight,
we
though,
see,
something that Na'Vi have run themselves in previous series, gonna get taken away by Liga.
Good shallow user, good hero to force fights, global science to protect. So removing SD save, removing counter initiation from Magnus. So far looking pretty nice for Liga on the picks. I like what they have. You know, what can they pick here?
You got some good tempo, right? If we're assuming that this Dragon Knight's going to go to the mid lane with the Corrosive Dragon, as for what we've seen lately in some of our series, it's going to be quite difficult for this support duo, whether it's a Tiny SD or Magnus SD, to really defend that tower. You just imagine come through with the Wind Ranger Silencer backing him up, throw a couple of spells from long range, get a stun out. It's going to be curtains for you.
That's true. It's also quite a fast-paced lineup, really. They're able to run around. I think looking at what Navi has right now, it's a bit slower. I think a lot of people like this DK into tiny matchup as well. Away from the mid lane. We'll go for the tide, so we might. I guess it's probably carry tiny plus 5 Shadow Demon.
Plus 4 Magnus for Ari, you reckon? I mean, there's still a chance that this is some sort of carry Magnus mid tiny for the tempo against Dragon Knight. But as you've said, that's not really a great matchup. I feel like either way, other than the Tide Hunter, these cores don't really match up nicely into the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, I think you want the tiny as a carry here, simply because the mid tiny doesn't look like it's gonna kill much or play with the SD Magnus too well.
Yeah.
A very efficient draft right now, I want to say. A lot of team fight, a lot of protect our own side of the map to kind of counteract Liga's own team fight and run at you. So Tyler is pretty good at dealing with this. I think this is a pretty good Mage Slayer game. Shard always nice against Darkseer too.
Sure.
Also a big combo breaker, right? So if Darkseer ever comes in with some vacuum wall into whatever, they might pick some Swen or something. The Ravage coming out is always nice.
It's just a bit annoying with the Reverberating Silence, right? It's not going to come out as instantly as you probably would like. And probably are going to just ignore this big fat watermelon for the most part on Liga. Sure. I don't think they want to prioritize him as a target.
Liga still banning for the Darkseer. Gyro removed. Any more fighting heroes here?
One of the interactions we haven't really talked about yet is this Dragon Knight, right? I think it has a pretty decent lineup into the tiny, just because Breathe Fire just flat out reduces your attack damage. So suddenly the burst potential is a bit lower. You could argue that there's the Empower to counteract that a little bit later on in the game, but still kind of annoying.
Yeah, I can see that.
Troll Warlord taken out by Liga.
Yeah, just again protecting the Darkseer. Strong lane. It's also because they have the Shadow Demon, right? So bearing these like a bit more stronger safe lanes is probably on their list. Remove the Slark now. The bans might indicate a core Magnus. I'm not 100% sure. So I think the tiny tide lane doesn't sound as nice.
Yeah. It could be a Magnus tide lane, right? You cut creeps, stack for him. It's like a, it's not a range hero, but you can still double stack the camps and whatnot for that eventual anchor smash farm.
I think your supports are really greedy on Navi no matter what. Like very mid-game-ish, you know? Whereas on Liga, like these early rotations, like 5 minutes you come in with the DK Dragon, like how do you really deal with this? And it will be a Magnus carry. Tiny mid, most likely.
Is it a Magnus carry?
I think based on the bans, it's probably a Magnus carry. Because if it's Tiny Core, you won't ban Slark Morph. I mean Tiny carry, sorry. Not the Slark at least.
Sure.
Alright, Liga. What you got in the bag?
Everything banned out. You got the Ursa, TA. Maybe you go back for the Terrorblade this game?
I think that's possible.
Not really
it's not the worst. I actually like Naga quite a lot here. I don't know if they play it.
Well, what's so good about the Naga this game?
I think the disengage against the ultimates is really nice. You also have the... You already enable your team, right? There's like a lot of wave clear. The DK can kind of scale into this carry. You drag the game out. You're naturally good against Magnus because he doesn't deal with illusions the best. Sure, empowering heroes that clear illusions are good, but empowering yourself and hitting Naga illusions is not something that's very satisfying as a Magnus.
Sure. Well, Liga do choose to go for the Lifestealer. That's something that you called out a bit earlier on. Someone that's more, you know, that can make better use of the Surge, make better use of the Ion Shell. Infest Save is going to be pretty valuable as well if he can sort of sneak his way into an RP. Natural 8 hitter, I like what I'm seeing. Although I don't know whether the nerfs have hit him a bit too hard. This Silencer Lifestealer lane may be under a little bit of threat. Because the Silencer is the only one who's really going to be able to trade. You throw a Gush out. Ari could be in a great position to try and win that out. But the mid lane matchup, Tiny versus DK, this feels to me like it's going to be DK favored, right? You're going to have a situation where Liga are just bringing their supports to the mid lane, like we said, and maybe now with the Phoenix last pick, they'll be able to stack up a little bit. Kind of ballsy of Kaori to be picking the Phoenix into the Silencer, though. I thought that was typically considered to be a counter pick.
I think it's playable. It's also because Navi has like a lot of frontline, right? So you're not really too reliant on what the egg or the sunray heal. I think the tide is more than enough. You might even see them just itemize for some dispels. I know Curry likes the use. Pretty good use game, right? Against Darkseer, Wind Ranger as well. On top of the
True.
SD purge that they already have. I wouldn't mind that. Personally, I like Liga's draft a bit more. I think his Lifestealer pick is pretty good. Naturally good against both the cores on Magnus Tiny. It's decent against Shadow Demon and Phoenix. They also have no real way of kicking out these Lifestealer, I feel.
We'll see whether that will change here in this game number 3. Hopefully a closer affair. I think just straight off the bat, Liga have the potential to take early tempo control and start running away with the game. Same kind of situation for Sanctity, right? Level 30 on that Tiny. I mean, whenever we've seen these mid-Tinies, if they have a good start, find some initiation straight off the bat, and just running around the map getting free kills, and these supports are certainly susceptible. Not the highest HP on them.
The playing
interesting little note here.
Tinies.
Before we get to your what you want to say, I just want to talk about this Heart of Battle from Darkseer. I feel like most people go for the quick wit just for that additional attack speed, but maybe he's expecting that he'll be in the thick of things a bit faster, a bit more often.
Possibly. You gotta run away from the Magnus.
I guess so. What were you gonna say?
What was I gonna say? That's a great question.
Okay. Well, if you don't remember, it can't be important.
Oh, I've said playing Wind Ranger into Tiny Core is so sad. There's actually no real items you can buy other than Neon Disc that helps you survive.
Yeah, why? Is Wind Ranger just a bit too low HP as a hero?
Yeah, there's no real item. You used to go like double Bracer, Fluffy Head, you know, that's like how you deal with Tiny combo. But Bracer has been nerfed. The Fluffy Head build is like, might see him get 1 this game. I don't know what else you can buy. Go Corrosion.
What am I looking at here?
Ooh,
Both
the body
supports
blow is
on
coming
Navi
out.
just beating into the Silencer. He's gonna TP, he might be dead. The Dying Light damage, it's not enough. Respect will stand his ground. There were blood grenades available on both supports, but they choose not to commit them. Instead, come back to the lane with a slightly advantageous situation of the Lifestealer being alone, at least in these initial levels.
Oh, I at least saw 1 thrown out. It looked pretty close. Heads up play by respect to the out there. Empowered Phoenix being a bully down here.
Yikes. He is gonna absolutely slap them around a little bit. I guess on the bright side, you're not really scared of the Ion Shell, right? On the Magnus, it should be pretty easy for him to deal with.
Yeah, he's okay. Just gotta be careful with the power shot spam. Magnus is also one of the bear carries against Darkseer because naturally your damage is from Empower, right? Most of it, and Darkseer, well, you don't really care too much. So again, I think this is not a great Darkseer game. A lot of team fight to fight into. You kind of wanna play off Vacuum Wall, but in this game we might just see him go for team items, buff up his Lifestealer, buff up his DK, try to make sure they survive through the combos to be able to turn around with this Infest safe that eventually will come out from you.
I'm taking quite a bit of pressure here. Forced to prop the Kraken Shell. Additional Arcane Curse damage, but nothing that can't be walked off. Already the shenanigans will likely begin here with Kaori doing his best to try and deny them. At least follow along and set whatever EXP Malik's looking to find.
Landing some very nice Fire Spirits. Bit of damage, but no real way to stop the pool. Meanwhile, Uragi is gonna get the Wind Ranger treatment. AKA get shot 20 times.
Yeah, what can you do? Kaori coming back over here just to help his buddy out, but yeah. Don't want to interact in the lane up against the Phoenix, so they will just resort to these shenanigans.
The Leicester
Not
has
too bad of
6
a situation here. Oh, what the hell's happening to him up there?
Is it just the anchor smash?
I don't
That's
know. The way
49
the lane
damage.
looks with Boom being forced back just now, it looked like you would be the one with the advantage, but this Tidehunter's kind of spanking him a little bit. 5 denies, 16 CS.
Why is last year's
3-3
damage
lane.
so low? Is this normal? 49?
I mean, did he just not
Before
go for
Anchor
any stat?
Smash?
He doesn't have any stat items. He's not Anchor Smashed. I'm not really sure what this is, but with the Anchor Smash, he has 30-something damage. Explains why he's having trouble. We'll try and aggress onto Ari. Nice attempts there at the body block, but I think it might just be enough damage. One last swipe from you. He's not going to commit for it, though.
Yeah, so far so good for Boom on this Tidehunter. Has the chainmail and 2 points in Kraken Shell, so he can pretty much live alone up here right now. I don't think they can do anything to him anymore.
Ari. That's going to free him up to start preparing the stacks. Perhaps for the Magnus, perhaps for the Tiny, perhaps for, honestly, whoever the hell wants it on Navi. Even Kaori could farm those if he really wanted.
I'm sure he would want to. He will be enjoying himself in the bot lane in the meantime, just bullying down here. Actually, also not having the best of times.
What is happening with these Liga lanes? Why are they so far behind in terms of the CS? I mean, the Dragon Knight's still doing well, all things considered, into the Tiny. That we always knew was going to be a bit of a winning matchup, but I guess it's still fine. It's not like Lifestealer struggling per se. It just...
He is kind of
It's just
struggling.
not looking too
Ari has
great.
6 denies too. Together
Yeah.
with Boom, that's 12. That's a lot of denies. It's just the low damage, right? Not going for the magic stick, a little bit greedy. Felt like a calling bait was enough, but clearly it was not. Answer also once here, so maybe one of those situations where you want to last hit together, but so far not looking too hot right now.
I mean, if
It's
you're
not
last
like he's
hitting
super
together, you're
poor.
not... He isn't, but if the Silencer's kind of committing auto attacks to a creeps, then he's not really harassing Boom. Not that you could really push this Tidehunter out anyway. Like you said, he seems very comfortable up here. 2 levels Kraken, 2 levels Anchor, and only going to scale up from here. Tidehunter off to a great start. Same kind of situation for the Magnus. He is keeping up very nicely in terms of CS. Like you said, not bothered at all by this Darkseer and his lane pushing shenanigans.
Yeah,
Also
I
see a
wonder
rotation.
if it would have been better for Respect to get a point in the Glaives of Wisdom. Just to kind of fight out Boom early on. Alright, hold on. Let's talk about his next move coming up. DK is turning level 6. There is a catapult in the mid lane. And I don't know if SD Phoenix can actually help defend here.
Well, they have to try. I mean, Na'Vi themselves know how effective this DK move here with the catapult is. They can't afford to give Erase a free mid tower. They'll unlock too much of the map. Easy entrance into their triangle as well, where the stacks are waiting. They will at least be able to control up the rune areas. Respect will deny that amplify damage rune on the top lane.
Alright, all pressure halted. Ari standing in position to make sure there's no move towards the Shrine of Wisdom.
Yeah, but the catapult's still alive, Adam. They haven't dealt with it yet, and they don't really have a good way of doing so.
They're in the vicinity. They have to leave soon though, because look at Kaori, he's already making a move for the Shrine.
Oh, he's trying to truck it. He might just get there ahead of everyone else, but still quite a bit of time for the Wind Ranger to catch up. We'll see him now on the ward, just trying to dodge away from the creep wave. Cuts in at a good time. I don't think they see him. He's gonna make his way up there. Watcher is secured by Liga, so they see Kaori. The Darkseer will start making the rotation back here.
This Phoenix
I don't
can
think
do
anyone else
it.
can help. Phoenix? Phoenix is
strong,
gonna
bro.
get it for free and might just find a kill. Power shot is there, but Kaori gets first blood. What a play from this Phoenix. I mean, I thought for sure Morales would be able to walk up and contest, but he just kind of eats a couple of fire spirits, ends up going down. Malik wasn't in position, and that is a big EXP advantage going the way of the Na'Vi supports. Sure, your Dragon Knight gets a kill, but that's Dragon Form Pop to farm some triangle creeps.
This Phoenix being level 4, they made a really big deal. Malik also not coming over. I think they saw the Phoenix. I saw pings coming out earlier, but maybe just not expecting to go down.
Now bot lane, Malik has to pop the wall, but he ends up getting caught out. An RP used, and Kaori, with the wonderful levels that he found from that shrine play, has level 3 Fire Spirits burning up the Darkseer. This is a signature hero pick for him after all, so no surprise to see him popping off like this.
Dude, look at the support level diff. 3 on both supports for Liga, and SD is level 4 and Kaori is level 5. The double shrine. I wonder if they can actually do anything with this. Well, you can see an early 6, but where do you go? I guess it stops DK from being able to pressure mid. Like now your supports are so under level, you don't really want to group. So I think if you do hit the tower at this kind of level gap, Tide can also TP in with Ravish along with the 2 supports.
I have to hold that thought. The way that Respect was posturing, you got to know that maybe there's a ward scouting you out in that triangle. Probably a bit more caution to be found. Dive in here, slowing down Erase. Power Shot's going to stop Ahri from aggressing with a disruption to peel the Dragonite off their tower. And Na'Vi, it's a very good effort here in the mid lane to not only preserve their tower and prevent Erase from finding impact, but also making space for them to go back and farm their triangle, right? In the sort of comparison, Liga don't really have anything prepared for the Dragonite.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like this DK, he needs his supports to be leveled. I think this Lifestealer last pick is also not really doing what's expected. Boom is 1.2k net worth ahead of him. That's kind of insane.
Yeah. Boom's just having the freest game ever, and look at Kaori. He's just going to get big levels from these stacks that he set up for himself. Na'Vi getting everything they want out of this early game. Kaori off to a hot start. Sanctity stabilizing the lane after a bit of a tougher start against the Dragonite. There's Magnus free farming, Boom free farming.
Yeah, he already cleared the jungle stacks that were made for him on the left, so doing pretty okay net worth wise on all their heroes so far.
Ravage committed up here. They will just use the RP off cooldown. Should be able to get the infest off though. Liga preserving their carry. I don't think that was anyone's fault, but you know, maybe just lacking a bit of damage. A +1 in the form of the Phoenix would have helped them out a lot. Ahri now on the front lines. Ravage was already used. A lot of damage coming out from Boom, but Ahri caught up in the wall will disrupt himself for now. Here comes Kaori. Beautiful egg in the middle. They just can't afford to focus it down. They'll turn around, start hitting it. They get the kill on the Phoenix and Ahri as well. The Na'Vi cause, they're lacking a bit in the damage. They're still fighting in the wall. This is troublesome. A bunch of illusions punching back into them, and Sanctity now managing to dodge out that power shot, but the fact that this Wind Ranger has stayed alive for so long, that's criminal. Now they'll look towards Respect, still level 3 on that poor little silencer. One last hit, Boom will get the kill. That's tough.
He gets tipped. And Na'Vi, they look really strong right now with their spells, especially able to force towers thanks to the Tiny and earlier catapult. Boom's gonna enjoy farming Ancients now. His offering on the way. That's a big reason a lot of these teams prioritize defending the safe lane as well, right? It's because this Ancient Camp exists in a pretty niche spot right now. Creates interaction for the tier 1 towers, at least in the side lanes.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe I overestimated Na'Vi a bit there, but I can't help but feel like that fight should have gone a lot better for them. Maybe it's just that initial Ravage not getting the Lifestealer kill. Like them losing out one of their key team fighting abilities, but...
To be fair, that was RP and Ravage, right?
Yeah, RP, Ravage, and then, you know, they didn't get the Lifestealer kill. He basically gets a full reset. You come in with the supports. I respect
and then they win the fight
doesn't have the global silence.
Yeah,
he does. He's going to get mid lane for now, but Sanctity's very quickly going to get in there and try and mess with him a bit. Let's push the wave out just to get the rune coming up.
Man, it feels so bad to be this far behind. This Tiny's going to get blinked before Silencer hits 6, man.
Yikes. Yeah, it's tough. A bit unlucky on the rune spawn again, unfortunately. Erase will be able to snag up that regen. We don't even get to talk about it yet, but Erase actually has the Blink Dagger completed. It just didn't really feel like a talking point that fight because he was in, and then he kind of got killed off, right? He has 2 bracers, but other than that, he's the only one on the side of Liga really keeping up in terms of net worth. And you mentioned that, you know, it's been a bit of a quiet series from him so far. This could be his game to try and step up and turn things around for them.
Yeah, but again, who do you play with until the supports have levels? Obviously, you want global, you want this power shot, you want this early pressure, but even then, the mid tower is still standing. Navi doing a really good job of just protecting whatever they can on the map. And that puts them at a 3k goal advantage. Meanwhile, top lane, this tide Mike is... Man, I feel the map is so small for Liga right now. Sure, everyone's farming, you're trying to get to what is Malik going for. Will he go for a more selfish item build? I've always looked at him as more of a pipe buyer.
Bit of a go here in the bot lane. Egg in an inconvenient location for the Dragon Knight to commit, and they will be able to get a return kill. Started out as Liga looking for an opportunity onto Ahri's Shadow Demon, but again, they paid the bigger price for it. It's up to a 4k gold lead now for Na'Vi. They're posturing for more. Meanwhile, Sanctity just finds respect in the mid lane for free. That's the blink reveal. And still no level 6 on that poor little silencer.
Oh man, they are not having a good game, Liga.
Oh,
Silver lining for them is Lifestealer is getting a lot of space to farm up this Radiance. Has the relic coming out now?
I mean, yeah, there has to be one hell of a silver lining because they're losing another Shrine of Wisdom, Adam. More EXP going the way of the supports on Na'Vi. With this timing, it's perfect. They managed to get a kill onto the Dragon Knight and exert their dominance in that position. Yeah, this is not looking too good. 5k gold lead now at the 14-minute mark. Both supports are struggling big time. I just don't know if this is the type of game that even with the Radiance at a good timing, the Lifestealer can 1v5, right? Like, it just feels so out of the question.
Yeah, it ain't happening. Not when the net worth gap is this big. But they can get to a point, 2-3 items. That's probably what they're gonna be playing for. Because right now,
Global
even
Silence
if
available
pops,
mid lane, but Respect gonna go down again. Very easy pick up with the toss back there. Meanwhile, top lane, you were able to find a kill with the help of Erase. So they are getting a little bit of space on the map and focusing on trying to pump up that Lifestealer.
Yeah, Navi don't really want to come up here either. Just happy trading the triangle for a Lifestealer lane. Maybe the network fleet they have, they're just not too worried at all.
Bit of a setup here onto Boom, although that is a Mage Slayer Vlad's Tidehunter. Will get shackled up now and walled as well. He is barely taken any damage and he's not even popping Kraken Shell yet. Iraqi looking for an angle in, but still no Harpoon means that he can't get a grab onto anyone. And Tidehunter will just walk away.
No care so far, and they will only continue to get tankier. There's eventually a Sunray heal. Kauri going for a Solar Crest. There'll be a disruption save. Liga, I'm not sure where the damage comes from until much later on. It's a product of the early game and the laning phase, especially the 2 Shrine of Wisdom steals. No level 6s, and now that they have Global Silence, I don't think there's a real way to use it.
Good try there from the Wind Ranger to get the snipe off. Saw the electricity flying in the air. But Amaryllis a bit off the mark this time with the shot. Na'Vi continue to extend their advantage here with the Tormentor take. Goes over to Kauri, so he's not going to have to buy that for himself. The Sunray is going to do a lot more now. And yeah, I completely agree with you. I'm not really sure. I feel like Liga, you're hoping you drag the game out to this endgame scenario where the Lifestealer is able to kind of end the game. But even then, you're dealing with an RP, dealing with a Shadow Demon Perch. Eventually a Ravage every time your Rage goes down. There's so much for you to be concerned about. I don't know if you have enough items available in your inventory, like even 6 slots. If you're facing up against Na'Vi heroes with that gold advantage, I don't know whether it's going to matter.
They're gonna set up mid lane. There's a nice scan on Navi's heroes. They're gonna play bait here.
Yuragi showing himself, will get initiated on. A little bit awkward with the Global Silence now, and Yuragi, he's fished for a bit too far forward. Now Sanctity and the rest of the gang, they're around, and we're not sure whether Liga are aware of this just yet. Losing Yuragi, do they still want to stick around? They'll hold up the high ground. You will reveal the smoke. They think better of it. Sanctity just chooses to kind of walk away, still trying to initiate. This one's awkward. You're looking for a Ravage. Boom pops it out, but the Lifestealer still raged. Now you're trying to focus on Erase, but it's only Boom back here. The egg was kited away from in the north, and the 3 remaining Na'Vi heroes, they don't have much else to give in this initiation. a bit of an awkward attempt to maintain control of that high ground. They end up losing 2.
That's Ravage and Egg used. Liga showing the power of the lifesteal, he just walks away. They can't even kill a DK, just no damage with Uragi dead. Probably the perfect target for an initiation too. If it was anyone else, maybe even Tiny, I think the fight could have been way better for Navi. Signs of life from Liga.
Down but not out for sure. They are banking a lot of their hopes on this man on your screen right here. You, the longest serving player of this organization despite its recent inception. Sanctity finding what looks like a bit of a freebie onto Malik. I'd say that, but no ultimate on the Shadow Demon. We'll just use the disruption. Search should be available, but I think they have a second set of tiny spells very soon. There goes the Shadow Demon ultimate, purging any semblance of anything he would want to put on himself, and Sanctity on a killing spree.
Team's kind of chilling. Amorales is in trouble too.
Yeah, that was a good try with the power shot cancel, but it's not going to happen. And the Tiny just so happened to, I believe, is that a shield rune? Yeah, that's a shield rune blocking the magic damage, which means the blink still comes through. Very nicely done.
I don't know if we'll see Boom go for a shard this game. Because I feel like they're so far ahead. Just having a shard to catch might be really nice.
I have a feeling he might have bought it because I'm looking at his gold and his courier's dead. So it might just be in that dead courier.
You are probably correct. I can't imagine him.
No, he has a blink dagger in his courier. He's even richer than we thought. My bad.
He's Skitter level net worth on the carry tide.
That's crazy stuff. He's absolutely carrying. Top of the net worth right now.
It's such a scary timing for Liga. With his blink coming out on Tidehunter, basically every fight, the egg is free, right? Luan has BKB, and they're not going to have BKB for quite a long time.
A bit too fast on the lifestealer in this top lane. Phase boots away to safety. Gonna tuck himself in a nice corner of the map to farm. Just needs to be careful not to walk past the Watcher here. Okay, well, now they know where he is. Doesn't seem like they want to commit in this area, though. They got their sights elsewhere.
No cares.
What's happening here in this bot lane? Ari, being committed on, will buy himself some time with the disruption. His teammates are coming in, ready to save him. Global Silence used for an escape? Okay, well, Ari's not just going to chase after Male. I guess they're just forfeiting the Darkseer. That was not really what you wanted. Sanctity will come back in, dominating for him. Makes it look easy, honestly.
Well, it does seem easy enough for Navi right now. Just way too far ahead. Liga has good net worth on their 2 cores though. I just don't know if the heroes match up well enough into what Navi has right now. Especially since this Wind Ranger and Suns are unable to contribute too much.
Still the Lifestealer's game to potentially win here this time round. For the first time this game, Liga will be able to secure the Wisdom Rune, but it comes at an immediate cost. Down goes the Wind Ranger yet again, and Sanctity, anytime he's pumping out those voice lines, you know the man's feeling good. Usually very quiet at the wheel. It's what you want from your mid Tiny. 5-0 and 4, taking absolute control of this early game. Sniping down these supports.
He is having fun, Mike. I have a question for you.
Yeah, let's hear it.
What's your favorite Singaporean food?
What the hell? Where is this coming from? You're gonna make me hungry at 3 a.m.? That's cruel, man.
That is exactly where it's coming from. All right,
you know what? Is it stomach rumbling? I mean, mine, I'm kind of feeling like a good old Hokkien mee. I could do a Hokkien mee.
Yeah. Have you tried Malaysian Hokkien mee?
I have. What I will say is this is a bit inspired by... I saw an article. It's a bit of a sad one. Just like how this game is going. But it's heartfelt. So this man, this Singaporean man who's a bit of a Hokkien mee fan, he joined a Facebook group of Hokkien mee lovers, right? And he started posting about how, oh, you know, he didn't get to try a lot of it. And then slowly, over the course of a couple of posts, he reveals that he actually has terminal cancer. Which obviously is something I would never wish on anyone. And he's just not well enough to go out to these famous Hokkien mee places. But then everyone else in the group is like, hey, you know, we'll take away for you. We'll bring it to your house. I'll drive you around. Like, why not? And over the course of the past few months, he actually had a lot of people reaching out to bring him to try all these famous Hokkien meals across Singapore. And he managed to, of course, try quite a few of them before he unfortunately passed away, like I think a couple of days ago. So and now it makes me kind of want to eat a Hokkien mee in his honor. You know what I'm saying?
That's so wholesome, man.
Yeah, right? I mean,
Such a
this
real
game is,
story.
they are getting broken apart here. This is not really a wholesome interaction. This is cruel, Navi. Continuing to hunt them across the map. Yeah, but what about you? What's your favorite Singaporean food? Because I think, you know, we could talk about these pickoffs happening once every minute, but I'm interested to
Malaysian,
hear
like,
your...
Why would I have a favorite Singaporean food?
I have a favorite Malaysian food. Like, what's your point? Okay, erase.
That's
This
true,
is
but
kind of
Malaysian
a...
has...
Wait, hold that thought. This pickoff actually matters, but it's going to be forced to pop is BKB. That's not a good look. Liga naturally want to try and capitalize on these supports being far forward, but Sanctity there with the setup onto you. Lifestealer is gone. The bait play. They had full vision. And Liga fall for a trap. I look for more
feel
here.
their frustration, man. Liga.
You can. But there's not much else they can do about it. They are just losing numbers. It's a bit tough. It looked pretty good for them in game number 1, but they haven't been able to get back to that game state. They haven't been able to get back to that flow that they found for themselves to start this series. Might just be a reverse sweep if it keeps going this way. 8k gold lead at the 24-minute mark. EXP advantage through the wazoo. All these calls on RV just feeling amazing. I mean, the supports as well, right? Look at the Phoenix's net worth.
Typical Kaori Phoenix, baby. Look what happens when you don't play Enigma.
That's true. Stop picking the Enigma, guys. We cracked the code.
Darkseer Red Flag Hero too. Did Darkseer... No, I only played it through the first game. Okay. Darkseer 2
I don't think
losses.
the Darkseer was bad, you know? Like, it's still a great hero, but it's clear that these teams are very aware about how to deal with it. This feels like a final chance here for Liga. They need to try and find a good opening, but Ari in a great position to break the smoke. Now Boom's the one walking on the high ground. Not the target that you want. He's just going to stand his ground. He's taking quite a bit of damage. The Sunray Heal trying to help him out. He'll be fine. Uragi now looks for an angle. Skewer slightly off the mark. The Shiva's coming out from Malik, but he's getting slowed up now. Immediate Ravage on top of his head, preventing any spells from coming out. Still going to find the Vacuum Wall though. But now the Shadow Demon ultimate onto Erase. Uragi should be fine here. He still is the second life of the Aegis, and they haven't even needed to pop it yet. Rest of Liga, without your auras, without your team fight, what are you going to be able to do? BKB pop from Sanctity as he walks on forward. Ari looking for disruption to save. You now in some trouble. It's Lifestealer, no more rage, and they're gonna turn towards him. Nice little infest away, hiding away from the egg as they lose the first life of the Magnus. Comes at the cost of a support. All things considered, Liga, they forced a lot of spells out from Na'Vi and they haven't lost any major heroes just yet. Might try and turn around onto Boom, still has the Kraken Shell, still has the RP, finds the connection and the Sunray, making them all go blind, it burns them up. And Sanctity, one last little kill. Respect is going to survive, but he will, you know, he might as well be dead. He's got nothing he can offer up in this situation. And Boom still living through it all.
And these heroes with Empower as well, the Tiny, the Tide, they all do scaling physical damage. Seeing these fights, it just feels so hard. Like, it is a pretty nice lifesteal game, but it feels like he's the only one able to play. Erase pretty much just a blink stun, even with the Mage Slayer and BKB. Navi's heroes just way too tanky with the heals coming out from the Phoenix behind them as well. Offering on this Tide. They need space to farm, but can you? I don't think you can. I don't think you have time.
Yeah, TikTok, Na'Vi ready to go to bed and begin the next day in the upper bracket finals with the way things are looking. We set out at the start of this close qualifiers. Definitely one of the team that we had our eyes on. Recently had a bit of a bumpier ride post ESL1 Bangkok. I think many expectations for them to continue to qualify to some of these events, at least make it through group stage and at least make it to the group stage, but we never really got to see this lineup find anything more. But now with this addition of Ari and Uragi coming back in place of Shad, this is looking pretty solid. Malik turn around with the wall, but his illusions will just wave him goodbye as he goes down very easily.
Boom has a full Shiva's guard, man.
Jeez.
This man is 407 top net worth.
It's like the
Can't
Dream
help-
Tide game.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'll start from the laning phase, right? Just last year, I don't even know if it was an item problem. Maybe they're not used to playing matchup, but it just felt like Boom got way too much out of their lane.
How was he so many denies up on that Lifestealer? I thought it was a
Just
pretty
anchor
even
smash,
matchup. Like, you can't push out Lifestealer, he can't push you out. I didn't know that Tide could boss on him this hard.
Yeah, I thought so too, but apparently with Anchor Smash, you're at 35 damage, so Boom's like, okay, thank you. I also think he went back to the silencer not getting Glaives of Wisdom level 1. I feel like the poke from that was at least kick the Tide Hunter out of lane or make him low, you know, every time he comes up to CS, you hit him a few times.
Yeah, that was a
tried to
bit
go
odd.
for
I
the-
think he went for the last word as well, right? He ended up in the 2-0-1 at level 3, and he was stuck there for a long time because he just couldn't do anything on the map.
Yeah, it's just pretty weird, right? Erase is hunting down here. I don't even know if he can.
Now, what's going on here?
Fast bomb. It's the
Yeah,
Ari
I guess
hunt
they'll just
squad.
kill Ari. Okay, nice little pick off there for them. It's cool to see that Liga have not tapped out yet, right? They are hoping, praying to reach a point in the game where they outscale their opponents, and that might be something that comes to fruition. I mean, Magnus is definitely a carry that hits a little bit of a ceiling compared to that Lifestealer.
They're looking at a 4v5 here. No Shadow Demon.
This could be a good opportunity. Boom's revealing himself, but they'll play around their vision instead. Malik, the first one in, face off against the Tide Hunter, got him in an awkward spot. There's Sanctity though, tossing the darts here to meet
1v1.
him right in a battle on the high ground. Global Silence comes out, but they're able to just force stuff down. Now it's Malik trapped up there. This Darkseer is forfeit again. These teamfights are just so hard for Malik to play.
It feels like there's just no damage, there's no threat. Boom is on the front line. Uragi gets to live in the back line, doesn't even need to do anything, just watching Sanctity. Even Kauri on the Phoenix, he feels so unkillable.
Catch out onto Respect. Gem's gonna drop. I mean, this has to be the end here. 2v5 situation. And the two players of League are not even in the base.
Liga, I can't imagine what's keeping them in this game right now. It looks so hopeless.
Yeah,
Maybe try to take the last 5v5 fight. Try and kill Kauri. This annoying Phoenix just once.
There's the buyback. TP in from the Lifestealer as well. He's gonna start the fight. Act as a bit of a bait. You still don't have your Wind Ranger, so it's a 4v5. Malik, no wall. And now they'll pull back the Lifestealer into certain death. Erase pops the BKB, but there's the buyback from you. They're still trying to fight. The grit is admirable, but you got to wonder, are they just feeling a little bit deluded right now? Do they have what it takes to even threaten Na'Vi? Boom doesn't really feel like it. He's just walking back up, anchor smashing. Not bothered by a thing. The Gale Force putting them in an awkward position, but the RPUs got the catch out on the Darkseer. Infest heal though. Standing his ground. Uragi now the one in trouble. They are standing their ground, but they've already lost Erase on the Dragon Knight. Now Yu's already used the Infest. He's healing out from the open wounds onto Uragi. Nice little Shadow Demon save, and Yu will just get focused down. Good game is called as the Lifestealer dies back. And Liga, the only one to survive is Amaryllis. They will drop to the lower bracket as Na'Vi continue their streak up here in the upper bracket, 2-0ing for Pirates to start us off, and now taking down Liga as well.
Yeah, nicely played by them. I think they had a really good laning phase. Boom, definitely the MVP of this game for me. I think the Tide did so much. He was such an unkillable force throughout the game. Also, again, this Darkseer, look at this Darkseer. I feel like he did okay in lane. You know, he didn't win, obviously, 40-60. He had Shivas towards the end of the game, but he had 3-4 man walls, and there's just no impact, man. That's why I wasn't a huge fan of this pick. I feel like the interaction of wall matters unless you enable it more, like you said, right? Like you pick it with some sanking or something. They chose to go for a DK, but no damage from the supports. Global Silence, helpful, sure, but again, just the shrines punishing them, no levels, everything that could go wrong just kind of went wrong for them.
Yeah, it did not really feel like Liga's game. I think especially for this offlane, the past few games, Malik, Amaryllis, Respect, you know, you can kind of see the identity that they have, but I think, honestly, my eyes are on Erase a little bit. It was overall quite a quiet series for him. Didn't really feel like he was able to contribute much in the winning game. He had a decent game on Storm, but in the losing ones, it felt like, in moments where you look to your mid to try and make space, it never really ended up panning out that way. So maybe a bit more work for Liga to do, but, it's not all bad news. They still are in the close qualifiers. In fact, they were doing well up until they ran into Na'Vi. So still a second chance at life here. Now, the way that the other stream panned out, that was Aurora Gaming versus OneWin. And that ended up being a lot closer, mostly because I'm not too sure why, but they didn't have an incomplete roster ready for the first game. So OneWin got a def win. Game 2, Aurora Gaming took it in 35 minutes. And this game 3 that just ended took them a lot longer. So Aurora, no spoilers, cover your ears if you want to find out for yourself and rewatch, but spoiler alert, ready? Aurora Gaming won 2-1, to no one's surprise. So tomorrow's match will be an exciting one in the upper bracket final. It'll be one that we get to cast, Aurora versus Na'Vi. That's going to be one to stay tuned for. But to start us off tomorrow, we're going to be going through the lower bracket. Any particular team that you're excited to see a bit more of?
I want to see Liga Game 1.
Yeah.
I feel like this team, they have potential. They showed and I don't know, where did Game 1 Liga go?
Yeah, to be honest, me neither. But we will see how they stack up. I think they're against OneWin. If not, they are against... they should be against OneWin, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll see how it goes. Oh, no, they won't. They're going to the opposite side of the bracket. So Liga will be up against the winner of Asakura or Impossible. I feel like that should be a matchup that they can take with confidence and move on to the lower bracket semi-final. But yeah, that's going to wrap things up for us in Eastern Europe for today. There still is a ton of Dota going on in terms of the NA and SA regions. Once again, if you're on Twitch, just search ESL_Dota2 and you'll be finding all the live streams immediately. But for myself and Mr. 343 will be done for today. We'll see you back here tomorrow, starting at the same time. 3 more series for us to try and get closer to who will take the 1 slot for Eastern Europe for Dream League Season 26. But good night for now, and see you guys tomorrow.